We are live at Collectibles for tonight's live Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let me know. We are here, and folks, we are rolling. Keep rolling, rolling, rolling. I could use one thing, Tanner. An empty tub. Like we put CDs in. Do you know where one is? Because I'm going to start after tonight, I'm going to start a system of putting away all of our CDs that didn't sell. I beg your pardon? There should be about 100 in the back, unless they took a bunch on the trip. Oh. Maybe I'll just put them in one of these boxes. Welcome everybody to Collectibles. Yeah, that's good. Oh, Star Trek, yeah. Tim Graham, I got you. Yeah, I never did finish that conversation with you, but I started promising everybody maybe a comic book flip video every day. No, we're going to start tomorrow. I do quickly. Except for getting here on time. Right, everybody? I was about to say, Jake, is that your laptop? You might want to grab it because everything's always in risk of being knocked off around here. It's like the mafia. That was a poor joke. That was a poor joke. All right, let's get all these CDs off. Boy, we had a weird show last night. I almost went to 3 a.m. and I was like, guys, I'm supposed to be going home early and going to bed, and here I am at 3 a.m. selling toys, metal airplanes on Facebook. And baseball, we was going through baseball cards at 2:45 a.m. I was like, I was supposed to be on my way home right now to get some rest so I could get here on time for metal night. And what does everybody convince me to do? Oh, let's go through comic books or toys and airplanes. Right, Jill? Jill's here. I thought I heard you. Jill's here. I was selling rubber bands. I was selling rubber bands for $6.99. I'm glad to see some of the people that was here with me at 3 a.m. are already back again for more. And folks, that's what we call a great community. They'll stick with me from beginning to end, through thick and thin. Chad's going to go for Employee of the Month again. Actually, Tanner said that was Otis. Otis got him. He decided earlier he's getting. Otis gets Employee of the Month again. So 6 times in a row, 6-time champ. Wow. Well, what's sad is I've never even been nominated. So there we go. That's what I'm looking for. I think we had that whole series, those numbered ones, and we've broke them up, but that's okay. I do hear a little bit of music playing. It's just loud enough where I don't think it's going to copyright strike us, but we don't want to get a copyright strike. That'd be bad if they said, hey, y'all can't stream on YouTube anymore because he was playing Boston, Don't Look Back in the background of one of your streams. Tuesday. Hey, there's Asia. There's your nightly dose of Asia on Metal Night. Folks, it is Metal Night, and we honestly have a crap ton of stuff to show. And I don't know if y'all have ever seen a crap ton, but it's a lot. We got 6 crates, essentially, of metal, new sealed metal albums that I've ordered, including pre-orders. Not including pre-orders, I think is what I meant to say. And I'm cleaning off what we were going through last night at 2. Man, we went through some cool stuff. I think everybody watching would agree. We went through pin back buttons. We went through all kinds of miscellaneous. What did we sell? Is some of it still in here? All that small miscellaneous stuff. Oh my gosh, look at all this. Magazines and Aussie ducks, and we sold I sold a silver chain and silver earrings. They look gold, but they're silver. I sold buttons. Jake, have fun tagging all that. Jake's looking at me like, you, That's a lot of tagging and sorting. All right, almost done. We had a lot of fun, though. Any pins left? Not much. Some. That's the kind of stuff I wish I could show every night, but it's so time-consuming and tedious. We have to do it like at 2 a.m. And everybody's like, well, Chad, I'm asleep at 2 a.m. I'm like, I know, I should be, but we're on here selling pin back buttons of Batman. All right. Ticket stubs, empty beer cans. There we go. Steven was watching. He knows what was going on. I still got the empty beer can. I don't think anybody bought it. All right, let me move these cars out of the way. Okay. Thank you as always. I'm about to get started. They're here. They're watching me clean up here. Everybody's ready to buy some stuff. I'm ready to sell some stuff. Let's get these off the table. Very nice. Take all that up front, put it in a display case. Alrighty. There's that, there's that. Okay. Now that this is gone, let me move it. Let's see what else is going here. Move these. There's John dropping off his payload. 5 crates of goodness. Welcome everybody to Thursday night at Collecco. Has the tower of cardboard got any smaller? Hey, it has. Somebody must have done it. Well, let's start it back. I throw away, if I see an empty cardboard box, I chunk it over there. I do not like cardboard. And we're surrounded by it here in this building. So, see, here's another one. Just constantly chucking cardboard. It's bad for storing things. It's bad for pest, insects, spiders, and bugs. We do not like cardboard. Okay. But the only thing I like cardboard in is if it was made to store a record in. It's called a jacket. A jacket. All right. There's that. So I watched the Stranger Things trailer. And guess what? The Stranger Things trailer for season 5, the Stranger Things trailer, uses Deep Purple in the song. They use a Deep Purple song, A Child in Time. So everybody might want to go ahead and grab you a copy of Deep Purple, A Child in Time, because it's already jumped up on the Spotify. Just saying, Jill. Okay. All right, how many people we got? We need a lot more. Let's get the chat open. Okay. Okay, so make sure everybody's done me a quick favor. Make sure you have opened up Facebook. All right, so when you open Facebook, I'm going to go over here to Collectco, and I'm going to hit the like button on the feed. I need everybody to do that right now. See that? Or you can do it at the bottom of your chat. Please go ahead and do that. I'm going to hit share, and I'm going to make sure we got it shared in all the right places. I'm also going to copy the link over here, and let's open this up. Big night ahead. Huge night. We got to get everybody on and watching. It still feels weird because it's daylight. All right, let me post this over here. I'm going to go ahead and tag top fans. All right, then I'm going to jump over here. And then cool atomic kicks. Sean, I will have them make a note to check on that. Honestly, I've never seen that before. Bum, 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 ba-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. So the song I got stuck in my head is "The Girl I Love, She Got Long Black Wavy Hair," which is a Led Zeppelin song, but I think it was only released on BBC sessions. Mike Massey, Chad Williams, see this. What did I see here? Heard that Rhino. Chad, are you following the 300 million fraud story? No, I haven't. I just know this. In the sports world, I'll say this for any collectible right now, because we were looking at some coins earlier today, and I have suspicion that they're fake. I'm just going to say this. In any kind of collectible right now, because it's such a huge industry, it doesn't matter if it's art, coins, video games, autographs, sports cards, records. you better be very careful what you're buying if you're spending a lot of money on it, because it's just such a huge industry now. It's part of the economy, investment strategies, and there's just there's so much fake stuff going on. I mean, it's wild. I look at stuff every day, and I'm just like, I see posts on groups, and it's like, that's fake, this is fake, that's counterfeit, this is... So, but I'll look into it. I'm almost done sharing links. Also, if you're watching on YouTube or anywhere else, make sure you let me know by hitting the like button. Is it sports stuff? Oh gosh, yeah, that market is, golly, yeah. I told y'all the other day, I was like, most Americans don't realize the value in the sports collector industry right now, and there's just so much fake stuff out there. It's crazy. So much money being exchanged, tens of millions of dollars every moment. Motion box might be something coming. Interesting. Well, we got shipping notifications because I had a couple people, not only myself, but Tanner. I used Tanner and Seth during the day that day to order mono boxes, and both of their orders got pushed back. So Tanner and Seth's order got pushed back, and I haven't heard from mine. So from last night? Yeah. They're posted today. I got one right here and the other's right there. Okay, we're good then. Yeah. I had to Yep. Up there? Yeah. Yeah. I put a few things up there last night, but I forgot about the other side. Okay. Five Finger Death Punch. Yeah, I think it's in, and the Metal Church box sets. We got a lot to get to. All right, so we better stop talking and better start selling. So here we go. First thing I got to do is open this. So here we go. We're good to go. Let me get this monster taken care of. Okay, I got to wrestle with this monster right quick. Look at this thing. It's a big monster. All right. Okay. All right. All right. Motley Crue Theater of Pain, a 1985 USOG Allied press with the original inner sleeve, the Sin Club, the Motley Crue Sin Club merch insert. It is in EX condition, a nice copy of a $30 start. And there's the Sin Club if you want to join that from Motley Crue. Thank you, John. John's got a Misfit shirts on. Nice. Very nice. I've got a Metallica shirt on. John had Misfits. I think my sister had her Metal Night shirt on. We are in full metal mode tonight. Motley Crue Theater of Pain. That's OG, complete, and nice. A $30 start. A $30 start. John's dropped off 5 crates of vintage. Laura's working on stuff. She's already got the auctions ready. And I'm just going to say, all right, like James Hetfield. Is that Search and Seek and Destroy? Every time I hear that, I can't remember what song it's from. Yeah, I think it's Seek and Destroy. So there's that. Speaking of autographs, I got a few metal autograph CDs over here I think I'm going to try to sell off tonight. Let me try to go ahead and use the @everyone feature. I don't do it too much in the group, but I think I might do it tonight. Let's go ahead and do it right here. And don't use it too often, but I'm going to tonight. And then, have I posted it on our story? I always forget if I have or not. Yeah, I've done it over there. Okay, and then the next thing I'm going to do is, let me get my, I'm going to go ahead and open my laptop in just a second. Let me go ahead and do it now. All right, there's this. And the Deftones pre-order's up, and also a pre-order for Morbid Angel. I just posted Morbid Angel 40 minutes ago. Deftones was posted right after I woke up, and we had 2 flip crates and then a new vinyl flip. And let's go ahead and get started by showing some of these. And we sold a Black Country New Road, a Magdalena Bay, Nirvana Unplugged, Television, Best of R.E.M., Beatles, and we also sold Fastway. So a lot of this, almost everything in here is still available. There's Motley Crue. Make sure you're in our group. Melanie wants a Lynyrd Skynyrd puzzle. Sold to Melanie. I have one more left if anybody else wants one. First sale of the night goes to Melanie on the Lynyrd Skynyrd puzzle. That's a jigsaw puzzle, a 500-piece jigsaw puzzle. That's new and sealed for $24.99. I have more if anybody else wants one. I was made for loving you, baby. So the one back there is Motley Crue, Kiss, and then I'm going to put a Def Leppard puzzle back there. Surely somebody needs a Def Leppard puzzle. I mean, if you wake up every morning like me, the first thing I go and check and make sure I have a Def Leppard puzzle. If not, then I get high anxiety. This is Black Flag Damage, $29.99. Black Flag Damage. Let me see. I think I had a couple people reach out like, how do I watch tonight? We are live right now. Please come join and you'll catch on quick. Okay, let me just send that to him. I woke up to all kinds of messages like, I'm new, how do I join, how do I buy, how do I pay, how do y'all invoice, how do you ship, what do you sell, how can I buy more after I buy those? And I'm like, we'll take care of you. Just join the chat. All right. And then next over here is Disney Ultimate Volume 1 and 2. That is on green and blue vinyl. It's a 2 LP, Target exclusive. Also, A Perfect Circle, Eat the Elephant. A Perfect Circle, Eat the Elephant's $39.99. So over here is our first auction of the night. And Jerry Rock has this for $35. And Motley Crue has the insert. It has the original inner sleeve. It is an OG copy. It's an 85 US OG. It's complete. It's got the inner sleeve and insert. It's nice. EX or better. And it has one bid for $35. And I'm about to sell it because it only has one bid and there has been no other bids. So if you want to bid, now's the time. We're also going to go ahead and put this up. Y&T Open Fire. Y&T is an 85 US Indianapolis OG. It is a VG Plus. It has the original inner sleeve. And Y&T is going to go up for a $15 start. Next is Modest Mouse. This is a long drive for someone with nothing to think about. It's a 2 LP Modest Mouse. That's $33.99. Also, A Perfect Circle Emotive. That one's $46.99. There's more Motley Crue bids. Motley Crue 40, Motley Crue 40, Motley Crue 40. There we go. That's more like it. Thanks, everybody. And those were putbacks. Yes, does anybody want Stevie Ray Vaughan? I got Stevie Ray Vaughan for $6.99 and Stevie Ray Vaughan for $6.99. They don't have the back tray or the spine, but they're nice CDs, and they're $6.99 each. Thank you, Jake. Over here, Y&T has bids for $15. Ghost, if you have Ghost. Ghost is $33.99. Everything in here is new and sealed. Price is marked. Taylor Swift, Shake It Off. Perfect for Metal Night. There she is, $33.99. Gatefold, 2 LP. Also, Minecraft Volume Alpha. Minecraft music on green vinyl. Surely somebody needs that. $29.99. There's Minecraft. Also Fish, Billy Breves, 2 LP, cut by Chris Bellman, 2 LP green vinyl. Fish is $44.99. And then Foo Fighters, Greatest Hits, $39.99. Here Comes My Hero, Learn to Fly, Times Like These, Monkey Rich, Everlong, All My Life, $39.99. Skin and Bones, Foo Fighters, Greatest Hits, a Gatefold 2 LP. Stephen Parton says, give me some Minecraft. That's so to Stephen Parton. Next thing I have is Static X, first time on vinyl in the United States. Other than that, it was just an overseas pressing. Been long out of print. Shadow Zone, metallic gold and green vinyl, $44.99. $44.99. So over here, Motley Crue, the last bid that came in was $42. Now Y&T's at $26. Now Y&T's at $30. Over here, we have more Static X. I got more Static X. I got more Static X. And I got 311, which is a 30th anniversary edition, 2 LP with bonus tracks. not on the original release. It's a 2 LP colored vinyl, Tanner, for $46.99. Cameron Lingefeld on Static X. Thank you, Cameron Lingefeld. If anybody else wants one, let me know. There's 311. Billy Joe Stormfront, that is a new reissue of that album from 1989 that's usually not available because it's from 89. It was pretty low production originally on vinyl. We Didn't Start the Fire, $33.99. Type O Negative, Life is Killing Me, 20th anniversary. It's on green and black mixed vinyl, 3 LP with trifold jacket, $69.99. The last bid that came in on Motley Crue was Tony Wade at $46, and Melanie has bid $32, and Laura has just delivered her first crate already. Oh boy, here we go. Things are starting to warm up. The temperature's rising. Next thing is Motley Crue's Greatest Hits. That's a 2 LP. Plus, I got that new Motley Crue compilation up for pre-order. Here is Motley Crue, just the showstoppers. That's what I have on here, $39.99. It's a 2 LP compilation. Also, we have other studio albums. Girls, 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 Shout at the Devil, Too Fast for Love, King Crimson is $29.99. But before that, I didn't mean to go that far. The other Motley Crue studio albums are $33. Is everybody done on Motley Crue? Final call. One more look at it. It's at $46 with Tony Wade. It has the inner sleeve. It has the insert, the vinyl's EX. It's OG, and we are about to sell it. We are about to sell it. Chad, sorry I missed you. Talked about yesterday, but did you get McCartney ticks by the time I got in? They were 2 ticks for $1,400 each, some for $2,400. No, I have not bought McCartney tickets. If I do, when is that show? November 8th? I'll probably buy them like November 6th, only if I catch a deal. But yeah, if it sounds like if you want to go to McCartney, you're going to have to spend $1,500 now. That first morning, there was one for $888. I hesitated. And now they're $1,400, $1,500. That's still quite a bit. I was hoping they'd get down to like $500, but I don't think it's going to happen. And then we got Seraphim Gold, Dark Parade for $39.99, and Scorpions Love at First Sting for $33.99. Scorpions Love at First Sting. All righty, folks. Let me open this up righty here, and then let's see what's going on. Let me go ahead and get my laptop open because we're going to have waiting list. We're going to have this. We're going to have that. And let me go ahead and I got to get on Facebook right quick on the admin side and do one thing right now before I forget. Otherwise, this whole operation could collapse and fall out from underneath us, and then I'd have to go offline and then live in a van down by the river. And trust me, we don't want anything like that happening, right? Nuts, so whatever. All right, so let's open this up. Well, it's not going to connect to Wi-Fi, so let's connect to my phone. Unbelievable. Why is it connecting to Wi-Fi? Can please connect to something? I'll take anything you give me at this point. Okay, there we go. Internet. Thank you, Al Gore. Thank you, Al Gore, for inventing the internet. Without you, none of this would be possible. All right, let's see what else we have over here. Nope, I don't want to do that, and I do not want anybody to send me a message. I do not want to put my phone number out there, and I just want to use this right here, and I just want to do that right there, and I just want to do this much money. All right, and then I don't want to show it on Instagram, and I just want to publish it. All right, that was quick and painless. There we go. McCartney Snake Pit, yeah. Mosh Pit during Live and Let Die. Motley Crue, $48, YNT 40, YNT 40. And then over here we're good to go. Okay. So, YNT $45. Behind that is Seraphim Gold. Seraphim Gold Dark Parade on fog colored vinyl, $39.99. Seraphim Gold fog colored vinyl, $39.99. So that was all new stuff. I've pulled everything out of there that pre-sold. If anybody else wants anything, let me know. We have Scorpions Love at First Sting for $33.99. Seraphim Gold's $39. We also had King Crimson for $29. 3 different Motley Crue studio albums, Too Fast for Love, Shout at the Devil, and Girls, Girls, Girls. Those are $33. And then Motley Crue's Greatest Hits is $39. Over here, we got Type O Negative, Billy Joe, 311, Static X, Foo Fighters, Fish, Taylor Swift, Ghost, Perfect Circle, Modest Mouth, Perfect Circle, Disney, and Black Flag. If anybody else wants anything in there, let me know. Y&T's now at $50. Their discography is out of print. And then Tony Wade got bumped on Motley Crue by Robbie Summerlin. Robbie, I haven't heard back from you. Tony still has it for the last 3 minutes for $48. And these are our first 2 auctions, so we got to sell something pretty soon. If you're done bidding, just say out. But if you say out, you can't bid again. But let's also try to keep these going. If you want to keep bidding until the end of the night, that's okay. We can leave these up for 5 hours. As long as everybody's still bidding, we can keep going till the end of time. But if you are done, then just let me know. JetBlue gets typo negative. There's 1 typo negative left if anybody else wants one, okay? 1 sold to JetBlue. And then Ghost Crate. That's Infesticism, new and sealed for $33.99. Infesticism. If you want it, just say sold. I would love for you to comment sold. Infesticism. $33.99. Single LP gatefold, $33.99. Y&T's at $56. And I think we're almost done on Motley Crue. It was our first auction. We started it at $30. Hammers up. Tony Wade's like, please sell it to me. I'm going to have to very soon. I'm going to show 2 records and I'm selling it. First thing I have over here is we sold 1 typo negative out of there, right? We sold the Minecraft. We sold a Static X. And then here is the only thing left from the Laura Crate, Chat Pile God's Country. Chat Pile is still available. It's on Grimace Purple Vinyl, $36.99. Also over here we have the Callous Dowboy Celebrity Therapist. That is $29.99. I've shown 2 records and now I'm selling Motley Crue for $48. Thank you. $48, Tony Wade. First metal auction officially done. That is over. Now Y&T, still getting bids. We got some people in absolute war right now for Y&T. Let's go ahead and slip up something else. And that is going to be Fastway. Holy moly. Wake up Moses and smell the roses. Here's a 1986 US OG Pittman. Side 1's VG Plus, side 2 ZX. And that is Seth's highly conservative grading system. I've seen him open a brand new record and say this is VG Plus. Fastway's a $15 start. Also over here we have Paramore, and this one's called Riot. It's on silver vinyl, and Paramore is $33.99. Also, we have 1 copy left of The Fall of Troy, and that is Doppelganger for $44.99. And we have the Wise Blood. This was In Darkness, Hearts Aglow, $29.99. And then Magadalana Bay, that's sold to Natasha Pickett. Thank you, Natasha. That's sold to you. And then we have Black Country New Road, Ants Up From There. That's also sold to Natasha Pickett. Thank you. That is done, and that's done. In honor of Metamite, y'all need to snag the Chat Pile and Callous Cowboys albums. I ordered neither exactly metal, but if you like heavy music, I think you'll love them. There we go. 2 recommendations from Laura, Chat Pile and Callous Cowboys. I hope I'm saying that correctly. There you go. All right. What do I have over here? Let me grab this CD right here. I've been trying to figure out what's going. Please have the JSA card. Dang it, they don't have the JSA card in them. I'll have to find them. Okay, I thought the JSA cards were in them. That's okay. Fastway has multiple bids, and so does that. Now, we have Sgt. Pepper Stereo Remaster. This is $44.99. That is a gatefold, Sgt. Pepper's, with a little help from my friends. And we have Magical Mystery Tour. This is sold to Scott Beebe. There's 1 extra Magical Mystery Tour. If anybody wants it, that is $44.99. Magical Mystery Tour. Step up right this way. And then over here, we have Chris Cornell, his first ever hits collection. That is a pretty amazing set. We sold 9 copies last night. There's 1 left for $49.99. Over here is Megadeth. Peace sells, but who's buying? Now we're talking metal. Megadeth, peace sells, but who's buying? $36.99 on that. Has everybody hit the like button? Has everybody hit the share button? Has everybody hit the I Love Collectco button? Has everybody done everything possible to help us bump this algorithm up, okay? That's what I need you to do. Next thing over here is another copy of Peace Sales, and then we also have Megadeth So Far So Good So What? And that one's $33.99. So Far So Good So What? We have 3 of those available, and then the Best of REM. Last copy, that's sold to Scott Beebe. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Thank you, Scott Beebe. Thank you, Scott Beebe. And then Fastway. Fastway is sold to Mark Overton. That is a limited edition music on vinyl, numbered to 750 on white vinyl. There's 1 Fastway left if anybody else wants it. $39.99 for MLV. Speaking of Fastway, back here we got a Fastway auction. And the first Fastway auction I have is Todd Fisher has this at $25, Waiting for the Roar. It's an 86 USOG Pittman. It's at $25 and Y&T. Y&T. Jim Sedal went out. George Samberez has this for $70. We're about to sell that for $70. Next thing is the new reissue that comes out tomorrow of Fallout Boy from Under the Court Tree. Sugar, We're Going Down. That is $33.99. That's available. I have 3 left. Nirvana Unplugged. One sold to Blaine Zapnick. Thank you, Blaine Zapnick, on Nirvana Unplugged. That's so to you. Actually, you know what? Let me pull up my laptop. He might have been on a waiting list. He commented on a post one time, and then when those came in, we don't want him to end up with 2. Let me check right quick. Nirvana, 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 Fuzzy. Yeah, Blaine's already got one, so he doesn't need another one. Blaine, if you're watching, you already got one. You was on a waiting list, so I'm going to go ahead and like his comment. He'll maybe think he got it anyway, but he did, but just he got it about 2 nights ago. I'm glad I could remember that. Here is Television, and this is Marquee Moon, and this is my last copy, cut by Kevin Gray, Stoughton jacket. I think that's what they call this type, or it's tip-on. Really nice, though. These high-fidelity jackets are nice. $39.99. Blaine's watching. Good. Yeah, Blaine, that post you commented on, like that rack video originally, we had sold out, so I was waiting for more to come in. You got one the other night. Jar of Flies. There it is. Allison Chains. $24.99. And then I didn't notice this, but I got the Adventure album is numbered. So a lot of people want these numbered. This one's numbered. It's already sold to Scott Beebe, but if anybody wants to go on the wait list for the numbered copies, let me know. So Scott Beebe got Television, R.E.M., and the Beatles. And if anybody else wants to go on a waiting list for the numbered copies, Television is actually numbered. I thought those were usually only through the website, but that it looks like that they spilt over to distribution, so that's good. The other one's not numbered, though. Marquee Moon's not numbered. I think it's sold out. Billy Joe Glasshouse's last copy, 33, and Temple the Dog, I'm Going Hungry. Temple the Dog is $44.99, and then there it is, the Smashing Pumpkins box set. Maybe somebody can start off another wave of box set purchase tonight by purchasing that for me. And then I think we're done on Y&T. That's sold to George Samberez for $70. Thank you on that. He also has the high bid on Fastway for $38. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Goodness, already at $622, we're putting up Rockin' with Dockin'. Beast from the East is a 1988 USOG 2LP gatefold. Live in Japan, except walk away. You could eat off these 2 records. Ha! That's the note from Seth. You could eat off these 2 records. This is a 2LP, and it's a $50 start. And this is Dockin', Beast from the East. 1LP, 2LP, gatefold. That's Seth's best attempt at being a comedian, so obviously not funny at all, so he's strike 2. I'm about to fire him, and he's not even here. All right, and let's go ahead and put up Monster Rehab. Beautiful. Smashing Pumpkins is $114.99. Here's my selling point always on this. $114.99, new sealed. You get 4 LPs, 2 books, or if you want to go buy a true OG, the original numbered series, they're about $1,000. That's always my selling point on that. Okay? And then how much to match? $114. Chad, please see the Y&T to Melanie Matura. Melanie Matura? Did you tag the wrong name? I don't have a Melanie Matura. Or do we? Or is that somebody under a different handle? So George wants to pay for this, and he said send it to Melanie Matura. Maybe they know who that is. Or maybe he tagged the wrong name accidentally. Okay, and then Dawkins now for bid, $50 start on that. And then Fastway's at $39. Oh, Melanie Clausen. Okay, Melanie Clausen. My bad. Melanie Matura Clausen. Sorry, I never had said that Matura. Melanie Clausen. I know who you're talking about. Yeah. So sell this to George Samberez. He wants to pay for it. And he said send it to Melanie Clausen. Okay, Melanie Clausen. Got it. I have you figured out now. Melanie Clausen, you just got a free record from George Samberez. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. All right, and now Dawkins up for bid, and Fastway's at 40. Okay. Oh, man. I really don't want to sell. I got a stack over here of autographed metal CDs, but the problem is my card, if you didn't have the card, it's still okay. It's still authenticated and everything. But I have a card that goes with it. It's no big deal if it's missing. Like I buy autographs all the time just with that. But the card's pretty cool. What we usually do is sell them, and we write down who bought it, and we write down the JSA code. And then what we do is when we find them, we mail them. We just put them in an envelope and mail them to you. Ed does it all the time because right now I have over 2,000 autographed items. And the reason I don't show them too much is because of the logistics of researching them, finding the paperwork, finding the card, and matching it all up and boarding and bagging them. So I might sell them tonight just because it could be months if I don't get to it right now. There's a higher chance I lose these before I find the cards. So I'd rather go ahead and sell them and then us write down the numbers. And when we find them, just mail them to you. So let me look them up on JSA. Let me figure out who signed them. And then we'll put them up for sale, okay? But everything you see over here is autographed and JSA authenticated. And they're probably all going to be $35 starts. But I'll probably sell off this entire stack before the night's over. Just let me kind of get ready for the next crate. All right. I don't know what Tanner did with the vintage stuff. I think we might just go ahead and go straight into... let's see. There was a vintage crate. I guess he already pulled out the stuff that sold. Yeah. I think he has that somewhere else. It looks like it. So I might just show you the leftovers of the vintage crate, and then we're going to get right into nothing but new stuff. Wow, no bids on Docking. Docking is near mint. It's beautiful. It's a top copy, just no shrink wrap. Final call to get a bid locked in for 50. And then over here, Fastway, George Samberes has that for 40. We're about to sell that too. Okay, T-Bass is in on Docking, and so is Michael Ruttman. Those are final calls. We pulled everything from the flip video. Anybody else before I move and take other action? I got Smashing Pumpkins, Temple the Dog, Billy Joe, Alice in Chains Television, Nirvana, Fallout Boy, Fastway right here for $39.99, Megadeth, Chris Cornell, Beatles, Wise Blood, The Fall of Troy, Paramore, Callisto Boys, and Chat Pile. Laura, I've tried on the Chat Pile. Maybe somebody changed their mind by the end of the night. We're trying to sell those last two, folks. The last two. All right, and then here, all that was left from the 9 o'clock video. And then I posted a 12 o'clock video, which was everything left from the lower crates last night. Looked like we sold about 20 or 30 records out of there. And let me go ahead and show y'all what's left in here. This stuff was shown last night in a half-off bin. Then I made it $6.99. Looks like quite a bit of it's left off. So here is what's left. There's two $19.99 records left, and they're great deals. The band Rock of Ages. A beautiful trifold jacket, no condition notes, discounted to $19.99. Same price for Cream, Wheels of Fire. It's not OG. It is a 70s pressing, but a great album. Crossroads, White Room, Politician, Those Were the Days, Born Under a Bad Sign, 2LP, Clean, $19.99. All right, Fastway is officially sold to George Samberes for $40. And now we got bids rolling in on Docking. Bids are rolling in on Docking. That's what I like to see. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. I hadn't even started with the hot picture stuff yet. Acid Bath, Cameron, that was... they messaged me for my email. We got a step further. The Rotten Records... said PayPal invoice sent, okay? They must have sent me an email this morning while I was asleep. It looks like about 11 o'clock. Let me check my email. Let's see here. I evidently got an email. There it is. Okay. I have an email from them. Actually, let me go ahead and pay for it right now because they might can ship them. They're definitely not going to be in this week, though. Yeah, they're not going to be in this week. Because if I'm paying now and they ship them tomorrow, I doubt they shipped them today without me paying. So they probably won't be until Monday. Let me actually log into PayPal. I'm paying for our acid baths right now. That way, because if I don't, for something like this, if I don't do it right now, and ship to here. All right, they're paid for. So they'll be in, they're paid for, and let me just tell them, pay, thanks. Okay, there it is. So they'll probably be here first. You can count on getting Acid Bath on your invoice first of next week. because they're probably going to ship them tomorrow, and there we have it. All right, so Dawkins at $58. If anybody else wants to bid, now it is. Here's all that's left from the vintage discount bin before we get into nothing probably but new vinyl and metal for the rest of the night. There's that and that. And then over here we got Grand Funk. That was marked down. Is this my 14? Yeah, these are my $14.99 records. Grand Funk. Just a little bit of label damage and a little bit of cover wear, but that's a great album. $14.99. George Burleson says he'll take the band for $19.99. Don't sleep on Cream, and let's put up another auction. And that next auction is Great White. This is a 1986 US promo 12-inch single. It is $15 start. Now, what happens sometimes on this vinyl, do y'all see that kind of wavy look in the vinyl? That is a acidic transfer from the plastic to the vinyl. This plastic they originally made these in or put these in is actually really bad for vinyl. So the vinyl has some of that acidic transfer. It's usually just a visual thing, and it doesn't affect playback that much. It's overall, we're going to call it VG Plus because of that. That's that original plastic. There's the hype sticker. Great White is a $15 start. $15 start on that. Let's go back up to the top, and we have the condition of Cream. The vinyl is EX Plus or better. No condition notes, essentially. Curtis did write his name, but yeah, the vinyl's nice. We've cleaned it. Somehow it's already got a little dusty again, but there it is. And then over here, where's Grand Funk for $14.99, and then Fleetwood Mac was $14.99. Another beautiful, clean record. So there's the only two $14.99 records left. And these are discounted. So no further discount right here. $19.99, $14.14. I'm assuming we're done on Dock, and I lost a couple people. Michael Ruttman did bid $60. Okay, so Travis Woods is out. Now it's a final call for $60. Great White, a 12-inch single of Shot in the Dark. The rock radio hit Face the Day from the album Shot in the Dark. It's on white vinyl. We're looking for a $15 start. Brent Robley got the Fleetwood Mac for $14.99, and then there was only one $9.99 record left. The London Chuck Berry Session. Only one Chuck Berry, or only one $9.99 record left, and that was Chuck Berry. And then I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the $6.99 stuff because the $6.99 stuff was left over from a half-off crate, and I feel like I've shown them about 5 times. So it's going to be one read-through. It's yes, yes, no, no, which means you can take them or you can leave them. If not, I'm going to bundle everything that's left in here. So we have a little night music, no condition notes, $6.99. There's the Gene Clark Carla Olsen album. That's Gene Clark, 1987 VG in shrink wrap for $6.99. Herbie Mann St. Thomas. Also, Maxine Weldon. We have Grady Tate, Moving Day. Family, Anyway. John Miller, How About Me? Brandon Ayer, that was a Psych album. Too Far Gone was Sealed. And Roy Harper was $6.99. All right, over here we have Dawkins, and that is officially sold for $60 to Michael Ruttman. Thank you on that. And then next is Philip Hope takes the Chuck Berry for $9.99. Thank you. And so the only two non-$6.99 records left, Grand Funk for $14.99 and Cream for $19.99. Does Great White have a bid? It does. One bid with Ken Crooker for $15, and we're about to sell it. Next auction is Judas Priest, Sin After Sin. Judas Priest is a 1977 USOG Pittman press, VG++ condition. So really borderline of being EX. It is OG, and Priest is a $25 start. All right, and what I'm going to do is bundle price on these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we'll say 20, 30, $45 for everything that's left in here. $45 bundle price for everything that's left. Y'all saw how I did that. That's $2 a piece on those, $10 on that one, and $15 on that one. $45 buys the rest of the crate. How could you go wrong if you want something to listen to? Musical experience. What is Great White? It's this right here. It's a 12-inch single of Face the Day. It is on white vinyl. It's promo. The vinyl does have some of that plastic transfer on it. Does not affect back play. It does have the original plastic and the original sleeve. It is on white vinyl. It's a promo. It has one bid for $15. Let me lay it over that way. There we go. It has one bid for $15. White vinyl promo single, and now Judas Priest. That's where we're at. Bundle, 30-second countdown. I'm going to go ahead and be picking out the next. I'm going to be picking out the first of the new vinyl crates to go through tonight. And anybody else? Great White has one bid for $15. It's a 12-inch single promo. Okay. Bundle, $45. Let me go ahead and be grabbing the next crate. I am officially walking away. It looks like there's 6 crates of new vinyl. And let's see what we got over here. Surely there's a big pre-order we can go ahead and knock out. Holy moly, there is. What is this? They're crisscrossed applesauce. Oh, it's the 5-finger death punch. Nice. Well, it's early, so let's go ahead and knock this out. A couple big pre-orders have shown up tonight. Fantastic. Fantastic. So we're going to be selling a lot of vinyl, and you're going to be seeing a lot of people claim pre-orders and then hopefully claim more extras live. Bundle, nobody? All right. I'm going to put them right over here. If you change your mind, which you will, because at some point you're going to start, thinking about it. You're going to be like, dang, I should buy that bundle. Oh, okay, Chad, just go ahead and give it to me. Next thing is Judas Priest is at $45 with John McPatriot. MT Matt, you're out. John McPatriot has it for $45. Great White, just one bid, $15. Sold to Ken Crooker. Ken Crooker sold to you for $15. Done. Sold. See you later. Goodbye. No more. Next auction is going up right now. You may say, Chad, what possibly could you have for auction already this early? And I'm like, I got it right here. This is Accept Metal Heart. Accept is an 85 USOG Pittman press. Original under sleeve, EX condition, a $25 start. This is Accept, an 85 USOG. It has the original under sleeve and a nice jacket. That's also now up for bid. That's also now up for bid. So there is an album that comes out Friday, and essentially what's happened is a 5-finger death punch is having to re-record their catalog, kind of like a Taylor Swift deal. How much are the puzzles? All the 3 puzzles in the back are $24.99. Motley Crue, Kiss, and Def Leppard. So 5-finger death punch, that's essentially what they're having to do here with their catalog. So let's go right over here. And next thing we have is Whole Lot of Love, Whole Lot of Records. And here's this. This is 5-finger death punch. This is new. It comes out Friday. And this is celebrating 20 years of 5-finger death punch, featuring the band's biggest platinum selling hits, re-recorded and remastered, indie retail exclusive on special silver galaxy colored vinyl. Here's the pre-order. First person was Ryan Eaton. Thank you, Ryan Eaton. That's sold to you. Next was Carla DeRoche. Thank you, Carla DeRoche. There's one sold to Carla. Also, we got one sold to Sean Drew. And thank you, Sean Drew. And that's sold to you. We have Dave Kavanaugh. That's sold to Dave Kavanaugh. We have one sold to Jeremy Dalton. That's sold to Jeremy Dalton. Also, we have Brian Riley and Amy Hutchins. Thank you, Brian Riley, and thank you, Amy Hutchins. Those are sold and sold. Thank you and thank you. Also, Chris Smith and Robert Matthews. If anybody else wants one right now, you probably should go ahead and claim it. We also have Ben Digert and Matt Algram. How much are these? They're $38.99. $39.99. $39.99. Next is Susie Breedlove and Scott Beebe. Susie Breedlove and Scott Beebe. Thank you and thank you. There's 2 more sold. Crystal Newman and Rebecca Howitt. Thank you. There's Crystal Newman. There's Rebecca Howitt. There's 2 more sold. Also Kenny Cates Jr. and Greg Preston. Kenny Cates Jr. and Greg Preston. There's 2 more sold. Also Paul Brothers and Jamie McCord. There's 2 more sold. Thank you, Paul Brothers and Jamie McCord. And my crate's full. Nah, I might can get 2 more in here. Let's go ahead and give one to Cherona Shocker, okay? Let's give one to Cherona Shocker. What else is going on over here? So what happened with the bids? Let's figure out what's going on. First thing was Judas Priest was at $45, and it was up to MT Matt. Then MT Matt came back in at $47. That is sold to MT Matt, or that has a high bid of $47, okay? And then next over here was Jason Wilski. Accept as a $25 bid. He's in. And next are 5-finger death punch claims. So let me pause right there because we're not done with the pre-order. I want to make sure I went through those quickly. Ryan Eaton, Carla DeRoche, Sean Drew, and Dave Kavanaugh, Jeremy Dalton, Brian Riley, Amy Hutchins, Chris Smith, Robert Matthews, Ben Digert. That's 10. Matt Algram, Susie Breedlove, Scott Beebe, Crystal Newman, Rebecca Howitt. That is 15. Kenny Case Jr., Greg Preston, Paul Brothers, Jamie McCord, Cherona Shocker. That should have been 20 even. Wow, I did that perfectly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. All right, let's get a new empty crate and start filling it up. That is completely full. Puzzle, what we sold pre-sold, and now the 5-finger death punch pre-order, and now we got more to pull, and I see live claims coming in. 5-finger death punch, a great pre-order to have come in on Thursday Night Metal Night. Has everybody hit the like button? I hope you have. We're not done with the pre-order. Next was Angela Lewis and Paul Beal. Thank you, Angela Lewis. Thank you, Paul Beal. The next two were sold to Tawana Bennett and Jason Murphy. You may be asking, how do you get on these pre-orders? You got to join our private group, Whole Lot of Records. I post them every single day. Brad Waits and Brandon Jones. There's two more sold. Brad Waits and Brandon Jones. So over here, the last thing I had was Judas Priest was at $47. And then Accept got one bid for $25. I'll go over that in just a second. Tony Wade wants a 5-finger death punch. Also, JetBlue wants a 5-finger death punch. David V wants a 5-finger death punch. Now Accept has a new bid for $26, and then we're good to go. So that's what I have left. If you want one, that's what I have left. 5-finger death punch. That is 20 years of 5-finger death punch. Really nice cover. Best of 20. Greg Gabhart gets one. So that's what I have left. It looks like 5 copies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 copies of 5-finger death punch, special silver galaxy color vinyl. Let's go over these auctions. It's now a final call. We'll get back into this activity here. John McPatriot went out. So final call to MT Matt, $47. He has it, and John McPatriot went out. It's a 77 USOG Pittman, VG++, and that is a final call to MT Matt, $47. 5-finger death punch is available, and then over here is Accept. And Accept is called Metal Heart. It has the original on her sleeve. It is OG, and it's nice EX. And the last bid on Accept that came in was $30 and $30. That's all that I have left in 5-finger death punch right there. Big pre-order. Thanks, everybody who pre-ordered those. So let me make sure I didn't leave anybody off that last little batch there. The next people were Angela Lewis, Paul Beal, Tawana Bennett, Jason Murphy, Brad Waits, and Brandon Jones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we've sold several live. Okay, and then Todd Kilgore got one, and let's go through another crate. All right. Tom Harris also wants one. Now there's 3 left. Boy, we're so close. Could we be selling out? That's all we need. We need 3 more FFDP comments to pop up. All right, MT Matt, this has been buried for a while. We better go ahead and put up something new. And this is sold to MT Matt for $47. Thank you, MT Matt. That's sold. Accepts now at $36 with Javi Soto. And let's put that right over here. And let's go ahead and grab a next auction. Fastway. Here we are. Shrink wrap hop sticker. This is a 1983 USOG. It is an original Carrollton press. It's VG++ to EX, a $20 star, and it comes with a bonus 7-inch single. Shrink wrapped. It includes the hop sticker mentioning the single. It's complete, and it's going to go up for just a $20 start. That is now up for bid, okay? Those 3 5-finger death punch are still available. Let's put over here. Though anything that was featured in the hot post, will start around 7 o'clock or a little after. And then there was a whole video posted and a whole lot of records. Hopefully you've seen that. It was also in with a hot post. And the reason I say I hope you've seen that, because that's about another 50 additional auctions. Yeah, about another 50 additional auctions, which if you didn't see the hot picture, you may not even seen. And honestly, I don't know if I even posted the hot pictures on YouTube or Instagram. I don't know if I even did, because I forgot to. I scheduled them on Facebook, and I don't know if I did over there, so there's a good chance that didn't even get done. Possible. All right, what do we have here? All right, so we had a couple big bootlegs the other night show up, and this is Kiss in Sao Paulo, 1994. And I can promise you right now, there's no way this is available. There's like a waiting list for one of these, and there's about 100 people, it seems like, on a waiting list. So let's jump over here and see on Kiss what happened. KISS, Sao Paulo. Here's the waiting list. It's a bunch of people. 12 people. The first person's John Dodd. Only one came in, so we're going to give that to John Dodd. The rest are still back ordered. The waiting list is Susie Breedlove, Mike Moore, Brian D. Leon, Jamie McCord, Greg Gallier, Gerald Whitworth, Jeff Hansen, Buddy Cordova, Ed Hickey, Stephen A. Young, and Brad Waits. They will eventually show up. It's red vinyl, limited edition. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I'll add you to that list, okay? If anybody else wants one, you'll have to let me know. It's whenever they come in, that's when you'll be tagged, okay? Because here's another bootleg right here, another great release, and everybody's like, yes, I want on a waiting list for whenever they come in, Chad. And I was like, they will eventually. Van Halen, live at the Superdome in Tokyo, 1989. So Van Halen is $29.99. I have them available. There are how many people on a waiting list? We have a total of 13 people on a waiting list I'm about to read off. If you want on a waiting list for Kiss, let me know. There should be extras of these if you want to go ahead and claim one. And then the last bid that came in on Accept, Let's go back and update that right quick. Accept had a bid for 35, and then Accept 36, Accept 38, and then Fastway 30, Fastway 20, Fastway 20, Accept out, Fastway 25, Fastway 35, Fastway 40, Fastway 42, and Bill Samus on Kiss. So let's read off everybody who got a Van Halen right quick, and I'll update all the auctions. First on the Van Halen are Donna Busey, Alonzo Breezy Brinsno Jr., Jamie McCord, Randy Klein, Michael Peevler, Sandy Villa, Woody Bishop, Jorge Sanchez, Jorge, Nick Galito, Gugliotto, Scott Markheim, Corey Ross, Paul Brothers, and Dwayne Vick. That's a total of 13 people. That's a total of 13 people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So that's how many I have left. Van Halen live. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Those are all gone. Okay, so let's start over here on the left. Fastway. Fastway's in shrink with the hype sticker. It looks like there's a little bit of residue right here from maybe a price tag. It is OG. It's VG++ EX. It does have a bonus 45 that came with it. It's a nice copy, and the last bid was $45. And then over here, Accept. The last bid that came in on Accept was a final call, and that's with Jason Wilski at $38. And that's an 85 USOG. So Jason Wilski, $38. And then that's a final call. And then if anybody wants a Van Halen, here they are. And then the first thing we have is Bill Samus goes on that Kiss waiting list. Mike Massey gets a Van Halen. Susie gets a Van Halen. Calvin gets a Van Halen. Brent gets a Van Halen. And Rudis Duskus gets a Van Halen. Who is Rudis Duskus? Rudis Duskus gets a Van Halen. I'm not for sure who that is. And then over here we have, how much is Van Halen? $29.99. Gerald Whitworth gets a Van Halen. Mark Morris gets a Van Halen. Brad Waits gets a Van Halen. Also Todd Kilgore gets a Van Halen. And then over here we have Fastway is at $50. Robert Johnson on a Fastway. Fastway is at $52. So the next Van Halen goes to Robert Johnson, and then John Durden gets a Van Halen, and there we are. So there's only 2 Van Halens left. Who wants them? There's only 2 left, $29.99. Nobody else bid on Accept, right? So did Jason Wilski for $38. That one's done. We're still bidding on Fastway. Shrink wrap, hype stickered, has the original 45 that came with it. So let's do this right here. And let's go ahead and add another auction. Nico Kapalanis on Van Halen. Now there's only 1 left, and that's sold to Danzig 35. All right, next thing I have over here is Kiss, and there was another waiting list for this one. Kiss, the Ritz on Fire. It's also $29.99. Kiss, the Ritz on Fire. I'll show Van Halen again if we can get another 20 people on a waiting list. Big perk of going on a waiting list. Anytime I say, do you want to go on a waiting list? You should say, yes, Chad, please. For the love of all things good and holy, put me on a waiting list for everything. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 right here, and these are already sold because somebody made a great decision to go on a waiting list, and that is Buddy Cordova, Stacy Metternich, Mark Morris, Brian Thurman, and Jamie McCord. And now they're all gone. I definitely ordered more than 5, but these are already sold. This is Kiss at the Ritz. Sold to Buddy Cordova, Stacy Metternich, Mark Morris, Brian Thurman, and Jamie McCord. These are all sold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Done. All sold. There might not be anything left in this crate by the time we get done. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Somebody asked if 10,000 Days was a official press. No, that album has never been officially pressed on vinyl. If you see a copy of 10,000 Days on vinyl, it is a bootleg. Next auction is Great White. Great White is a Japanese original promo copy. I repeat, a Japanese original promo copy. No Obi. It does have the insert. It is going to go up for a $45 start. There's the insert. There's that. There's the cover. And that's now up for a $45 start. So, the last thing we had over here, did I figure out who was Disco Ruskus over on Twitch? If not, then we have to put one of those back. Who was Rudis Duskus on Twitch? RUDISDUCK. That's the only handle. I have no idea who you are. You're going to have to let me know. Otherwise, we're going to have to sell that to the next person, okay? So right now, there's no waiting list for Van Halen. If you want on a waiting list for Van Halen, say Van Halen waiting list. This is Van Halen. This is the Superdome Tokyo 1989. They're $29.99. If you want one, just let me know. It will be a waiting list. No guarantee when they come in. Same thing for Kiss at the Ritz. We sold out. If anybody else wants one, say waiting list for Kiss at the Ritz. And you need to say Ritz because also we have a waiting list for this one. We're also sold out of this one. And that is Sao Paulo 1984. And somebody else just went on that, Carl Berger, along with Bill Samus tonight, okay? And we have Therese X. That's Teresa Brookshire. She wants on the Van Halen wait list. Great White's now up for bid. What about Fastway? Are we done? The last bid that came in on Fastway was Calvin Ward at $52. We're about to sell it. I still have not heard back from Rooted Discus over on Twitch. The timer's on. I got to find out who you are. David Howard wants on the Kiss at the Ritz. Rammstein, Herzeld. Rammstein's a 2LP remaster for $49.99. Rammstein, 2LP, $49.99, 180 gram. And right behind that is Black Magic Rituals and Perversions by Electric Wizard. And yes, she is naked. Crystal meth colored vinyl. You get naked and meth for $39.99. I think that might sell it. Over here, David Howard wants on the Ritz waiting list. Over here, Tim Graham wants on the Van Halen wait list. Alonzo says, please give my Van Halen to Teresa and I'll go back on a waiting list. I think they can fix that. And then Brad Waits wants a Kiss at the Ritz. Brian Thurman wants Kiss Sao Paulo waiting list. And then over here, we got 2 copies of Kicks Cool Kids. Kicks is $39.99. Cool Kids, that is $39.99. That should be on gold or white vinyl or some sort of derivative of a color. It is color, $39.99. And Halloween, my only copy of Keeper of the Seven Keys, $33.99. Jamie Butler says he wants on the Van Halen wait list. MT Matt has Great White for $35, and now Fastway is officially sold. And Fastway is officially sold to Calvin Ward for $52. Thank you, Calvin. That is sold to you. Sold to you. Wasn't there a wait list for the meth vinyl? I didn't have a waiting list. I will look right quick, but I'm 99.9% positive they're for the meth, Tanner. Tanner walked back here and said, for the what? For the meth. The meth wait list. Yeah, no waiting list for meth. But if you do want one, I'll tag you for it right now. Nico Kopolonics on Kicks, sold. Rick Castle says he'll take an Electric Wizard, sold. Over here, Michael Hamburger on P. And P was for, I'm not for sure. And then over here, Todd Kilgore says he'll take a Kicks, sold. And then let's go ahead and put up another auction. That next auction is going to go up right now. It's the Ramones, Too Tough to Die. The Ramones is going to go up. It's a 1984 USOG SRC pressing, original under sleeve, EX Plus condition, a $45 start. The vinyl is really, really nice. It does have the original under sleeve. It does have an old retail sticker on the cover, $45 start. Wow. Great White's moving to a final call with just one bid. And it's a Japanese white label promo copy. No Obi. It is an 84 Japanese promo copy. EX Plus condition, a $45 start. I will say this. I don't find a lot of promo copies that have Obis. I don't know. It's just because a lot of the Obi was intended for retail purposes. Not saying that didn't come with an Obi. I'm pretty sure it did, but just saying. It only has one bid for $45. I still never did hear back from that viewer on Twitch. Okay, so the next person who goes on the wait list, we got to put that back. I still don't know who that is. So whoever's watching the sale, the claim for Ruta Duskus, I never figured out who that was. So we need to sell theirs to whoever's first on the waiting list. So I guess whoever's next on the waiting list gets the Ruta Duskus claim. They never did let me know who they were. Okay, so in here we still got Electric Wizard. We still got Halloween. And we still got Rammstein. Holy moly. All right, Kicks is sold out if anybody wants on a waiting list. Pantera, Far Beyond Driven. I have become a fan of this album lately. Shredding Skin. Man, this is $49.99 for Pantera. Let me open up my handy-dandy laptop and see if we have a waiting list over here. Pantera and Pantera, there's no waiting list. So this is available, $49.99, $49.99. And Whitesnake's Greatest Hits, In the Still of the Night, Here I Go Again on My Own, $39.99 for Whitesnake. There it is. Shoe fly. I'm going to have to get my flamethrower. I've got a fly back here. I'll have to bring out my flamethrower. All right, and there is no Crystal Method. We got Crystal Meth colored vinyl. Great White's at $69, and the Ramones has one bid, and we're about to sell it to Rebecca for $45. It's the only bid. And then Delica Sound of Thunder. Michael, if that shipped today, it will be in tomorrow. Yes, it will be in tomorrow. And now we're back at the bottom, and we have another pre-order. And I don't think I have enough for everybody this first time around. So let me tell you everybody who got one, and we'll go from there, okay? And this is a new release from Joe Bonamassa. Joe Bonamassa. Let me see if I can find it right quick. Joe, I put in Joe Boba. How about Joe Bon? How do you spell his name? It's right here in front of me. Bona Massa. Okay, there we go. All right, so now we have this right here. Boom, boom, boom. And Joe Bonamassa. This is... It comes out Friday. It's a more crystal meth colored vinyl, crystal blue marble vinyl. Boy, they like this meth colored vinyl. $29.99 for Joe Bonamassa Breakthrough. First person was Mary Miles. This comes out tomorrow. Also, Stephen A. Young and Ben Dygert. Those are sold and sold. Also, Brent Robley and George Jones. That's sold and sold. Brent Robley, George Jones. Don't forget about Clifford Umstead and Matt Lawson. Clifford Umstead and Matt Lawson. And there's a note that says, can you charge Matt Lawson? Invoice this to me. I think he's just joking. So sell that to Matt Lawson. And then I hope they're joking. Brandon Lack and Russell Snedeker. There's 2 more Joe Bonamassas. If you know for sure you wasn't on the pre-order and you want one, I would get in right now. Patrick Lear and Scott Dwallow and Steve Davis. Wow, we're sold out on the button. Patrick Lear, Scott Wallow, and Steve Davis. Now, I ordered extras, okay? So when I think I ordered 20, how many do I have here? We just sold a total of, let me read all those names off again. We just sold Mary Miles, Stephen A. Young, Ben Dygert, Brent Robley, George Jones, Clifford Umstead, Matt Lawson, Brandon Lack, Russell Snedeker, Patrick Lear. That's 10. Scott Wallow and Steve Davis. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I ordered 20. I ordered 20 and they only sent me 12, and luckily that was the exact pre-order number. So I will see if they're sold out through that place. I'll try to grab more, and that's for the indie. And then I'll let you know if we don't get any more indies and we need to put it on black vinyl. But right now, we'll take a waiting list for the indie. Let's go back to the top and see what happened. First thing we had was Great White 69, Great White 60, the Ramones 50, Ramones 51, Ramones 51, Great White 68, Ramones 52, Buddy Cordova wants a Pantera. That is sold to Buddy Cordova. Thank you. Thank you, Buddy Cordova. That is sold to you. And then Ramones 55. Mark Stanley wants that last copy of Electric Wizard. And this was on limited edition Crystal Meth. Wow. That is now sold. Let's put that away. And we have a full crate of vinyl over here. And that is sold to Mark Stanley, the Electric Wizard. Jerry Stone on the Joe Bonamassa wait list. Michael Hamburger on the Joe Bonamassa. These definitely won't be in until next week then. Okay, Ramones 53, White Snake is $39.99. Any copy of Kicks? No, they're sold out. Blow My Fuse is a waiting list. And then Gerald Whitworth on Joe Bonamassa. And then we have 2 questions on what are the auctions. I'll tell you in 1 second. Let me go ahead and swap out crates, because after all those pre-orders, we have filled up another crate. And I mean, that thing is packed. Holy moly. Let's go ahead and go through this lower crate of new stuff she's marked, and then we'll probably do back-to-back again crates of new vinyl. Goodness gracious, we got John's check condition bin to go through and other stuff. Let's see what we have going on over here. We got Great White. This is their self-titled album, a Japanese promo copy with insert. And the vinyl is beautiful. The vinyl is beautiful. And the last bid on Great White that came in, the vinyl is beautiful. Jamie Butler has this for $68. Jamie Butler has that for $68. It's a white label Japanese promo copy. Over here is Ramones, Too Tough to Die. The Ramones is an 84 USOG SRC pressing with the original on the sleeve, and the vinyl's nice, EX Plus. It does have an old retail sticker on the front. And the last bid that came in on that was Christopher David at $53. But Rebecca already had it for $55. Rebecca still has it for $55. Next is, how much was Electric Wizard? It was $39.99, Mark Stanley. $39.99. Can you get any more of Joe's discography? Yes, he has a lot of stuff in print. Christopher David's out on the Ramones. And then Kiss, Kicks wait list. Now, Jason, are you talking about Cool Kids or Blow My Fuse? We sold out of Cool Kids, and he asked about Blow My Fuse. But I don't think those are, I think those are sold out through Friday Music. So I don't think those can come in. I will try, but there's about a, I'm going to say 5% chance those come in for Blow My Fuse. Cool Kids, I know I can get. And then Turbu has it for $69, okay? So now there's a lot of new bids. Who is Turby 20? That was Tyler Hubry. Okay, Tyler Hubry. Okay, I'll have to remember that one. Ramon 60. And then Buddy Cordova also on Joe Bonamassa. Wow, look at all these bids all of a sudden. Ramon 65, Ramon 56, Ramon 70, Ramon 71. Jason Wilski wants to try the wait list. I don't mind at all. I'll order anything you want me to. Let's go through this crate one more time. We have Rammstein Herzl, 2LP remastered, $49.99. I've got 2 available. Halloween, Keeper of the Seven Keys. There's a new Halloween album come out. You should see that pre-order by tomorrow up in the group. There's new Halloween coming out. Pantera, Far Beyond Driven. Now, this is the Rhino cut from the original high-definition masters on 2LP, $49.99. Strength Beyond Becoming, 5 Minutes Alone, I'm Broken, Slaughtered, Shedding Skin, $49.99. White Snake is a 2LP, $39.99. Wow, all of a sudden we're still bidding on both auctions, and we're good to go over there. I wish I knew where these JSA cards were, Tanner. We're going to have to basically keep a log as we sell these tonight, but I've got to sell them. We'll find the cards later and mail them to you as we find them. It could be next week. It could be in 3 months. So no guarantee when I get the card to you, but we personally had these JSA authenticated. Just saying, this is Accept. This is Accept. It's called Balls to the Walls, Restless and Wild, and it's signed on the front by Herman Frank. It's signed by Herman Frank on the front. Signed Accept CD, JSA authenticated, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. That's now up for bid. Now up for bid. And the only other thing you've missed in new vinyl is right here. This is Five Finger Death Punch. Five Finger Death Punch, $39.99. It's a 2LP colored silver vinyl. The new release that comes out Friday. We have 3 left for $39.99. Ramones still getting bids. Great Whites at $81. Ramones is at $73. This autographed Accept CDs at $35. That is the starting bid. It has been JSA authenticated. And let's go ahead and go through this other crate of new stuff I have right over here. I hope you're ready. We hadn't even got into the marquee auctions yet, and it's 7:01. It's time. Perfect timing. First lower crate we have over here, marquee auctions, etc., etc. None of those sold. No. No, I was going to spread them out and do a video for them. Okay, good. All right. Yeah, I don't know what tonight's second part's going to look like. It depends on how late we're showing vinyl. We started tonight about 1:40, so we'll be, or 5:40, so we'll be going to at least 1:30, 1:40 a.m. tonight. Just saying, no dibs on Metallica. I'll have to randomly mix that up. And here we go. Michael Hamburger wants a Five Finger Death Punch. Sold to Michael Hamburger. What is it? It's a new release. So Five Finger Death Punch is essentially remastering and re-recording their catalog. It's on special silver indie exclusive colored vinyl. $39.99. Sold to Michael Hamburger. The Accept is sold by JSA, is showing Herman Frank. Herman Frank is who signed this one. Some of these people, I'm going to be like, here they are. I might recognize some of the names. I might not. Great White. Tyler Hubry has it for $85. Jamie Butler, you're out. Tyler, I'm glad I scrolled up a little bit higher. Tyler Hubry has it for $85, and MT Matt hadn't set out either. So we're not done on Great White, but we are done on the Ramones. This is sold to Rebecca for $73. That's sold to Rebecca for $73. We're not done on Great White. It has went into a different level of bidding. Gerald Whitworth, did you get my Five Finger Death Punch? Was it earlier? If it was earlier, then yes. Gerald Whitworth, Five Finger Death Punch. I am almost positive. You was right there in the other claims, right? Right when I first started showing it, I think. I'm going to have to say yes, right? Oh, boy. Oh, man. I don't, was you claiming it when I was showing them live? Let me scroll up further. Holy moly. I'm going to say yes, okay? Do I actually know? No. Where are they? I don't even know where that is now. I have no idea, honestly. So let's go over here. Great White's at 90, now 92. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. Let's keep this show back on the road. First thing we have is Rat, a Japanese pressing of Invasion of Your Privacy. Rat is going to go over here. An 85 Japanese OG, first press Obi. So this is the first press. It has 2 inserts. It's near mint. And this is worthy of a $55 start. Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. It has 2 inserts with it, a solicitation card, beautiful jacket with Obi and near mint vinyl. Rat's a $55 start. If anybody wants Accept, it's a $35 bot now. Signed by Herman Frank. Signed by Herman Frank. That is available. Over here, we got Merciful Fate, In the Shadows. Oh my gosh, I forgot to tell you this is a lower crate. There it is. There's the sticker. This is Sunny Angel. They are like the modern equivalent to Cupid Dolls, who loves Black Sabbath and all things metal. Holy moly, there it is, Merciful Fate. And this was a lower crate. I might have caught you off guard. And guess what? It's sold to Kelly Vladerchek. Done. Lower crate. Sold. Holy moly, just like that. There it is. Wow, that came out of nowhere. Maybe threw you for a curveball there. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Rat's now at 60. And now Chase Arnold. Next on Merciful Fate. Great White. We're not done. The high bid is $92 right now. Also, we have Extreme. That album's back out of print. This is a red vinyl pressing, limited to 1,000, sealed for $44.99. That's going to be an instant seller. And then over here is Typo Negative, Bloody Kisses. Green with black swirl, sealed for $37.99. And Wasp Eldorado, 180 gram, unopened, a 2015 orange vinyl, $29.99. It's up to one person on Great White, and I think that's Jamie Butler. Rat has a bid for $60. We've already sold Merciful Fate. Next thing is John Durden on Typo Negative, Bloody Kisses, sold. Stephen Parton was second. JetBlue third. Daniel Strom on Extreme. And that just leaves Wasp there. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? Has everybody hit the like button on YouTube? Folks, this is fast-packed action night. It's Thursday. We're going through records. There's going to be multiple claims by multiple people on multiple different platforms. Let me ask you this. Have you put your kids to bed? Have you told your wife good night? Have you walked your dog and fed your cats? For the next 6 hours, I need your undivided attention. You wait all week for this. Make sure you're in your recliner. You've buckled up. You have no distractions. TV's turned off. And you are laser focused, or you're going to miss something. You're going to miss the record you've been waiting for your whole life. You're going to be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I took 1 second to go over here and kick the cat out of the house, and now Chad has sold a Holy Grail for $4. Holy moly, what am I doing? Great White is now at 100, and Tyler Hubry's out. What is the accept? It is compilation of the best of Balls to the Walls, Restless and Wild. It's signed by Herman Frank. It's JSA authenticated, and it's a $35 buy it now. It's signed. Over here, we have Wasp, and this did get sold too. Wasp also sold, and Wasp sold to Sean Schaefer. Hope everybody's laser focused right now. You're going to miss something. You better turn off your oven, put your go outside in the yard if you have to. Megadeth, sealed, $34.99 for in-game. That is sealed for $34.99. Jar of Flies, $27.99. Shrink Wrap Hop Sticker, that's the new remaster, 2024. And we have Ozzy, patient number 9, sealed on another crystal colored vinyl. It does have the comic book with Todd McFarlane. That is sealed for $44.99. It's been redacted, so you couldn't do a sneak attack. Great White is officially sold to Jamie Butler for $100. That's sold to Jamie Butler. That was a Japanese promo copy. Nice. Beautiful vinyl. Holy moly. And then Rat only got one bid, and now this is sold. Just one bid for $50. Unbelievable. $60. Paul Catrich. $60 sold to Paul Catrich. That is done. Let's put that away. Looks like we need more new auctions, but let's go ahead and tag these claims. Nick Galletti first on Megadeth, then Jeffrey Walker, Jeremy Rourke first on Ozzy, Bob Riger next on Megadeth, then Todd Fisher, then Dwayne Seville, then Buddy Cordova, then Scott Markheim. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's Tool, 10,000 Days. This has never been officially released on vinyl. If you see a copy of this, there's no way it's an official original pressing. They're all bootlegs. Don't ask me why Maynard and the crew doesn't put this out. Who knows? They're Tool. They can do whatever they want. This is EX, a $40 start. Obviously not hurting for money. This is a $40 start. It's a bootleg on orange marble vinyl. These are usually CD rips. High resolution, so everyone I've ever heard sounds amazing. Nothing to worry about there. That's now up for bid. Next auction is going to go up right now. It's Grim Reaper. Grim Reaper is called Fear No Evil. It's a 1985 USOG. It's possibly an Indianapolis press. That's what Seth said. The vinyl's VG++. We're going to put it up for just a $20 starting bid. It does have some edge wear right here. That's now up for bid. Grim Reaper. Over here, Judas Priest Painkiller. Wow. 2017, $22.99 on Judas Priest. And Wasp, 180 gram colored vinyl of their self-titled album. That is $29.99. Except Buddy Cordova said he would take it for $35. Thank you. Now, whoever's tagging, what I want y'all to do is draw me a spreadsheet on a piece of paper, or you can do it on a spreadsheet. Jake, Tanner, G. We need the buyer's name and this JSA code. And when I find that card, we'll mail it to you, okay? It's around here somewhere. I have way too many autographs that are authenticated. It's a project. I don't let anybody touch them except me, and they're everywhere around here. So we'll keep a log. Buddy Cordova, there's a little JSA card that's supposed to come with this. It really doesn't affect the value. You've got the authentication. You got everything you need. When I find that, I'll mail it to you, okay? It'll probably just come literally in an envelope. Ed usually puts them between cardboard, and we mail them out to people all the time whenever we find them. So thank you, Buddy Cordova. That's owed to you. All these CDs back here are autographed. I hadn't shown them. We're going to be slipping them in one at a time. Let's sell every one of them tonight. So Buddy Cordova got that for $35. And then Tool, 50, Tool, 75, Tool, 40, Tool, 100, Tool, 105, Grim Reaper, 20, Tool, 125, Tool, 40, Grim Reaper, 20, Tool out, and Nick Galletti first on Judas Priest. Grim Reaper, 25. Scott next on Judas Priest, another 20. Bob Ryger third on Judas Priest. Then Steve Weaver. Then Mark Morris. Then Jake Gold. Tool, 130, Tool, 150. Wasp. So does Steve Weaver. Tool, 55. Grim, 22. Grim, 24. Tool out. Grim, 25. Tool, the last bid on that was Space at 150, Kelly Vlodarchek, and Grim Reapers at 25. Next in the bin, Metallica Reload. That is the 2014 edition, just $29.99. $29.99. And Soundgarden. Soundgarden's a 2022, $37.99. Tom Sullivan has Tool for $155. Metallica, so does Stephen Parton. And Grim Reaper's only at $25 with Scully Mag. We need to get that number up. Holy moly, what's going on? Tool, this is called 10,000 Days. This has never been officially released on vinyl. Like I said, if you ever see a copy of this, it's automatically a bootleg. Never, ever, ever in any country, in any place, has Tool officially licensed that for sale. So obviously bootlegs are highly desirable. It's now at 160, and now we have Soundgarden still left. Soundgarden does have a scene split. We're talking Black Hole Sun, Super Unknown is the name of the album. Let Me Down, My Way, Fell on Black Days. There is another one. Grim Reaper has a new bid. What is our next CD over here? Let's grab this one right here. And what I'm doing is over here on JSA, I basically just type in this certification, which is right here. So I'm going to type in AX17624, and that's going to pop up. It's signed by Eric Knutson, K-N-U-T-C-S-O-N. Let me spell that again. K-N-U-T-S-O-M. It's Flotsam and Jetsam Drift. Signed and JSA authenticated, a $35 start. All right, back to the bin. So Soundgarden's still available at a great price. Those new are about $45. That one has a little bit of a scene split, $37.99. Nice, Mob Rules, and it's sealed for just $29.99. A 2021 press, sealed, $29.99. Winger, this is the Friday music press in green or gold vinyl, $37.99 on that. And Tool, live in Lollapalooza, another unofficial, $34.99. Tools at $212, Tools at $215. How much is Soundgarden? $37.99. The Flotsam and Jetsam CD is a $35 start. Now Grim Reaper, the most recent bid is Kenny Stanley and Rick Castle. They're tied at $30. Kenny has it for $30. Rick, you're out. And then over here we got Tool. That's so to Stephen Parton, then Mark Stanley, and then Scott Dwallow. Now, I can also order this. I'm pretty sure I can still get this one. And it's about that same price. If anybody wants on the Tool live waiting list, just let me know. This is actually something I'm pretty sure I can still get. Just saying. You might want that, okay? So if you want on a waiting list, go ahead and put Tool, WL. They'll write down your name. I'll call them out. We'll sell it to you. We have AC/DC Power Up, $22.99, black vinyl. Still nobody on Black Sabbath. That's a great price. These have went up in cost. If I were to order this new right now, it would be $49.99. Same thing. Hop sticker, $29.99. No, the Flotsam and Jetsam is signed by just Eric Knutson. I guess that's how you say his name. Or Knutson. I don't think you say the N or the K in that case. Just one, $35 start. Also over here we have King Diamond, the Spiders Lullaby, and that's a $34.99. All right, so Tool. Final call on Tool. The last bid that came in was Kelly Vlodarchek at $215. We're about to sell it for $215, $215. $215, $215. Let's go back over here. Tool live waiting list. The first person on the waiting list is Kelly Vlodarchek, and then Tom Sullivan, then Scott Dwallow. And then what year is it? Lollapalooza is 1993. Bill Samus gets the Mob Rules, sold. Bob Ryger on AC/DC, sold. Justin Deckelman on K for King Diamond, sold. Scott Arnold next on AC/DC. Rick Castle next on Mob Rules. Black Sabbath already sold. Jeffrey next on King Diamond. Steve Weaver next on King Diamond. We have Periphery, Juggernaut Alpha Omega, a 2015 USOG, $39.99. Tool is sold for $215. The Kelly Vlodarchek, that is sold Final call on the Flotsam and Jetsam CD for $35, and they're still bidding on Grim Reaper. Grim Reaper's at $28 now. The last bidder before that was already at $30. Kristen Driscoll, your feed is very much far behind. Rick Castle already has it for $35. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And that next auction is Ozzy, the Ultimate Sin. Holy moly. This is an 86 U.S. Carrollton. Original under sleeve. The cover seems to have some sun bleaching on the right side of the front. EX condition. Let's go ahead and put this up for a $45 start. This is Ozzy Ultimate Sin. This album still has not been reissued except for the Ozzy box set. The inner sleeve does have some pretty bad damage on the inner sleeve, and the cover over here has some sun bleaching. So inner sleeve and cover, VG or less. The vinyl's nice EX. Ozzy's up for bid, a $40 start. Moving right along, how about Dream Theater, Octavarium, and this is a 2013 for $34.99. Flotsam and Jetsam CD can be bought for a $35 buy now, signed by Eric Knudsen. What is the Grim Reaper? Grim Reaper, Fear No Evil. It is a 1980. It is a 1985 US OG, Indianapolis Press, VG++, high bids $37. Ozzy already has bids for $40, $45, $50, and now the next claim over here was Oct to Empty Matte. That's sold, and now Ozzy's at $55. No problem, Kristen. I think you were just a little far behind over there. And then we have Howard Shaw, we have somebody said Tom Sullivan does not want on a waiting list for Tool. All right, next thing is Mastodon, Blood Mountain. Mastodon is 2015, $29.99. Nanutsen, is that how you say that name over there? Nanutsen? What was I saying? Eric Nanutsen. Thank you. Nanutsen. And then Mastodon. So to Mark Stanley, over here we have Exodus, Blood and Blood Out, clear of gold and black splatter, and that is sealed for $29.99. Grim Reaper, now at $40. Now Kristen Driscoll's up to date. And now Ozzy. It jumped up quickly. Michael Hamburger has it for $55. Still at a great price, going once, going twice on both auctions. And then over here, Deckelman on Exodus. That's sold to Justin Deckelman. Next thing we have over here is Wasp. And this is the Headless Cross. It's a 2012 on red vinyl for $27.99. There should be some half-speed masters being posted of those very soon. And Knudsen. Okay. And then Jake Gold next on Exodus, then Steve Weaver, and then Jason Wilski. Ozzy's now at $60. And we have Tool. And this is $34.99, which is a great price of Lateralis, $34.99. $34.99 on that. Charge, I don't need to be on wait list for Tool. Okay, so no waiting list for Kelly Vladarchuk either. Scott Dwallow first on Headless. That's sold to Scott. Justin. So, Scott Dwallow got Wasp, Stephen Parton first on Tool, Todd next on Wasp, then Jason Wilski, Tom Sullivan next on Tool, Chris Martin next on Wasp, and then John Durden says he will do the waiting list for Tool Lollapalooza. All right, moving right along. Megadeth Peace Sells, but who's buying? At a great price of just $29.99. They're new for $36.99 over here, typically. Next over here is Grim Reaper. What was the last comment that came in on this? Kristen Driscoll at $40. And before that was Buddy Cordova. Buddy, I think that one's up to you. That's at $40 right now of Kristen Driscoll. Over here, Ozzy. The last bid that came in on Ozzy was David Tate at $60, and Josh Jones also bid $60. So Ozzy's tied at $60. Buddy's out on Grim Reaper. That's a final call for $40. And Ozzy's at $65. Lots of people on Tool, but we're sold out. Nick Galetti on Megadeth. Josh Brown next on Megadeth. Ozzy's now at $70. Sean, we've already sold Dream Theater. And then Alice in Chains Dirt is $29.99. I'm going to have new sealed Tools here in a minute of Lateralis. I'm pretty sure they come in tonight. They're $59.99. You can't claim them right now because, one, I don't know where they're at, how many I have, and I just can't do that right now. But in a second, we're going to have new copies, but they're $59.99. $59.99 on that. Here is Ozzy Blizzard of Oz. It's sealed on silver with red swirl. Ozzy is sealed for $29.99. Ozzy's at $72 with Josh Jones. Michael Hamburger's out. I think we're done on Grim Reaper. The other bidder went out, right? Let's go ahead and sell this then. Grim Reaper. Let's go ahead and sell that. And that was with Kristen Driscoll. And Grim Reaper is sold for $40, okay? That is done, and now Ozzy 72. Stephen Parton first on Ozzy. Let's go ahead and tag that. Mark Stanley second, then Rick Castle. So Ozzy, Michael Hamburger has it for $70. If you're not Michael Hamburger, then you have been outbid. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is Hate Eternal, King of All Kings. Hate Eternal. First official vinyl reissue ever. Original released in 2002. This is sealed for a $35 start. There are no copies for sale on Discogs. That is now up for bid. Next is Travis Wade on Allison Chains. That's sold. And Chase Arnold wants me to put up Motorhead. I'll do that one next. Hate Eternal has bids for 35, now 40. Are we done on Ozzy? We're not. There was another bid for 72, now another bid for 75. Judas Priest, Angel of Retribution, $24.99. Boy, that sounds like a great price on that. Wasp inside the Electric Circus, another colored vinyl, blue, unopened for $29.99. And Metallica and Justice for All, sealed, $32.99 for Metallica and Justice for All. $32.99. Great price on that. That is sold to Stephen Parton, Nick Galletti on Judas Priest. Bob Riger was second. Hated Turtles at 40. Sean next on Judas Priest. They're still bidding on Ozzy. Let me see if I can keep up with 3 auctions. It'll be a challenge. We have a lot of people that's been waiting for an original copy of Motorhead lately. I don't know if this one is or not, but I'll try. Let's see if I can find it over here. Was that in the crate? Where did you see that at? Was that in the flip video? Because I don't even see one over here. It must have been in this video that I posted. There is so much other stuff in here. Goodness gracious. King Diamonds, Colts, Nuclear Assaults, Dangers, Killer Dwarfs, More Accepts. Pretty much the Striper and discography. I don't even see a Motorhead over here. Are you sure you seen that? Let's go over here, and we sold Metallica, Judas Priest, and Chris Martin first on Wasp. Steven next on Metallica, Todd next on Wasp, Jason next on Wasp, and then another Wasp, and then another Hate Eternal for 45, Ozzy 78, Hate Eternal 55, and then another Judas Priest. Wow, there's not much left in here. We got to sell what's left. It was in the hot post. Okay, it's in here somewhere. An Ace of Spades, Guns N' Roses, Bell Witch, Animals as Leaders, Manowar, whatever that is, Motley Crue, Gojira, Children of Bodom, Cinderella, Metal Church, Dangerous Toys, Cradle of Filth, whatever that is, Iron Maiden, Impulse, Entomb, Merciful Fate, Amorphous, Faster Pussycat. We have SOD, Nasty Savage, Carcass, MOD, Napalm Death, Ozzy, Tsunami, Iron Maiden, and Motley Crue. There is no Motorhead up here. We might have to go back to lore for that one. Next thing we have is Alice in Chains, Jar of Flies, a 2024, $27.99. Hate Eternals at $50. It's also at $55 with Justin Deckelman. Ozzy's at $85. Next over here is Soundgarden, $37.99. Does have a scene split, 2 LP near mint, $37.99. Alice in Chains, Soundgardens, Grunge Essentials, Winger is the Friday music pressing, which is always a little bit more. It's either on green or gold vinyl. That is $37.99. And then we have Periphery, Juggernaut, Alpha Omega, $39.99 on Periphery. Let's get those last 4 sold. Come on, where is everybody? So Ozzy's at $85. Josh Jones is out. Final call on that. And now Hate Eternal. The last bid was Deckelman at $55, going once and going twice. I'm going to ask Laura about a Motorhead because I do not see, there's no Motorhead up here. There might have been something wrong with it or something, another. I don't really know. I'm about to go into another vinyl. Anybody else want anything in there? She is actually not at her desk right now, so she may not even know we're asking about this. So I'll find out the status. Right now, there is no Motorhead up here, but I'll tell you what there is, about 300 other auctions. I mean, everything is requested. About 300 other auctions. I'm going to go as fast as humanly possible. Let's go into some more stuff. At this rate, we're going to be done showing, and all the metal stuff's going to be sold by 7:30 at this rate. We are going at a train going downhill with no brake speed. Here we go. Winger. Everything in there is sticker price. Everything in there is sticker price, and Ozzy is officially sold for $85. This is sold to Michael Hamburger, and Pickle just bid $86. Holy moly, I didn't think you were bidding. That has been between them two for the longest. I've already sold that for $85. That just popped up. I would have loved to kept that going. Hate Eternals now at $60 with Steve Weaver. Haven't heard back from Deckelman. That's now at $60. Going once, going twice. Next auction is going to go up right now. That next auction is going to be this. Dangerous Toys. This is called Hellacious Acres, and it's a bootleg unofficial. Hellacious Acres is an unofficial on orange vinyl. It's in shrink near mint, a $35 start on that. Over here, what is first in the crate? Paul McCartney featuring Neil Young, a bootleg unofficial, new, 2004. These are $34.99. I don't think I have a wait list. I'll check right quick. But this is $34.99. This is an unofficial Paul McCartney and Neil Young. I didn't know this had existed. Let me look it up right quick. Paul McCartney. No, I remember we had one and we sold it, and I didn't have any other copies. So that's available, $34.99. 1, 2, 3. There's that. And then over here, We have several. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got 6 of those. What a cool release. Mastodon. I haven't had Remission in a while. Mastodon's on Neon Violet. Mastodon is $33.99. I've got 2. Josh Jones wants Paul McCartney and Neil Young. What a cool release that is. And then over here, are we done on Hate Eternal? Deckelman's out. Final call on Hate Eternal. Steve Weaver has this for $60. And then over here, the next bid was Dangerous Toys, $35. Dangerous Toys, $35. Dangerous Toys, $35. Dangerous Toys, $40. Calvin Ward also bid $40. Guy Shard wants a Neil Young, Paul McCartney. We got Mark Stanley on Mastodon. Dangerous Toys, $42. Dangerous Toys, $45. Iron Maiden, Live After Death. Gatefold, 2 LP. Iron Maiden, Live After Death. I've got 2 available, $44.99. Carcass, Heartwork, Ultimate Edition. Carcass is $39.99. Dangerous Toys, Orange Vinyl Unofficial. We have 45, 50, now 52 on that. Hate Eternal's almost gone. We have Judas Priest Stained Glass for $33.99 and KK Priest. There's quite the waiting list for this. Not all of them came in. I did order them from somewhere else, so probably Monday. If anybody else wants one, let me know. 1, 2, 3, 4, KK Priest. So what I was saying is this is already sold. I have more coming from somewhere else, but they won't be here till next week. And here is the waiting list. Here's the first 4. Scott Markheim, John Bergenstorm, Jen Cast, and Buddy Cordova. This is why you want to go on a waiting list. Anytime I say, do you want to go on a waiting list, your answer is automatically, unequivocally a yes, Chad. I want to go on a waiting list. These 4 are already sold to those 4 people. And that is Scott Markheim, John Bergenstorm, Jen Cast, Buddy Cordova, Cecil Grosskopf, and Sean Druin is still on a waiting list. There's more on the way. I do have extras, so if anybody else wants one, let me know, okay? Those are all sold. Let's go back over here and see what happened. We had Dangerous Toys at 50, and then another 50, then a 52, and then Show Dangerous Toys Center Label. Is that the right record? And then Dangerous Toys 55, Scott Dwallow on Live After Death. This is sold to Scott Dwallow. Dangerous Toys 55, Tom Sullivan wants that last Mastodon. Anything that we sold out of, let me know. Dangerous Toys 58. Empty Matt on Carcass. That's sold to Empty Matt. Buddy Cordova next. Out and out. And we have Dangerous Toys 50, 57. And for some reason, Teresa B. Why does the name Teresa B keep popping up? Okay, and Hate Eternal is sold. And Hate Eternal is gone. And this is sold. And this was sold over here to Steve Weaver for $60. All right, let's take a look at Dangerous Toys. Hellacious Acres. Dangerous Toys. I think that's just a bootleg label they make, okay? That's just a bootleg label they use. This is a bootleg. Bootlegs sometimes use really crazy labels. I know that looks like the shocker, but that is the correct disc. I'll double check it right quick. I'll confirm with Laura. Also, Laura, can you confirm that we have a Motorhead Ace of Spades going up for auction tonight? Gunfighter, yeah. This is just a bootleg label. There's vintage bootlegs, and they use literally random labels they put on them. So yes, that's the correct label. It's a bootleg. They've used a fake shocker label on there, okay? Let's go over here and Dangerous Toys, Hellacious Acres. Over here, Dangerous Toys, and Teresa is at 60, and that's Teresa Brookshire, right? And that's $60. Okay, that's the high bid. That's a bootleg unofficial. Next over here is Mr. Big, Lean Into It, 30th Anniversary Edition. That is $34.99. The Ace of Spades is in the box set. Oh, there's a whole nother crate of auctions over here. Oh my gosh, I better start talking even... Holy, look at all this stuff over here. Manson, Metallica, Heaven and Hell, Machine Head, Merciful Fate and Flames, Halloween, Ozzy, Black Sabbath, Mayhem. Here it is. It's a box set. The Ace of Spades. This is what everybody's asking about. Now it is up for bid. It's a 2020 Euro reissue, 40th anniversary, 3 LP set. First LP is the original album, and LPs 2 and 3 are a live concert from 1981. All LPs are EX or better. Motorhead is a $50 start. That is now up for bid. There's Mr. Big, also Docking, now playing. That's $24.99, essentially a Docking greatest hits. And Sepultura, Beneath the Remains. Sepultura is $46.99, a 2 LP expanded Sepultura. That is available. Make sure I didn't miss any other claims there. So we sold out of that, sold out of that, sold out of this, sold out of that. And then over here we got Manson, Motorhead, Motorhead, Manson, Manson, Motorhead, Dangerous Toys. Next is Drain, and Drain is called Living Proof. That is available for $29.99. Drain, Living Proof. Is that something you ordered, Laura? And Black Label Society, 1919 Eternal. That's a 2 LP purple vinyl. What time you auction the Manson? In the next 5 minutes. So Sepultura is sold to Jason Wilski. I'm going to sell it in the next 5 minutes, so we'll have a bunch of disappointed people. All right, because it is going to take off like a rocket ship. So hope everybody has their bank on standby, your checkbook, your credit cards, and everything else. Dangerous Toys. Dan Triaga had this at 57, 58, and now Teresa still has it for 60. It is a final call. It's an orange vinyl, bootleg unofficial. Motorhead has one bid for 50. Next thing was Jason Wilsky on Sepultura, right? And that was the only claim so far. That's sold to him. And now Motorhead's at 55. Next is Winger, green vinyl, $33.99. Iron Maiden, Seventh Son of a Seventh Son. That's still available. Let me check my waiting list for Iron Maiden. IRON. Iron Maiden, the waiting list for this was absolutely nobody. Okay, so that's still available. I'm thinking about Power Slave. Show Mr. Big again. Mr. Big's right back here. 30th anniversary, $34.99. Judas Priest, Defenders of the Faith, new and sealed, $33.99. All right, so Dangerous Toys is sold to Teresa Brookshire for $60. Thank you, Teresa. That's sold to you for $60. All right, that's gone. Motorhead now has a high bid of 60. This is a 2020 Euro 40th anniversary 3LP Deluxe edition. Here we go. Hope everybody's ready. What do I have here? Marilyn Manson, a Simply Vinyl pressing. Oh, goodness. This is the 1998 UK 180 gram virgin vinyl, $325 start. Some of these have sold for as much as $773. Marilyn Manson, Simply Vinyl. These are great pressings. I've had this before. Marilyn Manson, Antichrist Superstar, $325 start. This should bring every bit of $500 or more. It's now up for bid, a $325 start. It's official. It's real. It's official. It's real. It's official. It's an official pressing of Marilyn Manson. The horse race has begun. Motorhead's now at $68. Also in here is Poison, Open Up and Say Ah, $34.99. And Tool Undertow, $33.99 for Tool Undertow. That's a 2LP, probably the most affordable 2LP Tool record you'll ever see. I'm going to go ahead and drink some more Monster because I need it. I don't know if y'all can tell, but I'm talking kind of slow tonight. All right, here we go. So, I don't remember pricing much that you ordered, Laura, unless you ordered Drain. Did you order Drain? Because I don't think I ordered Drain. Apparently some stuff. So, yeah. I didn't see much more. I don't even remember that, but if you want to, you can, but I don't remember seeing much more. All right, so let's go back to the top and see what I missed on claims, all right? We got to sell everything that's left in here, so we got a major problem. We need a lot more people participating. You guys say, yes, Chad, this, yes, Chad, that, yes, 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 yes. Very little no's being popped up tonight, okay, or passes. It should be yes and solds. Brad Miller on Poison, done. Rick Castle on Tool, sold to Rick Castle. How much was Judas Priest? $33.99, new and sealed. Brad Miller on Winger. There you go. There's a cheaper version that's in print right here for whoever made the offer on the one earlier. This is the one you might want then. Green vinyl, just $33.99, sold to Brad Miller. Robbie Summerlin on Poison, sold to Robbie Summerlin. Okay, that's sold. And then over here, Motorhead, Motorhead out, and then Motorhead. Last bid on Motorhead that came in then was $68 with Stephen Parton. Marilyn Manson, $375. It's about to be sold, and you'll wake up in the morning and wish I had bid $500 on it. Marilyn Manson's at $375, going once, going twice to Justin Deckelman. Everybody else is outbid. If you want to bid, now's the time to place a bid. Hope that you're bidding, and you're bidding right now. Next auction is Faster Pussycat. This is Wake Me Up When It's Over. Faster Pussycat is a 2016. It's limited to 2,500 copies from Rhino Rocktober, a $45 star. Manson, 400. Manson, 401. Anybody else? Let's read through these again. Somebody said, can you show the Mr. Big? Here it is. Mr. Big is $34.99. It's a 30th anniversary featuring the #1 single, To Be With You. Also includes the electric drill song, reproduced using the original analog reproduced using original master tapes, 180 gram, $34.99. Motorhead's at 70 with David Tate. James Davidson said he'll take a Judas Priest. Sold to James Davidson. Awesome. Thank you. Priest is sold. Manson, 401. Manson, $375. David's at 70 on Motorhead. 70. Manson's at 420. Over here, Faster Pussycat, 45, 45, 45. Mr. Big, 2 copies are available, $34.99. This is a live unofficial. Paul McCartney and Neil Young, Harvest Moon, Drive My Car, Blackbird, Michelle, Human Highway, Yesterday, $34.99. Jake Perganson says, give me a Mr. Big. You got it. Now there's one left. I still got the Paul McCartney, Neil Young unofficial, and Iron Maiden Live After Death. That is $44.99. It's a 2LP official pressing. We have filled up another crate, so let me do a couple switcheroos here, and let's go ahead and start filling up another I got a nice empty green crate here I'm going to start putting sold records into. Awesome. Manson, 450. Manson, 425. How much is Dr. Feelgood? That's actually a 500-piece jigsaw puzzle, $24.99. Jerry says, give me Paul. Baby, you can drive my car. Now Manson's at 480. We're going to get to the air horn. Are we done on Motorhead? I missed the bid, so I want to make sure I didn't miss anything else. David Tate has the Motorhead box, 3 LP at $70. We are about to sell that. And now we sold Paul McCartney. Next is Carcass, and this is $39.99. Heartwork Ultimate Edition. There's one Carcass left. Heartwork Ultimate Edition, $39.99. Another Judas Priest, this time stained glass for $33.99. Doc and Now Playing is $24.99. Sepultura, an expanded edition, 2 LP for $46.99. Black Label Society 1919 Eternal, 2 LP purple vinyl, $38.99. That's Zach Wild. Over here, Motorhead is sold to David Tate for $70. Marilyn Manson's at $482. Faster Pussycats at $55. Jason Wilsky does take a, that's part of the Migos set. That's the 4 Migos together. Yeah. Jason Wilsky on Carcass, Faster Pussycat at $55, and now Marilyn Manson, $482 with Tom Sullivan. Our next auction is going to go up right now. What shall that be? What shall that be? We've had a bunch of requests for this right here. This is Heaven and Hell. Heaven and Hell is Ronnie James Dio with Tony Iommi, of course, from Black Sabbath, and then Butler, Geezer Butler, and a piece. Vinny a piece. So this is a 2 LP official pressing from 2019 with poster, and this is going to go up for $125 start, and it should go up from there. We have an out on Marilyn Manson, next Winger, and then Heaven and Hell, and Black Label Brother, Black Label Society. That's sold to Jeff Harris. And then over here, the last bit on Marilyn Manson, we're so close to an air horn, 482 with Tom Sullivan. Justin Deckelman is out. So close. We almost got there. Black Label Society, I have one more left. And then Wingers on green vinyl. Wingers $33.99. Okay. You want the drain? Yeah. I'll go ahead and hand it to you. Exactly. We have Winger, that's on green vinyl for $33.99. And then Faster Pussycat 60. And then over here, we have Heaven and Hell 125 and 150. And then Iron Maiden 7 Sun was 33. And then Judas Priest last copy and Tool last copy. And those are both 2 LP, or excuse me, Iron Maiden's a single LP. Tool's a 2 LP for $33.99. All right, so let's take one more good look at this. Because the thing about Manson Records is his catalog is not really in print, okay? So for those that are maybe relatively new, and it's just like, we get a lot of requests for Manson. And then, unfortunately, I have to disappoint a lot of people when they realize how expensive they are. This album's not in print. This is probably one of the few official pressings that's been out since this album came out. They're very expensive. They're bootlegged, and even bootlegs, because you can't trade them in most places like eBay or Discogs. Just anything Marilyn Manson is expensive. This is an official pressing from Simply Vinyl, and it happens to be audiophile grade, so it's obviously the value just skyrockets. An artist as big as Marilyn Manson. So nothing's in print. I mean, a few things are, but the big albums everybody wants, like this one, they're not in print. They're absolutely not in print. So Manson is a final call to Tom Sullivan for $482. And this is an official pressing. This is an official pressing, okay? $482, that's a final call. Faster Pussycat is at $65. That's an official pressing, sealed from Rhino. And then Heaven and Hell has already jumped up to $160, okay? And that's also an official pressing. I've seen this bootlegged. I think I've maybe seen that bootlegged, and maybe, I know I've seen bootlegs of that. We've had them. So all three of those are officials, and they're going to once, going to twice across the board. Now, there's some other questions. We got a request for Merciful Fate. And then, Chad, did you see Metallica Unloaded, the one that was $29? It is gone. Metallica is sold. And then we're going to introduce the Heaven and Hell one more time. It's a 2 LP 2009 OG. This album's also not in print. Faster Pussycat's not in print. You see the trend here? Not in print, not in print, not in print. They're not being made. I can't order this. I can't back order it. Nothing. I can't order this. I can't back order it. Nothing. And definitely for Marilyn Manson. So there is the story on those. That was another great crate of new vinyl, and I think I'm ready for more. We're going to do back-to-back crates because I think the next one has some pre-orders in it. Anybody else on anything in here? One more fast read. Tool, Judas Priest, Iron Maiden, Winger, Black Label, Sepultura, Dokken, Judas Priest, Iron Maiden, Paul McCartney, Neil Young, and Mr. Big. There it is. And let me go ahead and put the few leftover records from the last crate in here as well. And that will save me some space and time. and we'll go ahead and bring over the other record. And if you change your mind on anything in here, they're available for the rest of the night. Let's go ahead and slide these off. And when I come back, it looks like Marilyn Manson's going to be sold. Let me just grab this crate and figure out. I think there's a... okay, so a couple of these came in, but the rest of them doesn't look like they've showed up yet. Okay, that's okay. We'll go ahead and show them right now. A couple of these hadn't shown up yet, but they are shipping because I got a notification. So they'll probably be here tomorrow. And boy, did I order a lot of new vinyl last night. Oh my gosh. One of my distributors messaged me. Said, are you sure you want to go ahead and release all this? Meaning, do you want to go ahead and pay for all this at once? That's how much got shipped. Because I had to reorder puzzles, ducks, air fresheners, Funkos, toys. I went through all these labels and ordered stuff I never had ordered before. I was like, golly, the rate we're selling new vinyl, I've got to spend some time on here, and I did. Manson, gone. We don't get these too often, maybe a few times a year. OG pressings, or officials, I should say. Don't get these too often at all. We might see another one next week. You might see another one in 6 months. Sold to Tom Sullivan for $482. Now, over here, Faster Pussycat. This is a 2016 US, limited to 2,500 copies. This is a sealed 2015. Sealed 2015. T-Bass Energy has it for $70, and Heaven and Hell is now at $300. No, it's at $275. $275. There's that. So let's slide these down, and let's get a going here, okay? Now, so this is a great new release that's coming out. A great new release that's coming out. Over here, though, I've only got 2 in, so they probably split the shipment. So don't worry if you pre-ordered. There's definitely more on the way. And it looks like I've got pre-orders for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people, okay? And I think I ordered 6. So there's going to be 1 extra show up tomorrow if anybody wants to claim it. Please, no ever putbacks on box sets. That's one of my strongest policies. If you pre-order a box set or you claim a box set, 100% commitment, okay? It's Metal Church, the remastered collection from 99 to 2013. So Metal Church, and by the way, Ed didn't mark these because he needed a price. They are $169.99. You get these albums, Metal Church, $169.99, and they're all 2 LPs. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 LP box set. 10 LP box set, $169.99. The first 2 people for sure are Ken Crooker and Michael Carpenter. So make sure these go in for $169.99. 1 for Ken Crooker and 1 for Michael Carpenter. Okay, so those are sold and sold. $169.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. There should be 1 extra tomorrow. Tom Sullivan, you're next, then Jeff Brindley, and then Robert Matthews. And I know for sure they're coming. They probably split our shipment because we got so much stuff in today. All right, Faster Pussycat, $85. What is Heaven and Hell? Heaven and Hell's at $333. It's a 2009 USOG with poster. That's Dio, Iommi, Butler of Peace, The Devil You Know. If anybody else wants that last Metal Church box set when they show up tomorrow, you can take down your name right now and I'll tag it for you. Next is Nasty Savage Indulgence. Nasty Savage is a 1987 USOG. Man, here's something I don't get too often. This is with insert EX condition, a $30 start. $30 start on Nasty Savage. It does have the original insert. Nice jacket, $30 start on Nasty Savage. That's now up for bid. Right now, the high bid on Heaven and Hell, the last bid that I seen come in on that, Heaven and Hell, what was that last bid? It was $333 of MT matte. Now Nasty Savage is up for bid. Next thing in here is Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind. Iron Maiden is $33.99. Peace of Mind. It's original released in 83, of course. That's the remaster. And here's the very nice Black Sabbath debut cut from the original master by Kevin Gray, limited edition Rhino High Fidelity, and this is $39.99. $39.99. Let me make sure I didn't have anybody waiting for one of those to come in. Let me type in Black Sabbath. The only wait list I have for Black Sabbath is the Paranoid, which I don't know when those are going to come back in. So if you don't have one of these already, you need to say, Chad, yes, give me one. But man, I have sold a lot of those already. Goodness gracious. Are we done on Faster Pussycat? The last bid was T-Bass Energy at $86. And that means Nick Bargeron, you have been outbid. MT Matt gets Heaven and Hell for $333. That is sold for $333. Jake Perganson wants a Black Sabbath. Jeff Hallsworth wants a Black Sabbath. And now Nasty Savage is at 40. Let's put up another record. Still got Iron Maiden, still got Black Sabbath. And guess what? I've got another Iron Maiden, and that is Somewhere in Time for $34.99. Over here, Greg Gabber on Black Sabbath, sold. And I think I got one more up front on my rack, John Mincemoyer. That way you don't have to go on a waiting list. I'll go ahead and grab it right now. But let's go ahead and introduce another auction. And since we're speaking of Black Sabbath, let's go ahead and put one up for bid. Yeah, I got one right here. And it's a 1970 USOG club copy. Here it is. It's going to go up for a $50 start. This is 1970 pressing. It's nice, too, for a Black Sabbath from 70. These are usually kind of beat up. A $50 start. $50 start. Black Sabbath is a 1970 RCA club copy. That's now up for bid. I'm going to make sure Nick Bargeron's done on Faster Pussycat. If he says out, then we're going to go ahead and sell that to T-Bass for $86. And then Nasty Savage, the last bid that came in on Nasty Savage, they're still getting bids, okay? And then over here, let me step right up front because I don't want to, we can start a waiting list, but if we got one on hand, let's go ahead and give it to them, right? If we got one on hand, let's just go ahead and give it to them. And that is right here, Black Sabbath. Why is all the doors shut up here? Everybody's left me. That's okay. We still got Laura. She's working on some stuff. I do have one more Black Sabbath up here on the rack. That's excellent. Fantastic. Let's do it. Also got these little, I meant to give these to you, Laura, and get some quick research on them. I don't know what they are. There's these little, well, I'll show you next time, or I'll tell you about them. Okay, so this is Soda John Mincemoyer. You're done, okay? There's that, and then the next LP in here is Stevie Ray Vaughan, and there was a waiting list for this. Sky is Crying. Let's look this up right quick. Stevie, and the waiting list for Stevie was Noah Colwell and Brian DeLeon. Noah, you get one, and Brian DeLeon gets one. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? We currently have 344 people watching on all platforms right now. Whoa, that's a lot. All three platforms, 344 watching on Twitch, YouTube, X, and Facebook right now. Wow. These are sold, and that's sold to Noah Colwell and Brian DeLeon. Those are done and done. And then next over here is Faster Pussycat. This is sold to T-Bass Energy. T-Bass Energy gets this one for the winning bid of $86. Unfortunately, I never did hear back from Nick Bargeron on that. John, you did get that. Nick's bid just came up. Dang it, Nick. I lost you there for a long time. You just missed Faster Pussycat. Hopefully you have your dog officially walked now. Nasty Savage, what was the last bid? Alonzo had it for $50. Jason also bid $50. James Lavender, no, that's Black Sabbath bids. NS and BS, oh boy. NS and BS. Nasty Savage is at $50 with Alonzo. Okay, I'm going to say that once. That's at $50 with Alonzo. Indulgence, $50 with Alonzo. If you're not Alonzo, you don't have the high bid. If you think you have bid again, if you think you are higher, just go ahead and bid again. Mark Stanley has Black Sabbath for $50. Mark Stanley has that for $50. $55, okay? That's our high bid on those. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is Manowar, Kings of Metal. And Manowar is a 2011 limited edition orange vinyl with insert. It's a 2 LP for a $25 start. Now Nasty Savage has another bid. And there's the insert, and this is from Back on Black. And this is a 2 LP Manowar, a $25 start. Next in here is the Bee Gees, perfect for Metal Night. Timeless, all-time greatest hits of the Bee Gees, a 2 LP, $39.99. One copy of Gin Blossom's New Miserable Experience. I went ahead and ordered this. There was a pre-order for like a record store day, splatter vinyl. The label canceled that release. So it will not be coming out, just FYI. So I went ahead and went back to the old version, black vinyl, Gin Blossoms, $34.99. Okay, and then Man of War's at 25, Nasty Savage at 60, Black Sabbath still getting bids. Everything is still getting bids right now. 3 pretty busy auctions, including Nasty Savage. That's something I don't see too often. $60 on that. Black Sabbath is a 1970 OG club. It's at $56. And then Man of War has one bid for 25. Steven wants B. He put a B, and he did get the BGs. There's one BGs left if anybody wants that. And here's the other KK Priest, which I don't have a wait list for because I don't think I've had it in the last week or so. Sermons of the Sinner. Thunderbolt red vinyl. KK Priest also includes the CD. Also includes the CC, KK. KK Priest includes the CD. $29.99. Black Sabbath 57. Nasty Savage 65. Man of War's at 27. That's where we're at on those. Also, Van Halen remastered. If you hadn't heard, these Van Halen remasters are phenomenal. Van Halen, $33.99. 180 gram, new and sealed. Brad Miller says, I'll take the other BG's Timeless. Thank you, Brad Miller. That's So Do You, gone. Now John Durden on Van Halen. That's an amazing sounding remaster. Running with the Devil. Ain't Talking About Love. Atomic Punk. Black Sabbath is at $60. Gerald Whitworth says, I'll take a KK Priest. Scott Yoakumstaller on Van Halen. Those are now gone. 0 left. And now Man of War is at 30. Are we done on Nasty Savage? Alonzo bid 65. That means Dean Tefford, he goes back to you. What about the middle album there, Black Sabbath? Travis bid 58. That means Mark Stanley, you're back out. And now over here, we've got 2 copies of Megadeth. So far, so good, so what? Megadeth is $34.99. I've got 2 there, and I've got some more in another crate. What about Winger? We sold out of self-title earlier. Here's Pull on red vinyl. We don't get either one too often. $33.99. Now Black Sabbath 60. Now Black Sabbath 64. Excuse me, now Black Sabbath 61, now Man of War 35. Now Black Sabbath 70. So it's up to Dean Tefford on the Nasty Savage. Hammer's up. I've already asked one. I'm going to ask one more time. Alonzo has it for 65. It's a final call. Now Man of War is at 45. Also in here, we got Testament. And I've got 2 copies of the Legacy. That's on purple and blue and red marble vinyl. Testament is $29.99. Purple, red, and blue marble vinyl, $29.99. Man of War, 40. Now 45. Buddy's out. And then Black Sabbath is in EX condition. Brad Miller on Winger. That's sold to Brad Miller. Sold. Black Sabbath, we've graded it EX. It's actually really nice for a 70 Black Sabbath pressing. Green Warner Brothers RCA Club Edition. Nice. Yes. I mean, EX for this. Very, very nice. Those test comments, those are not test my feed. That's Testament. Sold to Steve Weaver and Sean Lee Hooker. Those are sold and sold. And then over here we got Man of War 50. Man of War 50. I lost somebody on Nasty Savage, so we got to go ahead and sell this. That's sold to Alonzo for $65. Thank you, Alonzo. Stevie Ray Vaughan was $39.99. Okay, there's that. And let's go over here. Man of War and Black Sabbath is still getting bids. All right, so let's move these over. Let's put up something else. Let's put something else over here from the high-end bin. What Man of War is that? What is Black Sabbath? And then over here, we got Dio, the last in line. Don't get that too often. $39.99. It's actually a UK import. $39.99 for Man of War. Next is going to go up right now. Let's knock out a box set. Oh, man, this is pretty dang sweet right here. You get a 5 LP box set of Pantera. A 2015 U.S. limited edition. 5 LP set. Each is a different color. It is missing a 7-inch. All LPs are EX or better. You get Cowboys from Hell, Vulgar, Far Beyond Driven, Great Southern Trendkill, Reinventing the Steel. It is a 5 LP box, no 7-inch, a $95 start on Pantera box set. Man of War, Kings of Metals, a 2 LP, orange vinyl pressing. It's at $65. And then I think we're done on Black Sabbath. I saw an out, I saw a question, but there's no other bids. Black Sabbath's at 70, and we're about to sell it. Next over here is Dio, and Dio is sold to Kenny Roll. That is sold. Harold, I'm sold out of Stevie Ray Vaughan's, but I will put you on a waiting list, okay? I will put you on a waiting list. We have a new bid on Black Sabbath for $71. George Harris says Black Sabbath +1. Now there's a new bid for $71. Now Pantera's already at $103. And then the CDs aren't for sale right now. Next is Napalm Death. This is Harmony Corruption. Napalm Death is $38.99. The only CD I have left right now is this one, which is Flotsam and Jetsam. It's autographed by Eric Knudsen or something like that. Drift, it's JSA authenticated, $35. These are all autographed, and we're going to be selling them later. They're all $35 starting bids. They're all autographed and authenticated. Now, Jim Berg gets a Napalm Death. Now, all of a sudden, Black Sabbath is getting new bids, and now Pantera's getting new bids. William Thornton wants a Napalm Death. Those are sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. We still got 2 Dios. Enough's Enough is a Friday music pressing. That should be on green vinyl for $39.99. Darren Chrisman, if it's okay with you, I will put you on a waiting list for Napalm Death. I only had 2. They're sold. Darren, those will be back in next week. I got you down on a waiting list, lest he say otherwise. Harold Ackerman on a Stevie Ray Vaughan waiting list. Sky's Crying. He also gets a Dio, and so does Jason Wilski. Now Pantera's at 110, and all of a sudden Black Sabbath has woken up from the dead, and Manowar is still getting bids. Now Manowar's at 78, now Black Sabbath's at 77, and now Pantera's at 110, and that means James Lavender, you're out, and everybody else that was bidding. And now Black Sabbath 80, now Manowar 88, and Darren says he is okay with that. And here's another Rammstein Rise. Rammstein's a 2 LP remastered for $49.99. Sorry, I can barely speak English, so my German's a little weak, okay? German's a little weak. If I ever went over to Germany, they would know I'm not from Germany. They'd be like, where is this hillbilly from? Holy moly. We got Rebecca on Rammstein. That's so to Rebecca Dragon over on Twitch. Thank you. What a great crate. And let's go through those again. So Black Sabbath's now at 80. Everybody else is out. Mark Stanley has it for 80. Manowar's at 88. Now it's at 95. And now Pantera's at 125 with James Lavender. Rebecca's out. So the 5 LP Pantera box set, 125 with James Lavender. Going a once, going a twice. Alice in Chains box set's next. You might want to stand by for that. Yes, I did say the words Alice in Chains and box set in the same sentence. Next is Brad Miller, says he'll take the other Rammstein. That is sold to Brad Miller. That's done. Over here, Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind. Gatefold remastered, 180 gram, 33. Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time, $34.99. Mostly Iron Maidens left in here. And then a random Gin Blossoms, $34.99. KK Priest, $29.99. KK Priest, $29.99. That's on red vinyl. I've got 3 left on those. Over here, Megadeth, So Far So Good So What, $34.99. 2 left. Wingers on red vinyl, $33. Enough's Enough's $39. Manowar, $98. Manowar 101. George Scherer, Did You Go Out on Black Sabbath? Mark Stanley has it for $80. I'm waiting for one person, George Scherer. And Mark Stanley has it for $80. He's had it for about 2 minutes. It's a final call. It's all up to George Scherer. What is Pantera? It's a 2015 U.S. limited edition 5 LP box set. Each LP is a different color. All the original Pantera metal albums, pre-glam stuff, of course. That's never been reissued. And it's all EX or better. It is missing the 7-inch. It's got a high bid of 125 of James Lavender, and it's a final call. We sold out of Rammstein. Did you say there was a Drift CD? No, it's Drift by Flotsam and Jetsam. It's autographed by the lead singer, and it's a $35 buy it now, autographed by the lead singer. Now Black Sabbath has a new bid for $85. We have a So Far So Good. That is sold to Wesley Stover. I actually have 1 left in there, and I have a few more in another crate if anybody wants to see them. Anybody else? We might change it up for just a second and do a check condition bin while I introduce new auctions. I've got 2 more crates of new vinyl. Laura's also working on some stuff. We've got vintage. We got new vinyl. That's obviously top priority right now because most of the new vinyl is all metal and new releases and stuff like that. But I'm going to go ahead and jump over to one pre-owned vintage bin right quick. We're going to browse through that. Back here in the bag, those are all puzzles, you see. Motley Crue, Kiss, Def Leppard, those are 500-piece jigsaw puzzles. We have sold over, I guess, 100 this week. It's been a lot. We had a, plus, if you count waiting list, for sure. So those are 500-piece puzzles, $24.99. All right, so next is Manowar, 105. Black Sabbath 85, he's out, so now that's a final call. Manowar 110, Manowar 111, Enough's Enough's 39, and Peace of Mind is sold to Rick Casel. And he is out on Pantera, and so let's go ahead and sell this. Pantera sold to James Lavender for $125. Ross Way on So Far So Good. Ross, are you a first-time buyer? If you are a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer. Let's go ahead and introduce a new auction so nobody go anyway. Ross, if you are a first-time buyer, just let me know, okay? So Far So Good. You've had a YouTube channel for a long time, so welcome. And if you want that, just say yes, sold. And then we need you to fill out the first-time buyer form, okay? First-time buyer form. Ross, first-time buyer form. The link is in the description of this video. This is so to you. If anybody else wants any more, I have more. We have already filled up 4 crates full of vinyl tonight. There's Enough's Enough. It is $39.99. Manowar. There's a new bid on Black Sabbath. John Kaiser, $87. He's in. Kings of Metal. Manowar is a 2011 limited edition orange vinyl. And Manowar is at $111. Jim Sedal, you're out. And then over here, Black Sabbath. George Scherer, you've been outbid. John Kaiser's in. 1970. Clean copy. 87. EX condition. 87's the high bid now. Let's swap out crates. I got to do a lot of crate swapping, all right? Let me swap out these crates. 4 full crates already tonight. That's what happens when I go full speed or nothing for about 2 hours straight going through all these pre-orders and new arrivals. Holy moly. I think John's got some excellent looking check condition stuff here. This is where you might pick up some classic rock, pop, soul, jazz, Disney, soul, and other stuff like that you may be looking for. That's the kind of crate we're about to go through. And then I've got back-to-back crates of new vinyl coming up. But we better keep it slightly balanced by going through this one. So let's go ahead and bring it over. I have auctions galore. We're going to be here auctioning stuff for hours. So even if we run out of, quote, metal, even if we run out of, quote, metal in the bins, we're going to have nothing but new arrivals because John's marked 5 crates. I've got discount stuff to go through. But as far as like new stuff, we can go through a lot, actually. So Melissa's on deck. Yes, thank you. Hopefully it's an OG. Chase, it seems like everything you asked for ends up being a reissue or a repress. All right, here we go. I've had a few cafe lattes. That was it. That was a settlement. I can have as many as you want. You want one, George? They're delicious. Kramer, you've got to stop your racing. Well, that's I'm talking a little fast, but I feel pretty fine. You want one, George? They're delicious. We got Manowar, 120, and Black Sabbath at 92. Let's go ahead and introduce more auctions then. These have getting into extended battle time, okay? We call this over here extended battle time. Gracious. All right. They have out their swords. They are sharpening their stones. It is war. It's Thursday night metal night. Raw is roar. Raw is war. The glass is about to break. Do you smell what the Rock is cooking? Enter the Undertaker. Mankind from the top rope. Merciful Fate, don't break the oath. Merciful Fate is an 84 USOG. A1 in dead wax. Oh, wow. A1 in dead wax. A true first press. EX, that's high grade. Original inner sleeve. $65 start. Wow. 3 auctions now up for bid. Let's figure out what left off. I left off. We have this. Ross is a first-time buyer. Ross, make sure you fill out that first-time buyer form, please. We have a request for Wrathchild. Over here, Manowar, 114. Black Sabbath, 90. Black Sabbath, 92. Manowar, 120. We have Black Sabbath, 97. Merciful Fate, 65, 85, 95. Wow. Black Sabbath, 97. Manowar is at 120. We're waiting for one person. He disappears sometimes. He says he's out. His name's Nick Bargeron. Final call on that for 120. Here we go. Santana's Greatest Hits, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Roy Orbison, The Roy Orbison Way, VG condition, $12.99. We have the Monkees in mono, their debut, VG, $9.99. Fleetwood Mac Penguin, I can go through a crate like this in a jiff, VG, $12.99. The Barry Goldberg Blues Band, Blowing My Mind, in shrink wrap, orange, yellow label, VG, $24.99, excuse me. The Drifters, boy, I don't see that one too often. VG Plus, $24.99. Two-Tone Atlantic, VG Plus, $24.99. Black Sabbath, $100. The Fantastic 5 Keys, a 62 mono, VG, $19.99. And Frost Music VG, $14.99. Manowar is sold to Jim Sedal for $120. Sold to Jim Sedal for $120. Thank you. First-time buyers, $8 in limited shipping. Some people buy 1 record a week. It's $8 shipping. Some people buy 100 records, 3,000 CDs, and 800 cassettes, and we still only charge them $8. You can buy as much as you want. The cutoff is Saturday night. We got tonight till probably 1:30 a.m., all night tomorrow night, all night Saturday night. I'll be here. Keep buying. Buy as much as you physically can, not financially, just physically can. You'll figure out the finances later, okay? All that is dust in the wind. Blowing in the Wind. We have Merciful Fate at $95. Next, Black Sabbath, $100. We have a request for Carcass. Merciful Fate's at $70. You're late. It's already at $95. Next is Stephen Parton on Fleetwood Mac. Sold. Brad Miller on the Monkees. Hey, hey, we're the Monkees. That's sold to Brad Miller. Black Sabbath 102. Nick Barger on Roy Orbison. Sold. Merciful Fate 100. Merciful Fate 125. And Black Sabbath, I'm waiting for one person, George Scherer. George Scherer, 100. I'm waiting for another person, John Kaiser. John Kaiser, 102. Now I'm waiting for George Scherer again. We have the best of Eric Burdon and the Animals, VG Plus, $14.99. Joe Tex, Live and Lively, VG, $12.99 with Hop Sticker. Jim Croce, Life and Times, One Less Set of Footsteps, EX, $12.99. Jimi Hendrix, In Concert, 2LP, VG, $26.99. And Cheech and Chong, Up in Smoke. There they are. They loved smoking cigarettes. Cheech and Chong is VG $14.99. All right, let me try to find all these auctions that have been requested. I honestly don't know what even some of them look like. Here we go. Carcass. A 2002 US. It's on limited edition Coke bottle vinyl with insert Carcass, a $35 start. That's now up for bid. Next, Stephen Parton on JC. That's Jim Croce. One Less Set of Footsteps. We got a request for MOD. Stephen Parton got Cheech and Chong. Black Sabbath 105. Merciful Fate 155. We have William next on Cheech, Susie next on Cheech, and then Scully, and then Scott, and then John, and then Chris, and then Steve, and then Bill, and then Bob. Holy moly, we need to order some Cheech and Chong. Grand Funk, we're an American band. This is on black vinyl, VG Plus, $24.99. Carcass, $35 start. Merciful Fate, last bid on Merciful Fate was MT Matt at $135. John Mincemoyer, $155. And then what about Black Sabbath? I think it's up to John Kaiser now. He's back in at $107. Now Carcass is at $50. We're going through new vintage stuff, check condition. Wow, early Elvis here. It's actually a reissue, even though it's from '64. VG Plus for King Creole. Not a bad cover, though. $24.99. Funk, sold to Wesley Stover. Which Carcass? Symphonies of Sickness. Over here is Elijah Fanfares. Never seen that before. Elijah. Wow, another record on Sounds of the South. Crazy. I found another record on Sounds of the South. That's that first Leonard Skinner label. VG Plus $19.99. The Temptations, Getting Ready. Nice. VG, that's a classic one there. Ain't Too Proud to Beg's on there. Get Ready's on there. It's a 66 OG VG $19.99. Over here, Urban Cowboy soundtrack and original 2LP VG $9.99, and Rowan and Martin's Laugh In VG $9.99. Merciful Fate Final Call $155. George Scherer, it goes back to you on the Black Sabbath. Down, down, down. That's that guitar lick on that song Black Sabbath. By Black Sabbath on the album Black Sabbath. Sick, that's Amanda Darby, right? On Urban Cowboy, thank you. New bid on Black Sabbath for $110. And then over here is Jerry Garcia, 1976 Terre Haute, VG Plus $26.99. Wow, one bid on Carcass, is that it? Final call, Steve Weaver, $50. We're about to sell this to Steve Weaver for $50. A going to once, a going to twice. Next is California Jam 2. That's Santana, Dave Mason, Hart, Ted Nugent, Errol Smith, Rubicon, Van, VG Condition, $14.99. And Thick as a Brick, Jethro Tull, VG $16.99. VG $16.99. That has the original opened up newspaper cover. Now Carcass is at $55. Now Black Sabbath's at $110. Over here is Merciful Fate, and this is officially sold. And Merciful Fate is gone. Hammer is up, and I'm slamming it down. Sold to Johnson Mincemoyer for $155. No more bids on that. Sold. Carcass is not an OG. I'll go over it again. Black Sabbath is still getting bids. And over here is Carcass. Symphonies of Symphonies. Sickness of Symphonies. Symphonies of Sickness. It's a 2002 US, a limited edition Coke bottle clear vinyl with insert. And that has a high bid right now of Carcass. And Carcass is at $50, and that was with Steve Weaver. And then now it's at $55 with Jim Berg. And then over here, we got John McPatry on Jethro Tull to be Thick as a Brick. Rick Castle next. And then Brian Call wants California Jam. And then Carcass is at $60. And then here is the Birds, the Bees, and the Monkees. VG Plus $14.99. The bottom seam has some splitting. It's VG Plus $14.99. We got a request for Wrathchild America. Let's do it. We got 100 metal auctions still to do tonight. It's 8:07. That's why I'm in full turbo mode. Everybody's doing a really good job bidding and keeping up with the bids. Fantastic. Wrathchild America is a 1989 USOG. It has a promo stamp on the front. Gold stamp promo, hop sticker. It does have some cover wear. It is a cutout record, probably because it's a promo, not a promo label. It does have an inner sleeve, direct metal mastering. It is EX Plus or better, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Wrathchild's up for bid. George Burleson on Jerry Garcia sold. Carcass, $65. Black Sabbath, $115. Wrathchild's a $35 start. Next is the Doors. Weird Scenes Inside the Gold Mine. VG Plus, $19.99 on the Doors. Eric Clapton was here. VG Condition, $14.99. Yes, yesterday's VG Condition, $9.99. Over here is Walt Disney presents all the songs from Winnie the Pooh. Wow, Disney record coming out of nowhere. VG, $9.99. Wrathchild, $40. Wrathchild, $40. Wrathchild, $45. Carcass out. Carcass is at $65. John Kaiser, back to you on Black Sabbath. Now it's at $117. Wrathchild is at $55. Kelly Vlodderchek on Disney. And now we have John Durden next. Black Oak, Arkansas. Ranch and Roll Live. VG, $9.99 on that. Fanny, Rock and Roll Survivors. Fanny's in VG Plus, $14.99. A lot of poos on the comments. Fanny Hill, VG, $24.99. A 72 Terre Haute. Wrathchild's now at $60. And lots of Disney. Holy moly. Black Sabbath at $117 though. Are we done on Carcass? Hammers up on Carcass. I'm about to sell it. Carcass, Steve Weaver was at $60. Then we had a bid for $65 with Jim Berg, and Steve Weaver's out, so we're about to sell it. Over here, Derek and the Dominoes, Layla, Eric Clapton, VG Condition, $14.99. Brian Call on Black Oak, that's sold to Brian Call. And Chad, I put Pooh.Disney. The first person on Disney was Kelly Vlodderchek, then John Durden, then Robert Barnett, then Susie Breedlove, then David Tate, then Dan Triaga. Holy moly, a lot of people on that one. Last Puff, Spooky Tooth, that's VG Plus, $14.99. Wrathchild's at $55. That is already a higher bid in. Wrathchild's already at $67, Danny. And now, Legalized Cannabis over on YouTube. What a handle. Legalized Cannabis on Fanny. Who are you? Are you a first-time buyer? I'll sell to you. Legalized Cannabis. There's that. And then how much was Jerry Garcia? Jerry Garcia album that you claimed was $26.99. And then Rebecca, first on Spooky Tooth. And then over here we have Wrathchild America, $75. We have Jackie DeShannon, Put a Little Love in Your Heart. EX Edition, $12.99 on that. And Stories is VG Plus, $14.99. I just got to confirm that you are a first-time buyer legalized, so let me know if you are. If so, I need you to fill out the first-time buyer form. I got to make sure that comes in, and if that comes in and you're registered, then you're good to buy, okay? Next thing is Robin Trower, In City Dreams, VG, $9.99. What happened over here on Black Sabbath? What happened over here on Black Sabbath? Are we still bidding? Are we still done? Are we done? Are we going? Are we stopped? Who had the last bid? The last bid was John Kaiser, $117. I'm waiting for George Scherer to bid again. John Kaiser, $117. Carcass is definitely sold. This is sold to Jim Berg for $65. Thank you, Jim Berg. This is sold to you for $65. That's sold. And then over here, we have Wrathchild America. Wrathchild America over here. Wrathchild America has a high bid of $69, now $75, and now $77. We're at $77. Wow, Lord just delivered another crate. Great. I'm going to go ahead and put back the album that was claimed, Fanny, to Legalize Cannabis, unless we can get him to fill out the first-time buyer form, and then, because I don't think they're actually buying stuff. And then Wrathchild America is at 77 with MT Matt. Shakedown on Robin Trower, so there's that. How much is Derek and the Dominoes? Derek and the Dominoes was VG Condition, $14.99. It is a vintage reissue. That's a 70s pressing on RSO. The original is on Atco. Over here, we have main titles from The Empire Strikes Back. Wow, I've never seen that Star Wars record. It's from Peter Pan, 1980 VG. It's kind of like a knockoff, though. It's kind of like a messed up Yoda. And it's kind of like a messed up C-3PO, $16.99 on that. What's the bid on Black Sabbath? $117. $117 over here, okay? Final call on Wrathchild. And now, first thing we have is $117. John Kaiser has it. George, it was all up to you. Wrathchild's a final call for $77. And then first, Kelly on Star Wars, then William, then Dan Triaga. Next auction is going to go up right now. What do we have here? I don't know if anybody caught this here, but this is pretty amazing, okay? This is a 2021 Alice in Chains facelift box set. Yes, you heard me correctly. So this one's out of print. This is one of the first deluxe box sets they did, and it went out of print. This was probably the shortest run, and this is a $375 start. So the Alice in Chains facelift box is a deluxe edition. They only did 2,000. That's why it's so in demand. The other ones they've made a few more of, but they're still kind of hard to get. I don't want to handle it all. It's beautiful, though. Look at the jacket. The jacket's like this really cool refractor cover. It is a deluxe edition, $375. It is 2 Zoetrope picture disc, a book, a sticker sheet, poster, slip mat, a sealed cassette, a backstage pass, and 4 art prints. Wow. So 2 Zoetrope picture disc, a book, a sticker, a poster, a slip mat, a sealed cassette, a backstage pass, and 4 art prints. That's now up for bid, a $375 start. It is complete. $375. Everything is there. Yes. Black Sabbath got a new bid for $120. $120. Over here, Jared Inc. said sold. And Jared Inc. asked about Derek and the Dominoes. That's sold to Jared Inc. All right, here we go. Next is Wrathchild's at 80. We're still bidding. Wrathchild's at 80. And then we sold Star Wars. And then Wrathchild 83. And then over here, we got Alice in Chains $375. Next is Zulu, original motion picture soundtrack and themes. This is a 1964 mono, VG Plus $19.99. Zulu, original motion picture soundtrack and themes, VG Plus $19.99. The Beatles Rarities is VG Plus $19.99. And Carl and the Passions. This is one of the few ways, affordably, you can get a nice clean copy of the Beach Boys Pet Sounds in mono. EX edition, $54.99. Wrathchild's at $85. He's done on Black Sabbath. Thank you for bidding. Thank you for saying out. This is sold. And this is sold to George Sheriff for $120. Nice. Wrathchild still getting bids, and there's that. Here we go. Wrathchild's at $85. All right, now $90. And then over here is Alice in Chains. So let's move this over. Wrathchild has a new high bid right now with MT Matte for $90. I'm going to put it right there. Right here in the middle is this Alice in Chains box. So far, there's been 2 bids, $375 and $375. Stephen Parton bid $375. Todd Hill, you're out. It goes back to you. Next, we're going through new vintage stuff. We're about to go back through more new vinyls. Everybody hit the like button on Facebook. I hope so. Sergio Mendez Trio, VG Plus, $9.99. Also, Jethro Tull Heavy Horses, EX, $17.99. Elvis Presley, wow, a 57 mono. That's OG for this. VG Plus, $44.99. 57 mono. I have not heard back from Todd Hill and the Alice in Chains, going once, going twice. Over here is Robin Trower, Caravan to Midnight, VG Plus $12.99. The Doors, Greatest Hits, that's VG $14.99. Chase Arnold on Elvis, sold to Chase Arnold. Now there's a new bid on Alice in Chains for $400. John Kay is VG Plus $14.99. And Heart, Dog and Butterfly, EX $22.99. Now another $400 bid, now $410. He's out on Wrathchild, and that means this is sold to MT Matte for $90. All right, there we go. New auctions going up right now. Thanks everybody for watching tonight. Make sure you've hit the like button, subscribed, etc., 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 etc. Do everything you can. The more you hit the like button, every time you see a Facebook post or a Facebook Live, the more you'll see Collectible content. Just saying. Eric Van Leuven, nice pickup there on the mono Pet Sounds. Thank you on that. $425. And Tom Sullivan on John Kay. New auction going up right now. You may ask, Chad, what possibly could you have else to put up for auction tonight? And I'm like, you ain't seen nothing yet. We have another 4 hours of auctions to do. This is a 1986 USOG Club Cinderella Night Songs. Holy moly, OG Club, that's nice, $45 start on Cinderella. Anybody else on anything in here? That was a great check condition bin, great titles at great prices. That's why I wanted to go through it. If not, we got a lower crate over here. We'll probably do new vinyl, lower crate, and then new vinyl again. Let's get going. So if you need anything in here, just let me know. I'm just going to read the titles. We have Santana Greatest Hits. We got Barry Goldberg Blues Band. Over here we have the Drifters, the Fanatic 5 Keys, the Frost, Eric Burden, Joe Tex, Jimi Hendrix, Elvis, Elijah Fanfares, the Temptations, Laugh In, the Monkees, the Doors, Eric Clapton, Yesterdays, Fanny Hill, Stories, Jackie DeShannon, Fanny, Zulu, the Beatles, Sergio Mendez, Jethro Tull, Robin Trower, the Doors, and Heart. Over here, the first thing we have is Alice in Chains, $430, Alice in Chains, $450, Alice in Chains, $460, Alice in Chains, $450, Alice in Chains, $4.75. Kelly said, Chad, track list on Jackie DeShannon. The big hit song on that is Put a Little Love in Your Heart. This has Put a Little Love in Your Heart, You're the Real Thing, River of Mine, Keep Me in Mind, Mama Song, Moving, You Can Come to Me, You Have a Way with Me, I Let Go Completely, Always Together, and Love Will Find a Way. Big track on that is Put a Little Love in Your Heart, a classic from Jackie DeShannon. The Animals info. We had 3 people ask for the track listing on that one. The Animals Greatest Hits Volume 2. When I Was Young, A Girl Named Sandoz. That's a good one. Don't Bring Me Down. That's a good one. Sure Return It. CC Rider. That's a good one. Their cover of CC Rider. The Other Side of This Life. Hey Jip, Help Me Girl. That's a good one. There Ain't Where It Is, You're on My Mind, Inside Looking Out, that's a good one, and Cheating. And this is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Cinderella, $45. Gabe Baez on Heart, that's sold. Alice in Chains, $510. Alice in Chains, $510. Cinderella's at $40.45. Is the Yes a Best Of. It's Best Of Early Years. Great early tracks on here. Yesterday's is a compilation of early stuff. I'll give you an idea of some of the tracks. One is Then, Survival, that's a good one. Astral Traveler, one of my favorites. Dear Father. On the back is America. You got to listen to that. It's amazing. Looking Around's a good one. Time and a Word, obviously a classic. And Sweet Dreams, that's a great comp. That's early Yes. I would recommend it. You're going to enjoy it. There's about 5 songs on there that would probably make my top 500 of all time. How much is The Frost? The Frost is going right back here. And Brian Call, VG condition. It's an original Vanguard pressing, $14.99. And then we have Cinderella at $55. Betty Davis Eyes. You're thinking about, that's, I've lost it. Cinderella, $60. Alice in Chains, $520. How much is Jimi Hendrix? That's the 2 LP live concerts. VG, $26.99. And then Yes is $9.99. VG condition, $9.99. Brian Call says he'll take Frost. Awesome. Let's go ahead and do another auction. So the Alice in Chains box set, $525. Kim Carnes. Yeah, Kim Carnes, to my knowledge, is Betty Davis Eyes. Next is Metal Church. Let's go ahead and put that up. And then Metal Church is an 85 US repress, original under sleeve, VG Plus $20 start. This is an 85 US repress, VG Plus a $20 start. Has the original under sleeve, and Metal Church is now up for bid. That should get a lot of activities at just a $20 start. That should get a lot of activity for just a $20 start. Joe Delgado, let me know if you want. Yes, if not, it's sold to Randy Klein. Anybody else before I bring over another crate of new vinyl? Oh man, that was a great neck adjustment. Oh man, I hope y'all heard that, because that made me feel a lot better. Anybody else? We got to keep the show on the road. Anybody else? Anybody else? Let's put these right over here. Let's go grab another crate of new vinyl. What could possibly be over here? I see a lot of metal from just the tops of them. I can tell you from the tops, there's a lot of metal in here. What does that spell? Soft rock. Some yacht rock over here. Okay, next thing is what? We have Metal Church at 20. What was Eric Clapton in the crate? And Joe Delgado says he'll take Yes. That's so to Joe Delgado. That is gone. Metal Church is at 35. And over here, and Metal Church 40 and Alice in Chains 535. 535 on that. Over here. And, okay, so I'm waiting for one person on George Jones. Or I'm waiting for Stephen Parton because George Jones just bid. And then what was the last bid on Cinderella? Going once, going twice, 10 grams out. Cinderella going once, going twice, 10 grams out. Cinderella's with David Saunders at $60. Stanley Richmond or anybody else, if you want to bid, the time is ticking. Now Metal Church has already jumped up to 35 and now 40. And then over here is Metal Church is at 45, okay? Here we go. So first thing I have in here is Exodus, Tempo of the Damned. Exodus is a strictly limited edition, yellow with natural and red splatter, $36.99. Guess what? Cinderella has new bids. Now Metal Church has new bids. And now Alice in Chains is at $536. $536. A lot of those male and female vocalists and stuff like that, a lot of those songs were done by the same people. And it's just like, what was the song me and John was talking about? Lemon Tree. Especially some of that folk stuff. And then think about the Beatles songs. Yesterday, I think about 300 people covered Yesterday. And I was like, man, we was looking at everybody. And when I start looking at some of these albums from like the late 60s, I'm like, oh my gosh, I forget how many times that song was covered. And then over here, Steve Weaver on Exodus. That's sold to Steve Weaver, and Jim Berg was next. Alice in Chains at 540, and now we're sold out of Exodus. Next is Pantera, the Great Southern Trendkill, white and sandblasted orange marble vinyl. Pantera is $33.99. I'll be on the lookout for that. I will be on the lookout for Jacket of Shannon, though, doing Betty Davis Eyes. I will be on the lookout for that. Final call on Alice in Chains. Cinderella still getting bids. Are we done on Metal Church? Rick Castle has it for $48. There is that. And then let's jump over here. Exodus sold. And then over here we have In Memory of Paul Di'Anno. In Memory of Paul Di'Anno, $29.99. Let's go ahead and look this up. In Memory of Paul Di'Anno, $29.99. And you may say, Chad, was I on a waiting list? Who was on a waiting list? We're about to find out. PAOUL space D, and the waiting list for this was the following. Let me go check my sticky notes over here and see if there's any new ones, because I'm pretty sure there was a waiting list. I know we've already had some people, but that is $29.99. Let me jump over here and see what's going on, okay? $29.99. And what is going on? Do I have any more waiting list over here? Here we go. This is what I'm looking for. Thank you for waitlist, Jake. Needs to be tagged Ghost. Need to be tagged not worth sure. Okay, so Ozzy, Pink Floyd, Ozzy. Second list for Doug. Metallica, Kill 'Em All Puzzle. Guns N' Roses, Iron Maiden. Metallica, Hammersmith, Roger Waters, Saxon. Let's see what else we have here. Iron Maiden, Somewhere Back in Time, Best Of. Ozzy, Memoirs. Let's see here. Iron Maiden, Puzzle. Megadeth, Rust in Peace. Megadeth, Peace Sales. Iron Maiden, Sent Son. Joy Division. Okay, give me 1 second. All right, so first thing we have is Joy Division, Iron Maiden, Megadeth, Iron Maiden, Ozzy, Iron Maiden, Ozzy, Pink Floyd, Ozzy, Metallica, Guns N' Roses, Iron Maiden, Metallica, Roger Waters, and Saxon. Okay, maybe there's not. Maybe we've tagged everybody that got one. If it shows up later, I'll walk up front and see if there's any up there. All right, so let's see what happened. So everything's at a final call, but I also think either between 2 or 3 people have asked what is currently up for bid. So I better reintroduce them. And as I reintroduce them, I'm going to tell you who has the high bid. And regardless of who has it or how long it's been up, they're going to be a final call. So make sure you are locked in right now. Here's Metal Church. And Metal Church is a 1985 U.S. repress. It has the original on her sleeve. It's in VG Plus condition. And the last bid over here is at $51 with James Davidson. $51 for Metal Church. $51 of James Davidson. $51 of James Davidson. Cinderella, Night Songs. Cinderella is an 86 USOG Club, near mint VG Plus jacket. The last bid on Cinderella that came in, the last bid was Ryan Mustaine at $68. Over here is Alice in Chains. This is the Super Deluxe box set. It was only sold through their website in 2021. It's sold out, and they're not going to be making these again. George Jones has it for $540. Going to once or going to twice. Now, the first record I sold in here was Exodus, and that was Tempo of the Damned on yellow and red splatter. We sold both copies. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Over here, this is Exodus, and the claims on this was Steve Weaver and Jim Berg. Right behind that was Pantera, the Great Southern Trendkill, $33.99 colored vinyl, and In Memory of Paul Di'Anno. In Memory of Paul Di'Anno, $29.99. This is on limited edition Sparkle. That's the first Iron Maiden vocalist. It's a tribute album to him, $29.99, okay? Now, Cinderella has a new bid of $70. Chad, I thought I waitlist at Exodus I can do for next week. Okay, put Bob Riger down on the Exodus waitlist, Tempo of the Damned. Put Bob Riger down on the waitlist for Exodus, Tempo of the Damned. I think you did, but it never did make it to me. Rat, Detonator, red vinyl, $33.99. Rat, Iron Maiden, Power Slave is $33.99, and I think we had one person on the waiting list for Iron Maiden, so let me check right quick. That means there should be at least one extra copy left, and the waiting list for Iron Maiden here is Kenny Cates Jr. Kenny Cates Jr., this is sold to you. Thank you. I have one extra left if anybody else wants one. It's time for an air horn. Thank you, George Jones. Wow, first air horn of the night. Probably won't be the last. Sold to George Jones, $540 on the Allison Chains box set. Amazing. $540. That is done. Time to bring out the air horn. Hopefully there's some gas left in this one. I've got quite the arsenal of air horns all of a sudden. Here we go. Thank you, George Jones. That's so to you. I'm going to slide that right over here. And now Cinderella's still getting new bids, but guess what? Metal Church was done. James Davidson, 51. That was the last bid. Nothing else came up. That's sold to James Davidson for $51. Now Cinderella is with Josh Jones at 70. It's time for all new auctions. We're going through all new vinyl here, mostly metal and hard rock. It should be, unless some other stuff's got mixed in. Next auction is going to go up Merciful Fate Melissa. This is a 1983 U.S. repress. It's an 83 U.S. repress on the silver label. It does have the insert. It's in VG condition, and it's going to go up for a $25 star. There's the lyric insert that came with it. It's a 1983 VG $25 star. That's now up for bid. We got quite the request for MOD. Here we go. MOD. This is Surfing with MOD. It's a 1988 USOG. It's been out of print ever since in the United States. It does have the insert. Also VG $25 start on that. Let the bidding begin. All right, so the next thing I have over here, MOD. Next thing is Paul Diano, sold to Ross Way. Now, lots of new bids all of a sudden in. Next is Van Halen 5150 in print. The only way it's in print, it's a Sony Argentinian press, $39.99. Metallica Kill 'Em All remastered, $33.99 for Metallica. And Winger in the Heart of the Young. Winger's on blue vinyl. We sold out of self-titled, we sold out of Pull, and now here's in the Heart of the Young. Winger, $33.99. And Slayer. Slayer is Undisputed Attitude, $34.99. And Slayer South of Heaven. Back-to-back Slayers. Those are available. Let's jump over here and update the auctions right quick. The fair warning was on Cinderella. Josh Jones had that for $70. And he was currently bidding against the other person who had it for the longest, and that was Ryan Mustaine. So Ryan had it for $68. Josh Jones bid $70. So Ryan, if you're watching, just to let you know, a few minutes ago, Josh did bid $70 on that one. Okay, then scrolling right through, we got Merciful Fate at $50, Merciful Fate at $30, MOD $35, MOD $50, Merciful Fate $51, MOD $40, MOD $45, MOD $35, Merciful Fate $65, MOD $75, MOD $30, MOD $80, MOD out, MOD $100, MOD $100, MOD $50. Tom Sullivan on Wing, and that's Winger. That's sold. Stephen Parton, Metallica. Make sure that goes in for $33.99. They don't have stickers on them. That's sold to Stephen Parton. MOD 101, MOD 37, MOD 110, MOD 75. Susie also on Winger. Wingers are sold out. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Over here, MOD out. MOD 111. Brad Miller, first on the Winger waiting list. MOD 112, MOD 100, MOD 113, Missile Fate 55, MOD 115, MOD 16, MOD 113. Thrasher wants Undisputed Attitude. Thrasher sold on Slayer. MOD 117. Over here, we have Merciful Fate 40. So it's 5150 a bootleg. No, it's not. It's an official pressing. MOD 125, MOD 125, MOD 130. And I set out before the wave of MOBs come in, 103, 105, 150, 150, 150. Josh Jones gets Cinderella for $70. Sold. Over here, Merciful Fate. Merciful Fate. Merciful Fate is at $60 with Paul Catrich. MOD is at $135. Van Halen is an official pressing. This is real. It's official, not a bootleg, $39.99. Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction, $36.99. Motorhead, $24.99. Typo Negative, Slow, Deep, and Hard, green and black marble vinyl, $39.99. Exodus, Shovel-Headed Kill Machine, red vinyl, Exodus, $36.99. Merciful Fate 65, Merciful Fate 65, MOD 145, MOD 151. Next auction, Cradle of Filth. It's going up right now. Cruelty and the Beast, Remistreated, I think is what that says. 2019 US on clear vinyl. Cradle of Filth is going to go up for a $20 start. Next, so Chase Arnold said he bid 65 on Merciful Fate earlier, and I missed it. So, Scott, technically, you're out. Chase is in first, MOD 155, and then Tom Sullivan on Exodus. I got one more if anybody else wants one. Cradle of Filth is at 20. We have Into the Pandemonium. That's Celtic Frost, a 2LP. It's on gold vinyl with bonus material, a 32-page book. That is $44.99. And Motorhead, Everything Louder Forever. The very best of Motorhead, 2LP, $39.99. Cradle of Filth 20. Cradle of Filth 35. Cradle of Filth 25. Merciful Fate 66, Rebecca first on Celtic Frost. Merciful Fate 70, MOD 160, Cradle of Filth 30, and Chad, you can slide Fear Inoculum into this crate and I'll claim it. You're talking about from the other night, the Fear Inoculums. If I can find them, let's see, are they right here? They might be in this crate underneath all these newspapers. Here it is. Right here, Fear Inoculum. Tool, Fear Inoculum, new arrival, 3LP, $76.99, new and sealed. And then this is sold to Stephen Parton. Thank you. Bob Reiger gets an Exodus. Thank you, Bob Reiger. Shovel-headed killing machine. What a cover. It's like a big, gigantic tank with a big metal shovel blade on the front, and it's plowing through human skulls. That's very metal. Bob Reiger gets that one, MOD 165. Now Cradle Filth is at 37. And then Typo Negative, World Coming Down. Available pressing. You were busy. There's only 3 Typo Negatives that's in print. Life is Killing Me, Slow, Deep, and Hard, Bloody Kisses. That's about the only thing I can get right now. Everything else is out of print. Over here, CO Cradles at 40, MOD 170. Dwayne wants the best of Motorhead, MOD 175. And Laura, check it, but I'm pretty sure that is unavailable. And then over here, we got 2 copies of Iron Maiden, Fear the Dark, $44.99. So my question is, where are we on Merciful Fate? This 83 U.S. repress. So that's 83 with insert VG condition. And I hadn't seen MF come up in a while. Merciful Fate, the last bid on MF was Chase Arnold at 70, okay? Chase Arnold 70. Cradle of Filth, Cruelty and the Beast is a 2019 clear vinyl, near mint. EX. And Rebecca has that at 40. And now Steve has it for 45. And now MOD's at 175. Also in here, we got Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell, 2LP, $44.99. In the Misty Morning, Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell, $44.99. And then Metallica, Death Magnetics, $44. And Disturbed, Indestructible, $33. All right, we got to go through that again. We got to sell about another half of this crate. Hope everybody's wiped the sleepy out of their eyes and you're good and awake and you're ready to claim some records when I read through these again. If not, go ahead and stretch, put on a cup of coffee, drink a Monster, get something, get laser focused so we can sell another half of this crate. Now, COF, Cradle of Filth is at 60. The last bid on MOD was Jeff Brinley at 170. Alonzo bid 175. Jeff went out. Merciful Fate, a final call. Merciful Fate, a final call to Chase Arnold for $70. Let's read through these again one more time. Okay? Let's read through these one more time. Not in print. No. I would have ordered that by now. Yeah, there's only 3 I just named. Yeah, it's Life is Killing Me, Bloody Kisses, and Slow, Deep, and Hard. That's all you can get right now. Any other Typo Negative? Well, the one with the butthole cover, but it's an import, and it's like $70. Bloody Kisses. There can be. If you want on there, just say yes. Pantera, the Great Southern Trendkill, $33.99. Also over here, we have In Memory of Paul Di'Anno, $24.99. Also, we have Rat Detonator. Good luck finding an OG of that. Hard to get. That is on red vinyl for $33.99. Iron Maiden Power Slave is $33, and Van Halen's $39. Oh boy, I think it's time to sell some auctions. Merciful Fate, it's time for new stuff. Here we go. Merciful Fate is sold. Chase Arnold, $70. That is sold to Chase Arnold for $70. Nice. Thank you. Hammer's been dropped and done. MOD, I haven't heard back from somebody in a while. He did go out. This is sold to Jeff Brinley for $170. And then over here, we have Cradle of Filth. This is a final call. Rebecca's out. Steve Riley has it for $60. Next comment is that I missed Machine Head the Blackening. 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 All right, it's not in that crate, so it's probably over here in the metal high-end crate. Machine Head the Blackening. Here it is. I like it when it's in the high-end crate. Machine Head the Blackening. This is a 2021 US, limited 1,000 on clear with black and white splatter, numbered. It is numbered 114 of 1,000. Let the bidding begin. A $95 start. Holy moly. That's now up for bid. Let's put up back over here. And Metallica sold to Alonzo. Alonzo for $175. Alonzo got MOD for $175. Alonzo, MOD, $175. Alonzo Breezy Brinzo Jr., $175. That's absolutely right. Alonzo, 175. Yes, I misspoke on that one. Steve Riley got COF for 60. There's Machine Head, a $95 start. Let the bidding begin. Stuck got a Van Halen, sold to Stuck 73. James Davidson gets a Rat Detonator, sold. And now Ken Crooker wants a Motorhead, Everything Louder, Best of Motorhead, sold to Ken Crooker. That's officially sold out. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Ken Crooker, Motorhead, Everything Louder, sold. My crate's full, but we'll keep going. And then so is Van Halen, Slayer, South of Heaven. That's in a previous crate. I'll have to pull it out for you. But first, let me slide down these crates right quick. And let me grab this. And we are about to go through the rest of this crate. And I have emptied that one. Let me jump over here and find a new empty crate. All of a sudden, they went on a buying trip and took all my crates. And now I'm like, holy moly, where's all my crates at? I'm going to have to do some finagling for crates tonight. There used to be so many, they were just literally in our way. And then we go on a buying trip, and because we sold out of all of our records, and, well, not really. But we decided we need more. Darren wants a Slayer, South of Heaven. Let me see if I can locate that right quick. Slayer, South of Heaven. And that was right here. It's got to be in this crate. Slayer, 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 Slayer. Where is Slayer, South of Heaven? Or was that in this bin? Was that in this bin? Is it in this crate? Yeah, it's right here, South of Heaven. I hadn't even got to it yet. Man, I was looking in another crate. That's sold to Darren Johnson. Thank you. Van Halen's 180 gram. Yes, new. Motorhead, Machine Head, 95. How much is Van Halen? Okay, so let me do this in order here. So the next thing was somebody said, so is Van Halen, okay? And then over here, Darren got a Slayer, done. And then Machine Head, $95. The Paul Di'Annos are still available, $29. Yes, how much is Van Halen? $39. And then over here, what is the Paul Di'Anno? And then over here, we have one Metallica, Kill 'Em All left for $33. Slayer, Undisputed Attitude for $34. Slayer, South of Heaven, $34. Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction, $36. Edwin, he first asked about Iron Maiden. This is sold in memory of Paul Di'Anno. Limited edition sparkle vinyl sold for $29. Now Machine Head's at $96. Oh gosh, Jim B's bidding. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. So it's an absolute steal right now, evidently. Next auction is Entombed, left-hand pane. Entombed is a 2002 Euro reissue on limited edition orange vinyl, original under sleeve. Entombed is going to go up for a $35 start. Next is Michael Rudolph on 5150. That is sold to Michael Rudolph. Thank you on that. And then Motorhead is $24.99. We have Typo Negative, Slow, Deep, and Hard, 2LP, green and black marble vinyl, $39.99. And then Celtic Frost, Into the Pandemonium, 2LP, Go Vinyl, $44. Tool, Fear Inoculum, $76. Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark, $44. Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell's $44. Metallica, Death and Magnetic, same price. And Disturbed, Indestructible, $33.99. What is our next auction that's going to go up right now? It's one of my favorites of all time. This is Metallica and Justice for All. Folks, eyes and ears open. This is a 1988 US OG specialty pressing. This is OG galore. It doesn't get any more OG than this. And Justice for All is a $175 start. The vinyl is near mint minus EX++. This is an OG real deal. This is it. $175 on Metallica and Justice for All. Let the bidding begin. $175. If it doesn't bring $9,000, I'm going to be disappointed. First thing we have over here is 5150. We sold that one. And did we sell the last one technically to Michael Rudolph? We did. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Machine Head, 97. Entomb 35. Entomb 35. Machine Head, 98. Entomb 39. Metallica, 175. Metallica, 175. And then Chad, the Van Halen one, was 5150. That's what you got, and so did Michael Rudolph. If anybody else wants one, let me know. So we still got this Disturbed, Metallica, Black Sabbath, Iron Maiden, Tool, Celtic Frost, Typo Negative, Motorhead, Guns N' Roses, Slayer, Slayer, Iron Maiden, Rat, Paul Di'Anno, and Pantera. That's a lot of our best-selling titles, which means we have sold a lot of those lately. That's just restocks and restocks and restocks, and we sell out, I order more. I sell out, I order more. Let's go ahead and go through this crate right over here and see what we got. Then I'm going to go through this crate that Laura has over here. Actually, you know what? Let's mix it up a little. Let's go ahead and go through this crate that Laura's brought up here. And then I have another crate of new vinyl to go through, okay? So Metallica, 175, and now Machine Head's at 100. And we have Entombed. The last bid was William Thornton at $40, okay? And that means Darren Chrisman, everybody else is out. Motorhead, Everything Louder, that was 39, I believe. Yeah, 39. I think we sold both copies, but I can get you one next week. So we're tied at 175. Sean Druin wants on the Metal Church waiting list, okay? Metal Church waiting list with Sean Druin, okay? Wow, Laura is being creative. The first Laura crate is a box set. That's what I like to see. Okay, so here we are. We have a La Boo Boo who loves Metallica. Nice. There's the Laura crate sticker, and it's got a Metallica Laura crate theme logo. Nice, and the Metallica sweater there on the La Boo Boo. So, let me update. I'll go from full speed to about 2 just to answer a few people's questions and make sure we got everybody down on waiting list and what they want. So I'll turn down the volume just a little bit before I show this first Laura crate. Right now, there's 3 auctions. Nick Bargeron, you're tied with Craig on Metallica at 175. I have not heard back from anybody else. So I'm assuming we're done on this, right? We're done? Nobody else is going to bid. Do I need to blow the air horn again? Is everybody with me? Test 1, 2. Let me make sure. Let me look at my meter. Okay, my mic is working. I just want to make sure. This is one of those times where everybody has decided, oh crap, I better go use the bathroom right quick, and then you're about to miss the auctions of the lifetime. Okay, so just going to make sure everybody's with me. We'll start over here on the left with Machine Head. The first auction is now moving to a final call. The high bid on Machine Head is at $101 with Jim B. $101 with Jim B. This is numbered to 1,000. If you're looking for this album, it's at an absolute steal right now. It's at an absolute steal right now. You're basically getting paid to buy it right now at $101. Jim B is basically getting paid to bid on this. He has it for $101 right now. It's Machine Head, the blackening. If you're done, be sure to let me know you're out. It's a 2021 sealed, numbered. Now we're at 102. And now, Jim B, you're out. And now Entombed is called Left Hand Pain. It's a 2002 limited edition orange vinyl. 2002 limited edition orange vinyl. Limited edition orange vinyl. What was the last bid on Entombed? It was $40 with William Thornton. Okay? We have 3 bids on Metallica. A Near Mint OG and Justice for All. 175, 175, and now 176. We're going to say a final call. I don't think I've sold too many of those lately for less than $200, if not over $300. OG, Near Mint, and Complete. It's about to sell. The other 2 bidders are out. They said, 175, I'm done. Travis is about to get it. Here we go. The other questions were the following on waiting list. The following questions on the waiting list. Sean Druin on Metal Church, and that should sell out of that one. Scott Arnold wants on the Motorhead waiting list, and that's Everything Louder, the best of, for $39.99. Okay? And then over here, Metallica 176, Machine Head 102, Machine Head 103, and Machine Head 112. Justice is at 180. It's absolutely pouring rain right here in Lebanon. $74.99, Blind Guardian. This is called Twilight Orchestra, Legacy of Dark Lands. $74.99. Also, Zach Sabbath, Doom Forever, Forever Doomed. Limited to 2,000 on Go Vinyl. $49.99. Megadeth, Killing Is My Business and Business Is Good. Sealed for $39.99. Stephen Parton strikes again. He gets the Zach Sabbath. He was first, and he gets the Laura Crate, the rare, highly desirable, now iconic, and extremely valuable Laura Crate Hype sticker. That is sold to Stephen Parton. Tom Sullivan on Blind Guardian, sold to Tom Sullivan, and Scott Fellows on Megadeth. There we go. That's the first 3 records, and they're all sold. Machine Head's now at 116. Now Metallica's at 181. And now we can go ahead and sell Entombed. If anybody's a first-time buyer, after you buy something, say yes, first-time buyer, okay? And Entombed is sold to William Thornton for $40. That is sold for $40. If anybody's a first-time buyer, you probably need to let me know. Justice is all of a sudden getting new bids. Everybody's like, oh yeah, that is a great album. I should be buying that. And we have Alice in Chains Live 2006, sealed, $34.99. Metallica, Master of Puppets, sealed, $24.99. Black Sabbath, Rhino, that is the 2010 version. It is opened and shrink with that original sticker, $34.99. Metallica, 186, Machine Heads at 120. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. That next auction is going to go up right now. Sabotage. This is Power of the Night. It's a 1985 USOG specialty press. It does have the original under sleeve. It's a $35 start. VG++ EX. Folks, I just said it. OG Sabotage is up for bid. Everybody still with me? Stephen Parton gets Metallica. Sold. Machine Head, 121. Travis next on Metallica. Nick Galetti on Black Sabbath. That just leaves Alice in Chains Live 2006. Next is, I don't know, Cultes de Coles, Coven, or Evil. What is this? It is band Cultes de Gauls album, Coven or Evil, Ways of Instead of Love, Oxblood Red, $34.99. $34.99, okay? And then next is Black Sabbath and Bill Samus, and then Sabotage has a bid for $50. What is the Alice in Chains price? This is sealed for $34.99. This is Megadeth, The Sick, the Dying, and the Dead, sealed, limited edition of $13,000 for $49.99. If anybody new is watching, welcome to CollectCo. We've been live streaming, selling records and collectibles here on Facebook and YouTube for the last 6 years. Welcome. If you found this just for the first time, you've missed years of entertainment and action every night. I do this every night. I'm on here 8 hours a night. I start between 5 and 6 o'clock, usually around 5:15, 5:30, or 5:45. I'm on here till 1, 1:15, 1:30. Last night we was on here till almost 3 a.m. Central Time. $8 in limited shipping. The only thing you got to do is buy, bid, whatever. We'll bill you once a week. It's Monday. Is invoicing day, $8 in limited shipping. If you buy one record, $8. If you buy 100 records, $8. A lot of people buy exclusively just from us. $8 in limited shipping. How could you go wrong? We sell all the new releases, pre-orders, OG, rare, autograph, one of a kinds. I have it right here. Every night. Every night. On Sundays, you might catch me selling coins, knives, silver, gold, autographed toys, comics. You also might find me, you might also find Paul. He might be selling on Sundays, but you can catch me at least 6 nights a week here, 8 hours a night. I know there's a lot of new people watching because my view counter says 379 now. That's a lot of people watching for all 3 platforms. Welcome. That's what we do here, okay? We're not new to this business. You can buy with confidence. We are here, okay? We are here. You can buy with confidence. We're pros, I promise. First thing we have is Sabotage at $50. Next is Justice Out, Machine Head 126. Tom Sullivan wants the Oxblood Red. That is sold. Machine Head 130. And then Hendry wants the Motorhead. You're talking about the self-titled Motorhead, right, Hendry? The one that's on silver vinyl. I'm pretty sure this is silver vinyl and just $24.99. So that is sold to Hendry for $24.99. There's one left if anybody else wants one. And now Machine Head's at Metallica's at $190. So over here, Machine Head, more or less $130. Brian Connors, you're out. Metallica's at $190. And wow, Sabotage with just one bid with Scott Arnold for $50. Going to once and going to twice. Next in here is this. Black Sabbath Paranoid on blue vinyl. Wow, from 2016, $44.99. Also, Metallica on red vinyl, the Record Store Day edition for $34.99. Stephen Parton on Black Sabbath. Mark Stanley's next. Metallica 191. Slayer. Sealed, $29.99 of 2013. Jamie Butler also wants a Motorhead from that last crate. Sold to Jamie Butler. Done. We got another crate of new vinyl going up right now. Currently, we're right in the middle of a Laura crate. Tom Sullivan on Metallica. That's sold to Tom Sullivan. That is sold. And we have Metallica, and this is sealed for $24.99. That is Garage Days Revisited. Hammers up on Sabotage. Also hammers up on Machine Head because Brian Connor, more or less, you're looking good on that. 130 final call. As usual, we got a battle for injustice. I was going to be very disappointed if there wasn't. I was going to be like, Man, what's going on? Also, it's absolutely pouring rain here in Lebanon, so if we have a connection issue, that's why. And we have Allison Chains live for $24.99. Steven says, let Mark Stanley have the Paranoid. Mark Stanley, you're going to be getting the Paranoid if that's okay. You're next. And now Sabotage is at 52. That's because there was a new bid with James Davidson for 51. Scott Oman gets this Metallica out of the crate, right? I hope you wanted that one. Tom Sullivan already got hardwired on red vinyl. We have Order of the Black. Wow, I never see this Black Label Society. It's a 2010 OG, $49.99. $49.99. And one more here, Megadeth, a night in Buenos Aires, sealed for $44.99. More or less, congratulations. This is sold to you, and this is done, and that's sold to you for $130. Sold. Metallica has hit the high bid of $196. Chad Sauls, you're back out. Cameron Lingefelt on Allison Chains, this one. And then Mark Stanley wants on the Motorhead waiting list, the self-titled silver one. There's Megadeth and another Black Label Society, and this is on Black Eye Silver with Splatter, just $29.99. All right, so all of a sudden, Sabotage has woke up. All of a sudden, Metallica's woke up, and now we have another auction to put up since those have woke up, and we're going to do Napalm Death. Oh, man. I just back ordered these on new vinyl. They've been out of stock for months, if not years, but I tried again to order some. Always been tough to get. From Enslavement to Obliteration. Napalm Death is a 2002 limited edition Coke bottle clear vinyl on Earache for a $35 start. We got Metallica, Sabotage, and Napalm Death up for bid. Metallica's hit 205. MT Matte on Black Label. Do you want the Order of the Black? It does have a seam split at the top, but that one is OOP, out of print. Okay? Or do you want the Doom Crew? MT Matte, that's up to you. Napalm Death 35, 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 Napalm Death 40, Napalm Death 45. Wow! Holy moly. Also over here, we have Metallica, 72 Seasons on the yellow and black Walmart exclusive. Too Far Gone. Metallica, $34.99. Lux Eterna, Screaming Suicide. Napalm Death, 40, 50, 50, 52. He says yes, order. This one sold to MT Matt. That means the other Black Label Society claimer is Jim Gerhardt. Jim, do you want this? If so, let me know. And then over here, we have price on Black Sabbath. Mark, that was $44.99. And then over here is Zach Sabbath. And this is Forever Doom, Doom Forever. Black Sabbath is CDs. Laura says these are CDs housed in a limited edition art book. Sealed, Zach Sabbath, numbered $59.99. Just FYI. Okay, so the last bid we have over here was Napalm Death at 35, Napalm Death 35. Jim Gerhardt, if you want that other Black Label, let me know. Napalm Death 40, Napalm Death 45, Napalm Death 50, Napalm Death 52. And then over here, that was $44.99. Is the Black Metal album still available? I think it got claimed. And then over here, Josh on Metallica, and I think that's for 72 Seasons sold. And then Jim Gerhardt wants this other Black Label Society. That's sold to Jim Gerhardt. Okay, so it was between two people on Metallica and Justice. And the last bidder on Injustice was Travis Woods. He's out, so Chad has that for $205. We're about to sell it. $205, we're about to sell it. And then Sabotage was really just between two people. And if the other person said out, I'm going to sell it. He said out. This is sold to James Davidson for $53. James Davidson, that's sold to you for $53, okay? Now, the most recent busy auction then is going to be at Napalm Death. Michael Reed has it for $52. Napalm Death, $52, okay? And then Anthrax, Fistful of Metal, $29.99. There's some great stuff still left in there. Let's hit it one more time before we do anything else. Let's also go ahead and go through another crate of new vinyl. This is sold to Chad Sauls for $205. Thank you. And then let me make sure and confirm who I know who the high bidder is on Napalm Death. And the last bidder that I seen on Napalm Death was Michael Reed at $52, and Darren Chrisman went out. Going to once, a going to twice. Next is King Diamond. Oh my. Conspiracy is a 1989 OG from Road Racer Records. Original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition. Excuse me, VG++/EX condition. It does have the original King Diamond Conspiracy inner sleeve. That's going to go up for a $55 start. $55 start on that. Now Napalm has a bid of $55. We're not done. Now Napalm has a bid of $56. We're not done. Now King Diamond's at $55. Wow. Let's read through these one more time. Hold on 1 second. I got to send a text. Okay. And boom. Let's introduce another auction too. Let's pull something out from the high end. I see another box set over here. Oh yeah, the Winger box. Well, we've had almost all these tonight individually, but if you want to go ahead and get the box set with the demo anthology disc, here's everything together. Winger, a 4 LP box. Everything's EX or better, still in shrink with a hop sticker. Winger box set, just a $65 start. $65 box set, $65 start on that 4 LP box set. So Napalm Death, all of a sudden waking back up with Chris Caldwell at 60, and then in the middle's King Diamond, which only has one bid right now of $55 and now 60. Or is that KD? Hold on a second. We got ND and KD. Napalm Death, hold on a second. Napalm Death is at 60 with Chris Caldwell. King Diamond just has one bid with Chase Arnold for 55. Wow. All right, so there's that and there's that. Let's go ahead and show these records one more time. Alice in Chains, Rock AM 2006, sealed for $34.99. Also, Megadeth with the lenticular cover, The Sick, the Dying, and the Dead. Limited edition, sealed Megadeth, $49.99. King Diamond new bids, Napalm, 1 minute, and I'm going to go ahead and show those again. Slayer, sealed, $29.99. That is South of Heaven, $29.99. Also, Megadeth, A Night in Buenos Aires. Megadeth is sealed for $44.99. Zach Sabbath, Doomed Forever, Forever Doomed. This is a 2 CD with photo book. Very cool. Hardback book, Zach Sabbath, Zach Wild, sealed for $59.99. That looks very cool. And then the Anthrax, Fistful of Metal, classic thrash there for $29.99. So first, Napalm Death. The high bid is $65 right now. It's a 2002 US on Coke bottle clear vinyl. 2002 US. Jim Berg's leading at $65. In the middle, folks, is OG King Diamond. We get asked about this all the time. King Diamond OGs. I always tell people Thursday night, come back Thursday night. Thursday night's when we would sell something like that. It's 9 o'clock on Thursday night. This is what we wait for all week. An 89 US OG. 89 US OG. OG for US and Canada. It does have the original inner sleeve. This is OG. It is King Diamond. And it has a high bid of $65. And Winger is at $71. Napalm Death is at $66. Everything is still getting bids. Okay, everything is still getting bids. And then there were some claims. Tom Kelly on the Zach Sabbath, sold. Dan Triaga on Slayer, sold. And then Chris Caldwell on Anthrax, sold. Anybody else? There's only 3 records left. Megadeth, and Alice in Chains. That is an official, live, A Night in Buenos Aires. That's official and live. And then this is their most recent album, a sealed lenticular cover. And then this is a sealed unofficial. No Lane Staley there. Still great live Alice in Chains, $34.99, okay? And 3 pretty competitive auctions are up for grabs right now. And now we're about to go through another crate of new vinyl. Another crate of new vinyls coming up right now. And guess what? Winger get new bids. King Diamond get new bids. Napalm Death all get new bids. I can only leave up about 3 at a time. Otherwise, it gets really hard for me to keep up with and honestly everybody else. So if you're closely paying attention to the chat, you'll see how fast it's moving. But right now, I have another crate of all brand new metal coming up. Everything in here is stuff that I just ordered. I do all the vinyl ordering. Well, I should say now I do about 95% of it. We got Laura helping us out ordering some stuff now. Ed does special requests when people email. But far as the bulk of the stock you see every night, I order every single thing here. And so usually I'm familiar with what is in stock and what's out of stock, etc., etc. Now, I have not sold anything by Berate yet. I have not. All right, I'm about ready for another ice cold something. Monster maybe up front. Give me 1 second. All right. Here we go. So, so I had to check my phone there right quick. King Diamonds at 87, King Diamond 90, King Diamond 90, Napalm 75, Napalm 80, King Diamond 92, Winger 84, King Diamond 95, and King Diamond. Wow, everything's still getting bids. Let me just go ahead and keep showing records then. Slipknot, limited edition, the Subliminal Verses, purple vinyl, $36.99. Great stuff on here. Slipknot, Volume 3, $36.99. That's available, and so is Lamb of God Omens. Lamb of God Omens is $29.99. I've got 2 Lamb of Gods, and Creator, Violent Revolution, 2 LP yellow vinyl, $36.99. King Diamonds at $100. Napalms at $85. The Winger box sets at $84. Andre Vancho, you're out. It's up to you. Patty has that at $84. Now Napalms at $90. King Diamonds at $100. I have a waiting list for this. Iron Maiden, Somewhere Back in Time, the best of. And holy moly, this isn't $34.99. No sirree, Bob. Wrong sticker on that one. I think that might be the wrong sticker on Lamb of God too. These are $69.99. I wish I could get these for $34. We probably could sell 100 copies tonight on pre-order. This is a 2 LP picture disc, Iron Maiden. We had the album Somewhere Back in Time, or Somewhere. What's that other album of theirs? Don't comment it because I'll think you're claiming it. These are $69.99. The waiting list for this. The waiting list for this was. Give me 1 second. The waiting list for this. Paul S. Nico Capolanis. Okay, that's an old one. I think it's Paul Brothers. Where's my sticky notes at? Aha, right here. And these are, hold on a second. We're getting there. Look at all this stuff. I spent 4 hours ordering it. Oh yeah, Paul Brothers. There we go. So Paul Brothers gets one, $69.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Okay. So I had said, I remember where I was at. King Diamond 100, Napalm 95. Steve Weaver gets a Creator, sold. Winger has a new bid for 85. Now new bid for 86. Now Napalm 95. Now Napalm 100. Was the Megadeth live from the last crate? Yes. What was that Megadeth live still from the previous crate? Yes. And then what was the Creator? What was Megadeth? What is Black Sabbath? And then here is Creator, Violent Revolution, yellow vinyl, $36.99. $36.99. A waiting list. I'll do the waiting list so I can key them in and make sure we don't double order stuff, okay? So if it's something you've already ordered, just don't order it again until I think there's a waiting list, okay? And then if we sold out of something, I usually give it a week or two and then we'll try it again, because unless there's no waiting list, unless you want to get just maybe a copy or two of something. I know Lana Del Rey sold really well, but I think there's a waiting list. So I'll do the waiting list because this same problem happened with me and Doug, and we end up double ordering stuff all the time. So I will, oh man, I just saw my security camera I can see for outside. I just saw the lights outside flash in the street. I'm surprised we hadn't lost power because there's some heavy lightning going on. All right, what was Lamb of God? Omens. Lamb of God is $29.99. Josh Brown sold, and that was the Megadeth Night in Buenos Aires. This is sold, and I'm waiting to put up new auctions, but guess what? We're still bidding on this. Megadeth, and Megadeth is sold, and that's sold to Josh Brown. Cosmo Kramer on Creator, that's sold, and then over here, King Diamond. The last bid over here on King Diamond. Last bid over here on King Diamond was Chase Arnold at $100. Okay. King Diamond, $100. The bidder before him was Tom Sullivan. Tom Sullivan, I have not heard back from him, but I've got to sell it very, very soon, okay? I've got to sell it very, very soon. Very, very soon. Final call on that for $100, okay? King Diamond. That is now a final call. Everybody went out, okay? I'll give it about 10 more seconds then. I don't think I saw Tom Sullivan out. Okay, sold to Chase Arnold for $100. Never mind then. Napalm Death. What was the last bid on Napalm Death? Rebecca at $100. And before her was Jim Berg. He's out. Sold to Rebecca for $100. And I just lost power. Yeah, I just saw the street lights flash outside on my monitor that I can see the parking lot out here. So yeah. All right, and then Winger is sold to Patty for $86, okay? This is sold to Patty for $86, okay? That is done. Now, next thing is Gwar, and Gwar is $33.99. This is Scum Dogs of the Universe. Gwar is $33.99. $33.99, okay? And then Sick Dying price. Sick Dying, that was... Bob, that was sealed from the last crate, $49.99, okay? Yeah, I was going to ask David nicely. David, there's a reason that people aren't buying records on eBay because they'd rather be here buying them from us. So, you know, if you got to say something positive, that's great. If not, I'll have to remove you. Totally up to you. You can watch and buy, or you can go to eBay and buy records. It's a free world. But here... there's a reason everybody's watching me sell records. They would obviously rather buy from us. This is Gorgira from Mars to Sirius. Gorgira is a 2018 French pressing, limited edition 1000 on white vinyl. $45 start. Gorgira from Mars to Sirius. No negativity. We're pro Collecco here. If you're not pro Collecco, you can go somewhere else. If you want to click on eBay and buy something, go right ahead. Sounds like this isn't the place for you. We're all here to buy records from Collecco. 1982 U.S. Carrollton OG. This is OG Ozzy. This album has never been reissued. It's not in print. It's up for bid for a $55 start. It has the original inner sleeve. It has 2 original inner sleeves. It's near mint. Ozzy, just with, is this even in the box set? Maybe. It's got a little bit of a crinkle there on the corner. That's up for bid for a $55 start. And Bob Riger says he'll take the Megadeth sealed with the lenticular cover. Thank you. This is sold. Thank you. That is done, okay? And now I'm going to go ahead and start a third auction because we got so much other stuff to get to. We have some people asking for Striper. I've got you taken care of. Here come the Stripers. And here's the first one. We'll do this one. In God We Trust. It's an 88 Japanese pressing promo. It is actually a promo marked Japanese pressing, a 1988. There's no Obi. It comes with 2 inserts. It's near mint minus and pristine. And Striper is a $45 start. $45 start. And it has the Striper $100 bill insert. There it is. The Ozzy's not in the box set. So yeah, no wonder the prices continue to rise on that. Those are now up for bid. Gorgira's on white vinyl. Very cool. I've been listening to them a lot lately. Ozzy's now at 70 and Striper is now up for bid. There we have it. Those are some pretty competitive auctions, okay? So Ozzy, that has never, ever been reissued then. Not even in the Ozzy box set. Wow. There's that. And then Lana Del Rey getting that one. No, you can go ahead and order more. The only thing I'm going to order, Laura, that you've ever ordered is the waiting list, okay? But my strategy on new vinyl is if there's not a waiting list, sometimes I order another copy or 2, or sometimes I'll give it a week or 2. That way it's just looking, it looks, we're not showing the same stuff over and over. So that's kind of, some of these I hadn't ordered like in 3 weeks. And if you noticed on that one website, it'll tell you the last time you ordered it. That way it's been like, I hadn't ordered this since 2023. I probably should go ahead and order it again. There's that. So next in here is Rammstein. I hadn't ordered Rammstein in a while. That's why I've got them tonight. This one's called Rosenrot. Rammstein is $49.99. $49.99 for Rammstein. And Venom, this is Storm the Gates. Venom's a 2LP, $33.99. Denise is a Rammstein fan. Anytime I've shown a Rammstein tonight, Denise has said, wow, I've had most of the discography tonight. There it is, Rammstein, now up for bid. Over here, I've got Gorgira. That is a good question. Where is Gorgira? Gorgira is a 2018 French reissue, limited 1,000 on white vinyl. I do not think this has a bid. Gorgira is a final call, and Gorgira is at $45. Ozzy had the following bids. Ozzy got a bid for 60. Ozzy got a bid for 70. Striper, just one bid, 45. Now another bid for 55. Now Ozzy 80. Now Ozzy 85. And now Ozzy 100. And now Striper's over here at $55 with Nick Bargeron, okay? Next is, well, Chad, will you order the Interrupters Into the Wild? I can do that. And then over here, we got Jason Wilsky on Venom. Jason Wilsky gets Venom, sold. Now Gorgira has a bid for $45. Lynch Mob, Rebel. Lynch Mob's on red vinyl for $29.99. And I've got 2 copies of Suffocation. This is Pinnacle of Bedlam. Suffocation is a 10th anniversary yellow and black Corona, $29.99. All right, so Gojira. Gojira has 1 bid with Danzig 35 for $45. The last bid on Aussie that came in was Scott Fellows at $100. Everybody else is out, and I think we're done on Striper. No, we're not. A bid just came in. And this is a Japanese promo copy. This is a Japanese promo copy of Striper. That is a Japanese promo copy. Ozzy's never been reissued. There he is with the back guts in his mouth. And then there's Gorgira, just 1 bid on white vinyl there. Going back to the bin, lots of new stuff in here. Ozzy has a new bid for $105. Nick Bargeron and everybody else is out on Striper. Steve Weaver on Suffocation. That is sold, and Gorgira, Gavin's in at $50. Next, there's Lateralis. We were talking about them earlier. There they are. Lateralis, a 2LP custom picture disc, $59.99 for Tool Lateralis. And we also have Cannibal Corpse, Hammer Smash Face, $44. This was only available as an import. It's a little bit more pricier than I would like it to be, but there was only 1 in stock, and I never had seen that before. Cannibal Corpse, $44.99. By the way, my crate over here is pretty full of all these box sets we've been selling, so let me put this away. Let me grab a new empty crate over here, and let's get back on the ball. And we've already filled up 6 crates. We're about to fill up our 7th crate of vinyl tonight. Holy moly. Now, can I back order this? Maybe. And I think this is on colored vinyl. And I think there was like 3 in stock on black, but I didn't want to make it confusing. So I had never seen that before. And I looked up their discography, and typically none of their earlier stuff like that's in print. So let's go back to the top and figure out what happened. Gorgira 50, Striper 50, Striper 61 is WL a promo. WL a promo, white label promo on Striper. Striper is a promo marked label. It has the Japanese promo symbols. I don't think it's a white label, but right there underneath the symbol, the alpha symbol, is a Japanese promo stamp. So yes, it is a promo marked label, okay? And then George Samberez on Lynch Mob. That's sold. And then Sean first on Cannibal Corpse. Sean Lee Hooker first on. Now, do y'all want me to take a waiting list regardless of what version I can get? Hopefully I can get more. Steve Weaver, Jim Burke, because we never get this kind of stuff in. If y'all want to try, probably not a bad list to be on. I'm going to add Steve Weaver, Jim Burke, Teresa, Gorgira, new bid for $55. Gavin, you've been outbid. Striper 62, Striper 77, and then Thrasher also on Cannibal Corpse, and then Rebecca next on Cannibal Corpse, Striper 78, Striper 62, and now Gorgira 58. So let's try Ozzy here. Ozzy Osbourne. The last bid that came in was John Kaiser at 105, and the bidder before him was Scott Fellows. Let me make sure I hadn't missed anything from Scott. I don't see anything from Scott, but Scott, you are outbid. That's at 105 with Mr. Kaiser. And now Gorgira's at 60, and now Striper's at 80. Everything's still getting new bids. All right, we got 2 copies of Exodus, Blood In, Blood Out. We've sold every Exodus album I've had tonight. Here's a new one, black with gold and clear splatter. No, it's black with gold and black splatter, if you want to be specific. $36.99. Morbid Angel, Altars of Madness. Morbid Angels, $38.99. And now, Ozzy's at 106. Kaiser, he's back in. And then over here is Striper, and that's at 80. And then Gorgira's at 60 with Danzig. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook, YouTube. We're also streaming tonight on Twitch and X. We thank you for joining us. If you're new, $8 in limit shipping, as much as you want to buy. I've got 3 copies of Injustice for All, and there was a waiting list for this. Metallica. Anybody that just went on a waiting list or claimed a Cannibal Corpse, we're going to put you on a waiting list. And Justice for All is sold to Carla Brecky, a 2LP. We just sold an original. We just sold an OG for $205. So you might want to settle with a remaster right now. $44.99. I've got 2 left. And Bon Jovi, perfect for Metal Night. Bon Jovi's greatest hits, $39.99. Mr. Kaiser, you've been outbid on Aussie. It's at 106. He's right back in at 110. Striper's at 81. You are outbid. Nick Bargeron and Gavin came right back in on Gorgira at 65. Wow, a lot of metal still left in there. I've thrown a lot at y'all for these first 3 hours. Technically, yeah, we've been really going for about three hours, 3 hours and 15 minutes. We've been going pretty heavy with vinyl here. So here's the agenda. Collectively, I've probably got 50, 60 or 70 metal auctions that I'm going to try to do before midnight tonight. I've still got stuff to show you. I might even go back to that very first crate of metal again because I showed it early and remind you of some of the stuff that's still in stock, okay? Striper still getting bids. Nick, you just went down. I think you meant to put 85, right? She was already at 81. And now Scott's out on Aussie. We're going to go ahead and sell this to John Kaiser. What a beautiful copy. That is sold for 110. Gorgira still getting bids. There we have it. There we have it. There's that. Done and done. Boom and boom. Sold and sold. Bam. Bing. Pow. Pow. Boom. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Now, anytime I look up this band, they have 0 items in print. Anytime I look up Children of Bodom, that I had that live album, and that's been the only thing in print from a long time for them, okay? Children of Bodom, I Worship Chaos is a 2015 OG death metal, $35 start. Nuclear Assault's on deck. Gavin says he's out on Gorgira. Danzig has it for $75. Nick Bargeron, I got to make sure you were actually bidding $85 on Striper. Melanie, I think he was, but he hadn't corrected his bid. I think, Nick, we can say he's at $85 even though he put $65. Okay, final call. Either way, Melanie, it's back to you, and final call on Gorgira. Children of Bodom has a bid for $35. Let's read through these titles one more time. We have Slipknot, the Subliminal Verses, 2LP purple vinyl, $36.99. Lamb of God Omens, Gatefold single LP, $29.99. Iron Maiden, Somewhere Back in Time. This is the best of Iron Maiden, the early years, $80 to $89. It's a 2LP picture disc. A 2LP picture disc. $69.99, import only type deal. Gwar, surprised these didn't get claimed. Scum Dogs and Universe, there's a new Gwar album coming out too. Pre-order should be up in the next 48 hours. Gwar's at $33. Striper does have the money insert. It's a complete Japanese pressing, just missing the obi. It is a promo though, and like I've told you, a lot of promo copies I see from Japan don't have obis. Not saying that it didn't come with one, just saying that they're usually missing. Because a lot of times they wasn't put out in retail situations where maybe they needed an obi. But the obi was literally a translation piece for the Japanese to know exactly what's going on, because everything else is in English. They didn't do the covers in Japanese, just the obis. All right, so Gorgira, thank you. Can you remind me who you are again on Twitch? Danzig, 35. You get Gorgira for 35, thank you. And now Striper's at 85, and she's out, so... Well, we'll give that one more second since there was a question. $85. But yes, it does have the money insert. And that's at 85 with Nick Bargeron. Children of Bodom's at 40 with Michael Reed. And that's Daniel Buziden. Okay, there we go. Daniel Buziden. There we have it. I'm sure they have that in the back. I was just curious myself. Rammstein is still available for $49.99. And Venom, Storm the Gates, 2LP, $33. Suffocation, Pinnacle of Bedlam, that's $29. Yellow and Black Corona colored vinyl. Wow, where's the people who wanted Lateralis earlier? There it is as a picture disc. We had a pre-owned copy for $35, and now that spoiled everybody. That's for pre-owned. These new sealed copies have always been kind of pricey, but there it is. Lateralis, 59, 2LP, and one of the few Tool albums that's officially in print. Exodus is 36, Morbid Angels 38, and Justice for All 44, and Bon Jovi is 39. A Bon Jovi greatest hits, okay? And then Children of Bodom. The color is black vinyl, 2015. All right, and now let's sell Striper, and Striper is sold to Nick Bargeron for $85, okay? $85. There's that, and let's get some new stuff going. Nuclear Assault has been heavily requested, so let me jump over here and run that. So yeah, let me, and this is where I usually regret doing this, but for those that's thinking about checking out, I just want to give you an idea of some of the stuff that's still left to auction, okay? Let's start with the hot post first, okay? We still got In Flames, Halloween, and Mayhem. Also, GNR, Bell Witch, Animals as Leaders, Seance, Motley Crue, Bahirit, it's been requested a lot. Let's do that one. Iron Maiden, Impulse, Amorphous, SOD, Ozzy, Tsunami, Iron Maiden, Motley Crue. And that's the Randy Rhoads album. Now listen to this crate. This is where it gets crazy. Black Sabbath, Sabotage, Judas Priest, The Cult, Nuclear Assault, Black Sabbath. We're also going to do that one because it's been asked about up the yin yang. And then Twisted Sister. We have Yngwie, Danger Danger, Testament, Anthrax, Judas Priest, Killer Dwarfs, Kiss, 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 Accept, Kiss, Stryper, Stryper, Megadeth, Megadeth, Cinderella, Metallica, Warrant, Scorpions, Guns N' Roses, Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, King Diamond, Ozzy, Poison, Anthrax, Fate's Warning, Dio, Queensryche, Saxon, Black Sabbath, Great White, Guns N' Roses, Iron Maiden, and Def Leppard. Wow. That's all going up tonight. And I have 2 more crates of metal auctions, but that's going to have to be for next week. And we might not even get to all those tonight, okay? And especially if it's something high-end, we might want to try it right now, so you better start asking for it. We're going to keep 2 or 3 going. We've got new vintage stuff. I'm going to go through some more metal. And most of everything I just read is either an OG or some kind of vintage copy. Most of that stuff I just read are all OGs, okay? Now, the reason this has been asked about so much lately, almost every Black Sabbath album now have seen a reissue. I mean, you can even get Dehumanizer. You can get all the Tony Martin stuff. This is one of the few Black Sabbath albums yet to be reissued. Born Again. It has not seen a modern reissue still. Black Sabbath, Born Again. It is an 83 US OG pressing. It's an SRC press. It is nice. VG Plus or better. Original inner sleeve. Black Sabbath is a $30 start. Next is Beherit. Beherit. B-E-H-E-R-I-T. And this is Drawing Down the Moon. A 2009 Finland. Wow, Finland, and it's black metal. $35 start. There we have it. Let me see what I've missed since I've stepped away. Children of Bodom was at 37, and then Tom Sullivan got a Tool. Tom Sullivan on Tool. Melissa's gone. Children of Bodom 42. Okay? And then there is a billion requests as usual. We'll keep working them in. As I get done with one, you better start asking for the next, okay? So, because we're going to keep 3 going, so you better pay attention. As one gets done to the end, we'll start putting up another one. What is Children of Bodom? Children of Bodom, I Worship Chaos is a 2015 OG. And Children of Bodom has a high bid of $42 of John Kaiser. We are about to sell it. Here we go. Let's put that right here. Okay. And now let's go. Wow, that last crate only had 1 record left. Alice in Chains sealed from the Laura batch, $34.99. That's the only thing left there. Okay, that was the second crate of metal that was left over right there. All right, let me condense these in with this. All right. Let me put this vintage stuff up here. I'm going to add this into here. Okay. And was there anything before that? No. Okay, good. And then just these, right? Yep. Okay. So very quickly, before I go into a vintage OG crate, I just want to show you some of the earliest, even though we sold out a bunch of stuff early, there's a lot of new people watching. And I just want to remind you some of this stuff right here, okay? And then we're probably going to be going through other vintage crates for the rest of the night. Buy it now, best offer, etc., etc. And it looks like some John's marked some pretty cool stuff over here. 4 hours later, we've absolutely blasted through some crates of metal. It goes fast. It goes really fast. And then there's a whole crate of Japanese, but we don't need that tonight. That'll be for tomorrow for sure. All right, so let's figure out where we're at now. I need a bottle of water before I hyperventilate. All righty. Let's see what we got up here. It's weird with these doors shut. Hello, anybody up here? Tanner? The power, yeah, we definitely had a power surge because our main monitor up here is off. So we had a heck of a storm come through. Our TV monitor's up. I knew something up. Electricity came through this building because the lights kind of flickered over here and then my monitor flashed. Yeah, I like these puzzles back here. It's a lot better. It makes our viewing capabilities a lot better, or our presentation over here a lot better, I should say. All right, sorry, I'm on a quick 3-minute break before I get full speed or nothing here in a second. Whew. Here we go. Children's at 44. Black Sabbath's at 50. And Beharit's at 50. All right, so Darren Chrisman has Beharit at 50. Dragon, you're out. And Satyricon Frost, you're out. Black Sabbath's at 50 with John McPatriot. So both of these are at 50. And Children of Bodom's at 44. Jeffrey Boyson, you're out. John Kaiser has it. John Kaiser has it. They are all 500 piece. I can get 1,000 piece puzzles, but I don't do that for lack of sanity, okay? Because if I start trying to crisscross them, it would be, and plus their 1,000 piece puzzles cost more. All right, you may have already seen some of these, but it's going to be a quick recap, okay? We have Mr. Big, lean into it. Mr. Big, 30th anniversary, $34.99. Methods of Mayhem. I don't think so. Children of Bodom, 45. John Kaiser, you're out. Black Sabbath, new bid. And Beharit, new bid. Everything, new bids there. Mr. Big is $34.99, 30th anniversary edition. Paul McCartney, a live unofficial with Neil Young appearance, $34.99. Iron Maiden, Live After Death, that's a 2 LP for $44. Judas Priest Stained Class is $33. There's some Judas. And now Dokken, now playing, which is essentially a hits comp. Breaking the Chains, Tooth and Nail, It's Not Love, $24.99, now playing. And now Black Sabbath's at 60, Beharit's at 52, and then Children of Bodom, John Kaiser, you've been outbid. Susie wants a Dokken, now playing. I have one extra if anybody else wants one. Also, Sepultura, a 2 LP expanded edition of Beneath the Remains. That's $46.99. Black Label Society 1919 Eternal. That is $38.99. Scott Fellows on Iron Maiden Live After Death. That's sold to Scott Fellows. Also, Winger. This is $33.99. We had a Friday music pressing in the pre-owned bin for more. This is the newest standard reissue on green, emerald green vinyl. Madeline's on there, headed for a heartbreak, $33.99. Bodom's now at 47, Beharit's at 55, and now Black Sabbath at 61. All those are still getting new bids. Iron Maiden Seventh Son, $33.99. Originally came out in 88. Another Judas Priest, this time Defenders of the Faith. We sold one left. Tool's been popular tonight. Here's Undertow, 2 LP, Sober, $33.99 on that. What is the Mr. Big pressing? 30th anniversary edition, 180 gram. Mr. Big, 30th anniversary edition, $34.99. John's out on Children of Bodom. So now the last bid on Children of Bodom was 47 with MT Matt. Jeffrey Boyson, you're out. Now you got to deal with MT Matt. Now Black Sabbath is at 65, and now Beharit's at 57 with Rebecca. And the last bit on that was Satyricon Frost, so you're out again. And now Rammstein, this is called Herzeld, 2 LP, 180 gram, remastered Rammstein, $49.99 on Rammstein. Halloween Keeper, the 7 Keys, Part 1. Halloween's a gatefold. That's $33.99. And then Pantera, Far Beyond Driven. That's a 2 LP cut from the original High Definition Masters over 2 LP, $49.99. Children of Bodom's at $48. And Whitesnake's Greatest Hits. Whitesnake's Greatest Hits is $39.99. 2 LP, revisited, remixed, and remastered. Whitesnake is $39.99. Now Black Sabbath is $66. Now Children of Bodom's at $48. We're all still bidding. However, we're waiting for one person on Beharit, and make sure if you're done bidding, you say out. And that's Satyricon Frost, and he is out, and Rebecca has it for $57. Still bidding on Bodom and Black Sabbath. MT Matt, you're out on Bodom. We have the new Five Finger Death Punch that comes out tomorrow, 20 years of Five Finger Death Punch. 2 LP special Silver Galaxy colored vinyl, $39.99. Oso on Keeper, and that's Halloween. That's sold to Oso. I think we got an OG copy of that coming up later. Black Sabbath has a new bid for $75. Big Jump, $66, and now $75. Beharit still getting a bid at $59. And Bodom has a new bid of $51. Those are all new bids. There's another new Five Finger Death Punch. Iron Maiden Peace of Mind, that's $33.99. Original released in '83. A remaster somewhere in time is $34. And then Gin Blossom's new Miserable Experience for $34. Cameron on a Rammstein. Is that for Herzfeld? I guess it is. Thank you, Cameron. And then KK Priest, Sermons of the Sinner, red vinyl. KK Priest, $29.99. Winger Pool is $33.99, and that's on red vinyl. And then here's some pre-owned stuff we had earlier. Alice in Chains for $27. Jar of Flies. Soundgarden Super Unknown. That is $37.99. It does have a scene split, a 2002 pressing. Over here, Winger, there's the Friday music pressing. It's either green or gold. That's $37.99. Periphery, Juggernaut, Alpha Omega, $39.99, 2015 OG. And then Alice in Chains Live, 2005, $34.99, okay? Now, we have next is Rammstein and then Wesley Stover on Seventh Son. And that's over here sold to Wesley Stover. All right, he's also out on Black Sabbath. Who was the previous bidder? That was Wesley. Black Sabbath is $75. We're about to sell it then. Children of Bodom, I haven't heard back from Rebecca. Rebecca just said out, thank you. And now that just leaves Bodom, or that's actually on Beharit. So what about Bodom? MT Matt 51. I have lost somebody. Who else was building on Children of Bodom? Jeffrey Boyson. He's also out. I think we're done. Time for 3 new auctions. Thanks, everybody. Really good job there on saying in or outs. In or outs. Awesome. Awesome. What was Pantera? Far Beyond Driven. The newest in print 2 LP Rhino cut. $49.99. And then JetBlue also wants a Seventh Son. Wesley Stover, and now JetBlue gets one as well. Also sold to JetBlue. Thank you. Okay? And that was part 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Hammer. All 3 auctions are sold. Children of Bodom sold. MT Matt $51. Black Sabbath sold. John McPatriot $75. Gone. Beharit sold. And this one is sold. Beharit is sold to Satyricon Frost. If you're a first-time buyer, say yes, first-time buyer. That's sold to you for $59, and we got to get you registered. Rammstein, that is sold to James Fairfax. All Megadeth has sold as of now. Are you talking about OG records? If not, no, we still got some OGs. Here's next, Nuclear Assault, Game Over. Their catalog is essentially not in print. If you're a first-time buyer, thank you. Do me a quick favor. If you're on Facebook, go to CollectCo, this page. There's a button that says Send Message. Send Message. I need your name. I need your mailing address. I need your email address, okay? We need your real name, your mailing address. I need all that. Ed will invoice you on Monday, $8 in limited shipping. Merciful Fate's already sold. We have Nuclear Assault. Oh, boy. OG. Anything by them always raise some eyebrows. Some eyebrows are being raised. 1986 USOG, combat green labels, no barcode. OG, no barcode, green labels. Original inner sleeve, VG Plus or better. $65 start on Nuclear Assault. Game Over, Let the Game Begin. $65 start. Next is In Flames. In Flames. Colony, C-O-L-O-N-Y. In Flames is a 2014 Euro reissue, 180 gram, with the original inner sleeve, a $65 start. Some of these have sold for as much as $230. In Flames, a $65 start. That's next. Any more of Megadeth? No, that is now out of print. That was that original issue when that came out. Those are gone. And then Rammstein is still available. We're about to go through that right now. Jake Perganson wants the Winger Friday music pressing. I'm about to show those again. Yeah, I was about to do just a big recap of all the new vinyl in stock, even though it's been recently shown. Obviously, there's new people watching because we just sold a big chunk out of here. That's why I'm going through them again, because some people may now have realized, wait a minute, I do need to go ahead and buy that. So there's one opportunity. And then here was the other crate, right? Yeah, here was not the most recent, but the next crate. So let's go ahead and do that. Also, here's an ink pen. I might need that later. Now, let's add another auction, okay? Let's add another auction because we have a lot more to get to. And I think we have more requests for stripers. So let's go ahead and do that with the original cover here. Y'all got to keep reminding me when we do a complete clean out of the board, if you want to bump up your request, you better ask me. Promise. You're not bothering me. Just don't ask over and over and over and over while an auction's going on, especially when there's 3 up. But if you remind me near the end, I will get you bumped up, okay? We got Striper with the original cover. The original cover, To Hell with the Devil. It does have the original cover. Original angel artwork, SRC press, an 86 OG, VG Plus or better, a $35 start. Now, we still got Pantera, the Great Southern Trendkill. That's on white and sandblasted orange marble vinyl, $33.99. If you want to bid, you just comment. Just like you just asked how to bid, you do that. You don't have to be pre-registered. I just ask that you do one thing. If you buy something officially, make sure you get us your information via email or messenger, and make sure you can pay for them. That's all I ask. I ask that you can pay for them. You got cash. Come Monday when invoices are sent, okay? Next is In Memory of Paul Di'Anno. And in memory of Paul Di'Anno, I got another fly problem, probably because of all my apples up front. I have like an entire fruit store up front. I've been buying so much fruit. In memory of Paul Di'Anno, limited edition Sparkle Starlight Vinyl. 2 tracks not released on vinyl or CD before. $29.99. Over here, we have Rat Detonator. Last copy on red vinyl. Rat Detonator. OGs of these are scarce. Not too easy to come by. $33.99. And then Iron Maiden Power Slave with some of my favorite artwork. Power Slave is $33.99. And Metallica Kill 'Em All. Search and Seek and Destroy. $33.99. Back-to-back Slayers. They are both $34. One is Undisputed Attitude, and the other is South of Heaven. They are available, 34 and 34. They're there if you want them. Over here, we had Striper, we have In Flames, and we got Nuclear Assault. I hadn't said a bit on Nuclear Assault since I put it up. Nuclear Assault 65, Nuclear Assault 75, In Flames 65, Nuclear Assault 77, Nuclear Assault 80, Nuclear Assault 100. Striper 40, In Flames 66, Striper 66, Striper 45, Matt Marco on Pantera, sold. Teresa Brookshire on Paul Di'Anno, sold. Striper 46, and then Tim Graham on Rat. Tim Graham gets Rat, yes. And then we have Striper at 50, Chris Caldwell on Maiden, Power Slave, sold. And now In Flames at 70. Striper Alf, Chris Bocci on South of Heaven. Chris, have you bought from us before? If you're a first-time buyer, say yes, first-time buyer, or no, I've bought before. Over here, we have Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction, Welcome to the Jungle, Paradise City, $36.99. Typo Negative. Now, we've been discussing their catalog tonight. When these things go out of stock and go out of print, who knows? It could be like some of their other albums. Right now, if you're thinking about it, you might want to go ahead and grab it. Slow, Deep, and Hard. It's on green and black marbled vinyl, $39.99. That means Nuclear Assault's a final call for $100 with Steve Weaver. That means In Flames is still at $72 with Tom Sullivan. Josh Brown, you just taught him. And Striper's at $50 with James Vasquez. We're talking OG. OG, Janet Gray on Type Blue. I've bought before. I thought so. Welcome back, Chris Bocci. Janet on Type O. There's Type O. There's one left. We got Celtic Frost, Into the Pandemonium. 2 LP gold vinyl with bonus material, including 2 posters and book. $44.99. Info on In Flames. In Flames Colony is the 2014 Euro reissue 180-gram vinyl near mint. It just got a new bid for $75. Tool, Fear Inoculum, $76.99. Tom Sullivan on Celtic Frost, sold to Tom Sullivan. James Fairfax, that Rammstein's coming up. But here's Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. That's tough to get. That originally came out in 1992. That's why you never see OGs of that laying around. Tom Sullivan says, also give me a Fear Inoculum. Let's make a note to order more Fear Inoculums. Also, Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. Amazing. The album remastered, a classic. Neon Nights, Children of the Sea, the song Heaven and Hell. Amazing. Plus, bonus material, including live tracks with Ronnie James Dio, $44.99. Metallica Death Magnetic, The Day That Never Comes, great track. Cyanide's on there. The Unforgiven 3, $44.99. We're all waiting for The Unforgiven 4. And Disturbed, Indestructible, $33.99 for Disturbed. Steve Weaver, you get Nuclear Assault. These metal bands love nuclear. They are pro-nuclear. This is 100, and this is sold to Steve Weaver. In Flames is at $75. Everybody else is out, including Tom Sullivan. And then Striper. No one else bid since that $50 bid with James Vasquez, sold for $50. And then JetBlue on FOD. FOD was Fear of the Dark, sold to JetBlue 004. Next auction is going up right now, and that next auction is going to be SOD. SOD, Stormtroopers of Death, Speak English or Die, is an 85 OG A1 in dead wax. A true OG Megaforce silver label, and the dead wax has A1. That's first press. VG condition, a $25 start on SOD. Now up for bid. And now, let's go ahead and put this up. Somebody asked for it a second ago. Megadeth. So far, so good, so what? An 88 Canadian OG. Beautiful. EX Plus, super clean. It is incredibly high grade. It is an OG Canadian press with the original on her sleeve. OG Megadeth, $75 start. That's now up for bid. Anybody else over here? Do you have Nuclear Assault Game Over? I thought that's what you just bought. I thought that's what you just bought, wasn't it? That's what you just bought. SOD 25, 30, 35, and SOD lots of bids. What about In Flames over here? Josh is out. It's up to Cameron Lingefeld. We took another chunk out of that crate. Anybody else? Indestructible by Disturbed. Metallica, Black Sabbath, Iron Maiden, Type O Negative, Guns N' Roses, Slayer, Metallica, Paul Di'Anno, and Pantera. Anybody else? If not, I'm going to try to condense those over here. Let me do a little bit condensing a Rui, and we're going to go through that, run through those again, because I can tell there's a lot of new people on that didn't get to see these the first go around, and I know for sure there's at least 2 records sold coming up whenever we get to them. Oh, I got to take this crate off first. All righty. I'm kind of excited to go through vintage stuff because I never know what John's going to put out. And you just never know back there with that vintage stuff. It's just crazy. Okay? And then, okay, so Megadeth has a bid of 75. That's in. SOD 50, 50, and 60. And then what about In Flames? Cameron bid 82. That means Tom Sullivan's out. Yeah, Tom Sullivan, you're out on In Flames again. And he says he's done. Okay, so final call on that. Final call on that. And Steve Weaver says he's doing 20 things at once. Don't bother him right now. He's trying to buy Nuclear Assault and feed the dogs. He's got to let the cats out. Here we go. We got 2 copies of Slipknot, the Subliminal Verses, Volume 3, 2 LP purple vinyl. Slipknot's $36.99. Lamb of God, Omens. Lamb of God is $29.99. Iron Maiden, Somewhere Back in Time, the best of Iron Maiden, a double picture disc, $69.99. Very cool release. Talking about some awesome artwork. They kind of put the 2 best covers together. Look at that. And then you got Futuristic Eddie blasting out up of the pyramids and the Sphinx, $69.99. Guar, Scumdogs of the Universe, Gatefold 2 LP, $33.99. And there's the other Rammstein, James Fairfax, 2 LP remastered Rammstein, $49.99. All right, so In Flames is sold to Cameron Lingefeld for $82. SOD's at $65. Wow, just one bid on Megadeth. I can't believe it. I've never sold an EX Plus near minus copy of this for less than $100. Chase Arnold has it one bid. OG Megadeth Canadian, $75 start, final call. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is going to be Impulse. And this is Manslaughter. Impulse Manslaughter, Logical End. And this is an 89 German. 89 German they did as a repress on hot pink colored vinyl. VG Plus, a $25 start on Impulse. That is now up for bid. Now up for bid. Also over here, James Fairfax says he does want a Rammstein. Chris Bocci on a Scumdogs. Gwar, that's sold. And then we have Venom. Venom $33.99. Venom. Storm the Gates, $33.99. If I could send you a picture, the dogs are literally eating. I know exactly what's going on when people are jumping around and they're asking, Chad, could you say that again? Sorry, Chad, this. I'm like, oh my gosh, they're feeding their dogs. They're letting their cat out. They stepped away from their phone and now they've missed the opportunity of a lifetime. I know exactly when y'all are feeding your dogs. Don't worry. Changing litter boxes, all kinds of stuff. Venom's $33.99. Venom, Storm the Gates. Also, Lynch Mob Rebel, one left, red marble vinyl for $29. Suffocation, Pinnacle of Bedlam. Limited edition 10th anniversary, yellow and black Corona, $29.99. Some of y'all going to get more beers out of the fridge. Oh, got to go get another beer. Let me go refill my chocolate milk. Oh, got to go fix another hot fudge sundae right quick. Oh, let me step up here and tell my wife to get out of the living room. Get out of here. Chad's selling tonight. I told you not to come in here and bother me. What are you doing? Get these kids out of here. Get these kids out of here. I'm trying to buy records. It's Thursday night metal night. Can I finally get some peace for once in my life? Get out of here. Where is a monster at when I need it? Holy moly. V8. Banana pudding. Chocolate pudding. We got all kinds of good stuff in here. Where's my Promogenics at? Do I have a monster? Oh, one monster left. Great. There is a monster left. I love these monsters. I also come up here to grab the fly swatter if I can find it. This fly is about to die. This fly, you're about to see me commit fly murder live on Facebook. One thing that always disappears around here is the fly swatter. I don't know. I'm going to have to text my mom. Where is that fly killer at? I can't find it. Sorry, I've had to walk all the way up front, right in the middle of the strive of a crate. Yep, don't know where it's at. Oh well, we'll keep going. I have got another monster. This fly's gonna die though. You will die, fly. It's Thursday night metal night. Okay, I am all the way back up here. I am now back to my desk, my operation center. I've got me a fresh can of Monster here. Look at this. Oh, yes. Oh, man, here we go. Okay, so first thing we have is, next thing we have is SOD 60, SOD 65, Megadeth 80, SOD 70, Sold Scumdog, Sold Rammstein, Megadeth 85, SOD Out, Impulse 25, CDs later, to be determined. And then over here, we got Megadeth 90 and Mastodon Blood Mountain, not to my knowledge. And then Megadeth 93, okay? Monster Bandit. No, I don't. I never did ask my mom. Okay, next thing we have is Tool Lateralis for $59.99. Exodus, Blood In, Blood Out. Exodus is $36.99. Morbid Angel, Altars of Madness, $38. And then Injustice for All, Blackened is the Night, $44.99. And Bon Jovi's greatest hits, Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa, we're living on a prayer. So over here, we have SOD. SOD, CDs to be determined later, or miscellaneous. I don't know. It depends on how much my brain power can hold up. I can't believe it's already 10 o'clock. SOD, the last bid that came in over here on SOD, 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 SOD. John Kaiser, $70. Going twice, going three times. Megadeth, Impulse is at 30. Steve Weaver's in. Everybody else is out. And then Megadeth's at 93 with Chase Arnold. So just FYI, that's where we're at. So Chris Caldwell, you're out on Megadeth. Impulse, that original bidder of 25, you're out. And that original bidder was Jim Cooper. Jim Cooper, you're out. Boy, pink vinyl, Impulse, nothing I've seen before in print. 89 German on pink vinyl. And then evidently on SOD, we're about to sell that to John Kaiser for $70, okay? There we have it. And we've went through all the new vinyl tonight twice. Great auction still on the line. Anthrax is definitely on that line. Thank you for the reminder. I'll bump it in rotation. 6 crates of brand new sealed vinyl, and everything that's left is in a crate and a half. So right now we're about to get into some vintage pre-owned records, never shown before, that are buy it now best offer, okay? So you're about to see a lot of vintage pre-owned, like classic rock, pop soul, anything like that. They all are going to be buy it now or best offer. Let me show y'all a Metallica box set. I tried to sell it last night. I'm going to try to sell it. Oh my gosh, John's got an Aussie over here. Let me pull that out and put it for auction. Yeah, we'll just put that thing up for auction here in a second. For $1, I'll put it up for $1 start and see what happens. But yeah, let's go through this crate here. I think you're going to like some of the stuff that's in here. Who knows? Is there another check condition bin? Okay, there's another check condition bin. Let's do that one first at sticker price. I always do the check condition stuff. Well, I didn't know we had another one. I would have done it earlier. So let's do these at sticker price, okay? Just like new arrivals, these are great new vintage titles. All prices marked check condition, okay? Pretty good looking titles in here. Oh, yeah, nice. All right, let's go through these right here. Let's see what we got. And these are going to be sticker price, new arrivals, all check condition titles, okay? Here we go. So it looks like Mr. Kaiser gets the SOD, and that is sold to John Kaiser. John Kaiser, SOD $70. Sold in OG A1 and dead wax. Nice. Sold, OG pressing. And now Megadeth. I thought it would hit 100. We're close. We're at $97. A Canadian OG. And then Impulse. Steve Weaver, you're out. Steve Weaver, you're out. It does have a new bid for $31. Let's keep the auctions going. So tonight, here's where we're at. If you're kind of wondering, where's Chad at right now? Metal auctions for the next couple hours while we go through vintage OGs. That's what we're going to be doing. And then I have other new metal, sealed, new metal stuff that I'm going to try to slip in, but it's stuff y'all have already seen before. Like, we've sold the heck out of Slayer tonight. I still got Rain and Blood over here that no one's bought. So just to give you an idea, some of the cool stuff we still can try to slip in on new vinyl as well. But first, we have a lot of requests for this Anthrax. Let me find it, and let's put it up for bid. Yeah, there's some great stuff in here. Here we go. Oh, boy. I have no idea what it is. We're about to find out. Nice. It's a 1990 Euro OG. Original under sleeve, VG Plus EX. When we tagged this, there was only one for sale in the United States. VG Plus copy with the original under sleeve. Anthrax is going to go up for a $55 start. Let the bidding begin. Impulse is sold to Jim Cooper for $31, sold. And then Megadeth is sold to Chase Arnold for $97, okay? Are the records sold and shipped from the United States? We are based in Tennessee in the United States of America. $8 is limited shipping to the United States. International shipping is at cost. International shipping is at cost. If you're in the UK, we have a bunch of people over in the UK. They buy, we pack it up, we send them a bill for postage, then they pay for the postage, and then we mail it. All right, we got an OG Ozzy tribute album. Ozzy Randy Rhoads tribute album. It's an 87 Carrollton OG. Unfortunately, though, it averages out as a VG minus, but we're going to start it for just $15. An Ozzy Randy Rhoads tribute, $15 start on that. And then our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is right here, Amorphous. And Amorphous is a 2020 China reissue, limited to 200 copies on blue and black splatter and silver and black splatter. $35 start on that. Anthrax already has a bid. Ozzy already has a bid. And there's Amorphous, okay? And I'll have to register next time. You can buy right now. You don't have to pre-register. If you want to jump in and buy something, you just register after you buy. Or you can go ahead and do it now and come back and buy whatever you want. You technically don't have to register until you make a purchase, okay? And then, but welcome. You can buy as much as you want. And yes, I hadn't forgot about the metal CDs. I apologize. We have so much other stuff to auction. I'll try to work them in or just come back tomorrow. Hopefully, y'all are going to be here for a while, though. That might be some great night late stuff there, okay? Here we go. First thing is rainbow, straight between the eyes. VG Plus, $24.99. It does have the original on her sleeve. Rainbow, VG Plus, $24.99. Elvis, Gold Records Volume 3, a 63 stereo Indianapolis EX, $19.99. Only one bid on Anthrax. Do I need to blow the air horn and wake everybody back up? Just one bid for $55. Going once, going twice. Wow. Ozzy's now at 40 with Brian Call. Randy Clark, you're out. JT, you're out. And then over here, Amorphous. No bid yet. I'm looking for a $35 start. And now Chris Caldwell, first on Rainbow, sold. Going through new check condition stuff. The Monkeys headquarters. VG, $9.99. Now Anthrax 58. Now Anthrax 60. Now Anthrax 56. Now Anthrax 65. The Best of Jethro Tull, MU, which stands for Magicians Union. He called it that because look how many different people played on these albums with him. Truly a Musicians Union, MU, the Best of Jethro Tull. VG Plus, $14.99. Steve Biddlecombe, he's watching from the United Kingdom. He's way across the Atlantic Ocean over there, and he's buying records right out of the bins here in Tennessee. It's amazing what you can do on the internet. Sold to Steve Biddlecombe. Elvis Presley, that is done. Anthrax, lots of bids now. Lots of bids now. The Cars, Panorama, VG condition, $12.99. Anthrax is a 1990 Europress. 1990 Europress. It is on Island Megaforce. It is OG. It is OG. That is now up for bid. And then Ozzy just got a new bid for $42. And I don't think Amorphous has a bid yet, so that's a final warning to lock in a bid. Next is Joe Walsh Barnstorm. Joe Walsh is VG $9.99, and Todd Rundgren is VG $9.99. Okay, new check condition stuff here. Let me open up this can of Monster. Definitely going to enjoy drinking some of this, and then some water, and then maybe go up front and get a Cosmic Brownie. Cosmic Brownie. Ozzy's OG. There's only one pressing of Ozzy. If you ever see this album, unless someone pulled one out of the box set, there's only ever one pressing, and that's OG. Now, they're pressed at different places, but yeah, they're always OG copies. So we're dealing right now with Anthrax at $105. Over here, we got Ozzy. Ozzy over here. Ozzy's at Ozzy's at 42 with Brian Call. That's at 42 with Brian Call. And Amorphous does have one bid with Alan Hagen for 35, okay? And then Pickle did get the Cars. That's sold to Pickle. Thank you, Pickle. That's sold to you, $23.69. That is done, okay? And I got to mute my mic for one more second. Okay, so Ozzy 45, and Pickle, you got the Cars. Yeah, Ozzy 50. It is VG minus. It exists, and now Amorphous is sold to Alan Hagen for $35. All right, here we go. Elvis in the original baby blue font. That's the true first cover for this album. It's a mono in this baby blue font. It's a 63 VG Plus, $24.99. Wait a second. John has the disc as a 63. That doesn't match up then. This might have been Frankenstein. Or, yeah, because this is supposed to be, this right here is the first jacket for this. It might have been a Frankenstein disc. Very possible, but this should be, I can tell you that for sure. They didn't reissue that cover except for that one pressing in 58. So, unless, of course, if you have an old record price guide, the section of Elvis records is about that thick. But I'm pretty sure that's how that goes. That could be the wrong disc in there. Next is David Bowie, Let's Dance. That's in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Either way, it's also a mono disc, and that's what you want for that album. These sound really good in mono. That's the way they was originally pressed. That's sold to George Samberez. Brent was second. David Bowie sold to Stephen Parton. Now, what about Anthrax over here? Chase Arnold has it 105. Deckelman's out. And now Ozzy's at 55 with Michael Hamburger. Jeremy's out. Now John Kaiser's at 60. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Let's go ahead and run this right here. It is another King Diamond. Let's make sure everybody's paying attention. Another OG King Diamond. It's a first press on brown translucent audiophile vinyl. I'm holding it up to the light. It's turning brown. It's VG++ with the insert and a duplicate insert. Wow, you get 2 inserts. You might need an extra copy. There's King Diamond. And that's a $55 start. Let's keep going in here. Santana, welcome. VG Plus $14.99. Chubby's folk album, Lodi Low, Chubby Checker, VG $9.99. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, VG Condition $14.99. CSNY, great album. Steven's putting the Bowie back, so if anybody wants, let's dance. And Cat People, Putting Out Fire with Gasoline. VG Plus $14.99. Anthrax, Hammers Up. Same thing for Ozzy. It's at 60. Other people are saying out. Next thing over here is Flamin' Groovies. Wow, don't see that too often. Shake Some Action. VG Plus $29.99. VG Plus $29.99. And Hard Choir, that's VG Plus $9.99, Hard Choir, and Marshall Tucker Band, Carolina Dreams, VG $12.99, King Diamond 55, King Diamond 60, and now Pickle says, I'll take the Bowie that was put back, that's sold, and then Stuck 73 next, and now Anthrax is sold. I figured that would hit 100. Anthrax is sold to Chase Arnold for $105. Thank you, Chase, that's sold to you for $105. Let's go ahead and put that away. Boom and boom. And then over here, Pickle, you got Bowie stuck next. And then over here's Ozzy, and that is sold to John Kaiser for $60. And now King Diamond's at 60 with Paul Catrich, okay? Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. Here we go. Halloween, Keeper of the Seven Keys, Part 1. An 87 OG with the original inner sleeve, super clean. Near mint minus on the vinyl. Very nice copy. $55 start. We just sold a reissue. This is the real OG. Really cool inner sleeve there with the pumpkin heads. $55 start on Halloween. Keeper of the Seven Keys, Part 1. O'Doul Rules 2024. Who is O'Doul? I might have to get your Twitch name confirmed. But first, Rebecca got Choir. That's sold to Rebecca. And then O'Doul on Twitch got Marshall Tucker. King Diamond still getting bids. Halloween's up for bid. And now the Prince of Darkness makes another return. No Rest for the Wicked. Whoa! An 88 USOG. Another Ozzy album that has not seen a reissue except for the box set. EX Plus Condition with the original inner sleeve, Miracle Man, Breaking All the Rules, $95 start, Ozzy. Elijah Dool is O'Doul, you got it. O'Doul on Twitch, they've got it. And we have King Diamond at 68 and now 70. Halloween's at 55. The Flying Burrito Brothers, VG Plus, $26.99. A&M Records, VG Plus, $26.99. Bad Company, Bad Finger, straight up. Bad Fingers in VG Condition, $14.99. Ozzy already has a bid for $125. Also, Climax Blues Band, Tightly Knit. VG Plus $14.99, and Camel, the single factor. Camel is in EX Condition, $17.99, and we have the Graduate soundtrack. The Graduate soundtrack is VG Plus $12.99. Ozzy is an OG Carrollton press, beautiful condition. OG Carrollton press, EX Condition, OG. King Diamond, 77. Wow, just one bid on Halloween for $55. Going to once and going to twice. Jim Sedal on Camel. Camel, sold to Jim Sedal. Sold. Done. Gone. Also, Story of the Rolling Stones. A Portugal press. A 2 LP compilation. VG Plus, $24.99. King Diamond, 77. High bid. Over here, Jethro Tull A. Gold Stamp Promo. EX, $17.99. Santana, Shango. VG Condition, $9.99. Cruisin', 61. EX Condition, $14.99 on that. The Association, VG Plus, $9.99. And then along comes, We have Robin Trower, twice removed from yesterday, VG Plus $12.99. Wesley Stover on CBB, and that was Climax Blues Band sold. So King Diamonds at 77. Who were the backup bidders? Paul Catrich, I think it's just up to you. Wow, are we really done on Aussie too? 125 on Aussie, going to once, going to twice. Okay, about to sell it. Next is Climax Blues Band again. That one's called Rich Man. VG $9.99 on that. And American Prayer, Jim Morrison, Music by the Doors, VG Condition, $14.99. And Jerry Cole and his orchestra, Outer Limits, Jerry Cole, VG $14.99. Jay Nutra, everything in here right now is sticker price. Eagles Greatest Hits is VG Plus $24.99. And John Travolta, Two of a Kind, VG Plus $14.99. All right, folks, it's time to sell some auctions. Wow, I can tell it's getting late. Hope not everybody's zoned out. We just sold 2 big auctions, minimum bid. Halloween, 1 bid, $55, sold to Oso Adventure. He got it, sold to Oso, just 1 bid, $55, a near mint copy. And Aussie, just 1 bid for $125. That's highly unusual. Sold, $125, done. Let's put it away. And then over here, King Diamond. He went out and it sold empty map for $77. Warrant going up soon. I'll go ahead and run it right now. I'll put it up right now because guess what? The board's cleared. We're ready for 3 new auctions. Next is Chase Arnold, also requesting Testament. Chris Caldwell got the Rolling Stones. That is right here. What happened to it? Did I already pull it out? No, this is sold to Chris Caldwell, and Jordan said he'll take Robin Trower for $12, and that was right here, sold to Jay Nutra. All right. Okay, let's see here. Done, do. Yeah. 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 Wow, man. Might have to just go home early and put on the Fugitive with Harrison Ford and just pop some popcorn. Got to make sure we got some more bidding activity going on. If not, you know, I'm just going to go ahead and say, well, we'll try these again next week. I'll just go home, turn on my TV, go to my Apple TV, put on The Fugitive with Harrison Ford and Tommy Lee Jones and just pop some popcorn. And just, if not, you know, just got to make sure everybody's still with me. Let's go ahead and introduce 3 new auctions. Warrant, dirty, rotten, filthy, stinking, rich. Dirty, rotten, filthy, stinking, rich. Warrant is an 89 USOG direct metal mastering, commonly known as DEM. It is a VG copy. It is VG. It does have the original inner sleeve. Let's go ahead and start it for $40. Warrant, dirty, rotten, filthy, stinking, rich. Now up for bid, Testament, The New Order, Testament, 88, OG pressing, OG, an 88, original inner sleeve, EX Plus condition, inner sleeve, OG, EX Plus, inner sleeve, OG, this Testament is an OG pressing. That is an original pressing, $55 start, warrant, OG, yes. Next, Metallica, Ride the Lightning, 1984, second press, reissue, Electra, specialty, nice, EX, $125 start. Creeping Death, Fight Fire with Fire, For Whom the Bell Tolls, Call of the Clutu, Escape, For Whom the Bell Tolls, For Whom the Bell Tolls, Fade to Black, Ride the Lightning, Creeping Death, For Whom the Bell Tolls, $125 start. Now that's up for bid. Finishing up this crate, we have another claim on Climax Blues. Another rich man. Over here's another dirty, rotten, filthy, stinking rich. This is also sold to Wesley Stover. There we have it. Over here is Kansas Leftoverture. VG $9.99. Carry On, My Wayward Son. We have Marshall Tucker Band. VG Plus $9.99. Stripers on deck. We've got 3 new auctions to knock out now. Metallica $125. Testaments at $70. Warrant just 1 bid for $40. Wow, final call. We're about to sell it. Next thing is Steppenwolf Monster. VG condition, $9.99. Guy Shard wants 2 of a kind. Sold to Guy Shard. Thank you. Neil Diamond's Greatest Hits in shrink. Nice. Original Kmart price tag. You could have walked into Kmart back in the late, gosh, this is like late 60s here. This has got some great tracks on too. Cherry Cherry, Solitary Man. VG Plus $9.99. Also, The Fugs. That's VG $14.99. And Warrant is at 42. Warrant's got another bid for 42.
I repeat, Metallica does not have a bid yet. We're looking for $125 start if anybody can hear me.
Next is the Door Soft Parade EX condition. That is $27.99. The Moody Blues Go Now EX $17.99. Pickle $23.69 on Kansas. Carry On, My Wayward Son. That is sold. Metallica has a bid for $125. My transmission over the shortwave radio worked. I had to get on my shortwave radio down here on the front lines in the trenches. That was me calling in, hopefully like an airstrike.
Folks, we're going to have to get a bid on Metallica.
We do have a bid. And then last night, the Marquise, 61 mono white fan logo on label. Wow, let's take a look at that. 61 mono from Atlantic. Look at that. The Marquise, that's early. VG $14.99. Peter Haas says, give me that Neil Diamond. Great decision. Adam Bernardi on Moody Blues. Great decision. And now Testaments at 85. Final call on Metallica. One bid for $125. And now Warrant. The last bid was James Hicks at $45. OGVG. We have filled up another crate. Let me do some switcheroony over here. A little bit of switcheroony. That was our 7th full crate. Hopefully we can get to about 20 more tonight. Anybody want to buy some puzzles? I need to show the jigsaw puzzle inventory right quick. Those 3 you can see back there in the back, those are jigsaw puzzles, just like the Rolling Stones song. The Stones have a song called Jigsaw Puzzle. I'm just sitting here trying to do my jigsaw puzzle. Kiss Dynasty, $24.99. It's a puzzle. So is Motley Crue Dr. Feelgood, and so is Def Leppard Pyromania. Those are available. And now we have Patrick Lear on the Marquise. That's so to Patrick Lear. Thank you. And then over here we have Bonzo Dog Band. Beast of the Bonzos. Kind of reminds me of Rush. The fire hydrant. We have VG $14.99. Warrants at $46. Close Encounters of the Third Kind. John Williams with the bonus $45. VG Plus $19.99. Posse's a Capricorn. Posse's carries Capricorn and Jones. Not Crapicorn, Capricorn. Folks, this is the Monkeys. It's another Pleasant Valley Sunday. VG $9.99. All the puzzles are $24.99. $24.99. Over here, Testament is now at $95. We got Stephen Parton on Close Encounters. You got it. So does Stephen Parton. Now Warrant has a new bid for $47. Kelly second on Close. Now Testament's at $100 and Steve Biddlecombe on the Marquise. I thought you said Monkeys. All right. Wow, just one bid on Metallica. Unbelievable. Sold to Danzig 35 for $125. Dang, I should have just held on to that. And now a very, 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 very late bid just came in of $126. Oh, man, you just broke my heart for 2 reasons. 1, that bid came in late, and 2, that it only sold for $125. All right, no more Metallicas for a month. That's y'all's punishment. No more Metallica OGs for 30 days. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Queensryche. No, we had a request for something else. Hold on a second. I'm probably going to have to flip through every one of them to remind myself. We had a request earlier for Striper. The other To Hell with the Devil. Here we go. To Hell with the Devil. Striper. An 86 UX. Text-only cover. VG. And it is due to this one small fillable mark on both sides, just a $15 start. So it's VG with a fillable mark. Striper's just a $15 start. And now over here, we have Wayne Davis on the Door. Sold. Soft Parade. Done. Soft Parade is sold. Over here is this, Elvis Presley King Creole, 58 mono. 58 mono in VG condition, $19.99 for the King. There's another one, 77 VG $24.99. And we have Blue Hawaii, 61 mono, VG $24.99. And Bob Seger, Against the Wind with her strut, VG $12.99. Testaments at 120, John Kaiser's out. And then the last bid on Warrant that came in. The last bid on Warrant that came in was $47 with James Hicks. Greg Smith, you're out. He says he's done. We're about to sell it. George, you've got dibs on 3 Elvis, Blue, the Comeback TV NBC special, or King Creole. He wants King Creole. Okay? And then, Chris Frazier, you're next on Elvis. And if it was for King Creole, that means you were second. Stephen Parton on Bob Seger. And then Striper is at 20. Another 20. John next on BS. Warrant is an OG pressing. Dirty, Rotten, Filthy, Stinking Rich is once again an OG pressing. An 89 USOG direct metal mastering with the original inner sleeve, VG and VG cover. VG and VG cover. These are all new arrival sticker price. We are about to get in the best offer. It's past that 10 o'clock mode. Everybody's itching to make an offer. These are the last crate of pre-owned you'll probably see at sticker price. Unless John marked a whole nother crate of check condition, but I don't think he did. All right, so next is Michael snared on this Elvis. That's sold. All right. We have some people, they are just literally pulling their hair out, ready to make an offer on something. They're like, Chad, I don't buy anything unless I can make an offer on it. And I'm like, okay, well, you can do that in just a second. Stripers at $26, still getting bids. Testament, hammers up. I'm about to sell Testament with Steve Weaver for $120. And now Warrant. I'm going to make sure John Durden or Deckelman says pass. If Deckelman says pass, that means it's immediately sold to James Hicks for $47. Okay, we're waiting for one person. He says pass. This is immediately sold to James Hicks for $47. All right, we have a blue million other auctions to get to. Hope y'all ready. That's still a great price for that, even in VG condition. Here we go, Chad $1.99. I don't know what we're gonna do by the time it's time to start CDs. I don't know if I'll have a brain left. These Thursday nights are usually a brain drain. By the time I get time, usually so to CDs, and we're still putting up auctions, I probably won't be able to spell my name backwards. Here we go. New auction. Are y'all ready? I had my finger on this, about to put it up. It's Queensryche. Oh my gosh. Another album that's not in print. Somebody tell me why this hadn't been put in print. Rage for Order, an 86 OG Black Ring Allied A pressing. Lyric inner sleeve, VG Plus or better. Queensryche is a $55 start. $55 start. Let's do the check condition bin quickly one more time. The Monkees, VG $9.99. Jethro Tull, VG Plus $14.99. Joe Walsh, VG $9.99. Todd Rundgren, VG $9.99. Santana Welcome, VG Plus $14.99. Chubby Checker, VG $9.99. Also, Crosby, Stills and Nash, VG Plus, VG $14.99. Testament is sold. Another new auction coming up. Testament sold to Steve Weaver for $120. Queensryche is a $55 start. Let the bidding begin. Striper 40, Striper 41, Queensryche $55. No bid. Final call. Going once, going twice. Next auction is Mayhem. Wolfslayer Abyss. Oh my gosh. A 1997 UK original. OG Mayhem from 97 UK OG, limited to 1,500 with insert VG Plus, a $55 start. All right, and then Striper 40, Striper 41. What is test at, please? You just missed it. Queensryche 55, Striper 45. Next is Flaming Groovies, Shake Some Action. Kind of surprised that's still left. VG Plus $29.99. Rick Castle says, I'll take CSNY. You got it. Queensryche 55, Queensryche 55, Queensryche 60, Queensryche 60. We have Flying Burrito Brothers, VG Plus $26.99. Badfinger Straight Up, VG $14.99. My Baby Blue. That is still available. Thank you for the water. I definitely need that. I got to finish this other bottle first. I am definitely dying of thirst over here. We have the Graduate, VG Plus $12.99. Jethro Tull, EX $17.99. Santana Shango is VG $9.99. Is that what I've seen over here? Yep, VG $9.99. Cruising 61 is EX $14.99. The Association is VG Plus $9.99. And Jim Morrison's VG $14.99. Jerry Cole and his Spaceman, Outer Limits. Outer Limits, VG $14.99. Eagles Greatest Hits, VG Plus $24.99. Marshall Tucker Greatest Hits. Can't you see what that woman's been doing to me? Puzzles, puzzles, puzzles. Next, Mo bid on Mayhem. Whoa, final call on Mayhem for $55. What about Striper? Jeremy Rourke had it for $45. And Melanie's out. That's a final call. Sean Fairweather on Morrison. I thought that was going to be a bid for Mayhem. Sean gets Morrison. Now Mayhem has a bid for $55. Now Steppenwolf, VG $9.99. Marshall Tucker, VG Plus, $9.99. Wayne, second on Jim Morrison. The Fugs, VG $14.99. Bonzo Dog Band, VG $14.99. John Durden got Marshall Tucker. Wesley, what is $65 for? Hopefully, if that's for Striper, you let me know very soon because I'm about to sell it to Jeremy for $45. And that is for A. And A, I don't see an A, but I do have Monkeys for VG $9.99. And Outer Limits is sold to Robert Barnett. And the only Elvis that didn't get claimed was Blue Hawaii. Elvis Blue Hawaii, a 61 mono, VG $24.99. New crate. And it's probably going to be BINBO. It will be. What a fool believes. Anybody else got Michael McDonald stuck in your head on Metal Night? All right, and that's for Q. Okay, AQ, Q, got it. Striper. Sold to Jeremy Rourke for $45. Got it, sold. Queen's Rock, $65 with Wesley Stover. Rebecca's the only bidder of Mayhem. And I just want to let you know, you tied Michael on Queen's Rock. Okay, now John has it at 66. And when I come back, I'm selling Mayhem, one bid, $55. And I'm putting two, I repeat, two new auctions up. I've got 3 crates of new vintage stuff that's never been shown before, and they're all going to be buy it now or best offer. I repeat, 3 crates of new vintage stuff, all EX Plus or better, that has never been shown before, and they're all buy it now or best offer. So I hope that you're ready. If not, you probably need to get ready. Mayhem sold to Rebecca for $55. Okay? We got a request for Danger Danger. I'll put it up right now. I hope that's a request because I'm putting it up. Danger Danger is a 2022 music on vinyl pressing, minty. $25 start on Danger Danger. That's now up for bid. And now our next auction is going to go up right now. And that is OG Iron Maiden. No. Wow, it's a picture disc. It's a 2013 U.S. limited edition picture disc. Iron Maiden. And the picture disc has the some of the singles on it. So that's the full album. And they've done picture disc artwork from some of the singles. Aces High and whatever that one is. EX condition. Iron Maiden, a $30 start. It does have the original on her sleeve. A picture disc. Very cool. Iron Maiden's now up for bid. Queen's Rock is at 70. Now Iron Maiden has a bid for 30. These are new arrivals, BINBO. The B-52s. Nice. No condition notes. Clean copy. $34.99 for the B-52s. $34.99. Over here we have Debbie McClendon. I Can Hardly Wait. That's $14.99. Over here is Tom Paxton. Ain't That the News? That's in shrink wrap for $19.99. Brian Auger's Oblivion Express. Brian Auger is $19.99. Chicago 17 is $14.99. Captain Beyond, Sufficiently Breathless, $29.99. Does have some cover damage. Captain Beyond is $29.99. All right, so let's go back to the top. Queen's Rock, it was at 68 with Michael Hamburger. Then John Kaiser bid 70. And then Iron Maiden with a high bid of 30. And then Gregory Roberts got the B-52s. That's so did Gregory Roberts. Danger Danger has one bid for 25. Iron Maiden got another $30 bid, then a 35, then a 35, then a 36, then a 40, then a 41, then a 45. Whoa, and then we have Resurrection Band, the best of Res. $19.99 for Resurrection Band. The Who, Meaty Bitty Big and Bouncy. And this is that original Deca pressing, gatefold clean for $29.99. Danger Danger has another $25 bid. I think it's up to Michael Hamburger to continue the Queen's Rock. John Kaiser has it for $70. Now Danger Danger is at $30. And we have Chicago 16. And Chicago 16 is $9.99. Long John Silver, that is Jefferson Airplane in the original humidor box. This literally opens up and makes a humidor box. $44.99. Now Danger Danger is at $30. And that means Alan Hagen, you're out. And Iron Maiden's at 50, and now the hammer's definitely up on Queen's Rock. Also, we got the very best of Jackie DeShannon, $14.99. The very best of Jackie DeShannon, $14.99. Put a little love in your heart. It's on there. And we also have Ronnie Montrose Open Fire for $14.99. And dead or alive, you spin me round like a record, right round, $14.99. I put back on the B-52s. If anybody wants that, it's still available for $34.99. Dead or alive is sold to Jeremy Bryant. We have Janet Jackson, some 12-inch singles. Oh my gosh, 12-inch singles. What have you done for me lately? That's $19.99. Over here, we have Mabel Mercer collectibles. That's $9.99. Queen's Rock is sold to John Kaiser for $70. Danger is now at $35. And Iron Maiden's at 51. What year is this? I think it was 2013. 2013 U.S. picture disc pressing. Gatefold jacket with the original inner sleeve. Now at $51. Danger is at $35. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is this. It is called Tsunami. And Tsunami's an 83 USOG. It's out of print ever since. VG Plus condition. Tsunami's a $15 star. That's now up for bid. Also, Elvis Aloha from Hawaii via satellite. That is $34.99. Elvis Presley, the king. Also, the Memphis Horns, Get Up and Dance. The Memphis Horns is $24.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. The Dregs Industry Standard, $9.99. And Dave Loggins, Personal Belongings. I don't know if I've ever seen that Dave Loggins before. $14.99. Brewer and Shipley Weeds, bottom seam is split, $14.99. And Bob Lynn, Don't Be Concerned, also $14.99. Wow. Final call on Iron Maiden for $35. Final call on Danger for $35. Final call to bid on Tsunami for $15 start. Next over here is New Vibrations. That's in shrink for $24.99. Michael Jackson Thriller has the hype sticker on it. It does have co-produced, gatefold, no condition notes, $39.99 on that. Also, Bad Company, Desolation Angel, Rock and Roll Fantasy, $19.99 on Bad Company. Quincy Jones Plays Hip Hits, that's a 63 stereo, $29.99 on that. And Dennis Weaver, $19.99 on Dennis Weaver. Iron Maiden's at $40. And that's a new bid. It already had a bid of 51 with Oso Adventure, okay? That already has a bid of 51 with Oso Adventure. I've got to sell that pretty soon. Danger is sold to Angela Ledbetter for $35. B-52s. I will take $30 for it. And Tsunami, if anybody wants it, it's a buy it now for $15. I'm going to go ahead and put it away. If anybody wants that, it's a BIN for $15. Next auction is going to go up right now. And this is Seance, Ceremony of the Opposites. Some heavy-looking stuff here, black metal. A 2018 German reissued, limited edition red vinyl, black metal, $45 start. There are no copies of this particular pressing for sale on Discogs. $45 start on that. Iron Maiden has is sold to Oso Adventure for $51. That is sold to Oso Adventure for $51. Thank you. And then next is Pass. And then Iron Maiden is sold. And Andy Lane got Tsunami for $15. Okay? There's our next auction. And then after that, I'm going to add two more, which I'm going to do right now. Next is Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction, which is OG. This is an 87 US OG Club copy, EX++ near mint with the original inner sleeve. And Guns N' Roses is going to go up for a $55 start. That's now up for bid. We have Johnny Taylor, Rated Extraordinaire. That's $19.99. Also, we have Heart Magazine. It's $24.99. And then Deep Purple, The House of Blue Light, $29.99. Jimi Hendrix Midnight Lightning, $34.99. Genesis, self-titled, that's $19.99. And Billy Joel, Songs in the Attic. Billy Joel is $14.99. Magic Christian Music by Badfinger, $29.99. We have an offer on Magazine for $20. Adam Bernardi. That's sold to Adam Bernardi for $20. Fresh Air 3 is $14.99. Mitch Ryder, How I Spent My Vacation, $14.99. And Zon, Back Down to Earth. There they are. They're coming down from the escalator. That's a 79 white label promo, $19.99. All right, and now G has a bid for $55, and that's Guns N' Roses. Can I get the dead wax? You can. Give me 1 second. This is an 87 U.S. Carrollton OG Club copy. Guns N' Roses 55 and now 60. Let's go ahead and do another auction. And that next auction is going to go up right now, and it is Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil. And this is an 83 U.S. Allied original with the pentagram cover, a true OG with the original inner sleeve. We're talking OG Motley Crue, a $35 start. $35 start on that. So I can't go back through that crate again, because we sold two records out of there. We sold Heart, and we sold the Dead or Alive single. And then we sold B-52s, and then it was put back, and then we almost had a deal, but we didn't. So obviously there's nothing in there anybody wants, nor do they want to make an offer on it. But I'm going to read them just one more time and make sure. So that means everybody watching right now, all three platforms, there's still 322 people watching. 322 people watching. I want to make sure that nobody watching needs anything in here. We only sold 2 records out of there, and there was no offers except one, and we didn't do a deal. Well, except for Heart Magazine. So that means nothing else in here nobody wants. If not, I'm going to go ahead and go to another crate. No reason to spend any more extra time on them. So we had Zahn. We had Mitch Ryder, we had Fresh Air, Badfinger, Billy Joel, and so does Scott Arnold for $10. Genesis still available with Phil Collins, Jimi Hendrix, Deep Purple, Johnny Taylor, Dennis Weaver, Quincy Jones, Bad Company, Michael Jackson, Vibrations, Bob Lynn, Brewer and Shipley, Dave Loggins, The Dregs, the Memphis Horns, Elvis, Mabel Mercer, Janet Jackson 12-inch single, the B-52s, Ronnie Montrose, Jackie DeShannon, Jefferson Airplane, Chicago, The Who, Rez Band, Captain Beyond, Chicago, Brian Auger, Tom Paxton, and Davey McClendon, all right? If not, then we'll move on to another crate. The Dead Wax on Guns N' Roses. Here we go. Let's read this off. This is an 87 U.S. Carrollton OG. The Dead Wax on this one is a bracket-looking symbol, P plus TR in bracket, GHS-24148G dash a heart-looking symbol, 1A, G2. Okay? One more time, it's like a less than symbol, P plus TR, a greater than symbol, GHS for Giffen, and then 24148R-GIB-G1. Okay, there's that. And the final call on Guns N' Roses. The final call on this is Eli Thomason at 60. Chad, you're out and Jerry's out. I hadn't heard back from either one of them. This record did not get a bid. It's a $45 buy it now, and that was Seance. No bid on that, a $45 buy it now. Motley Crue, if you want to bid on this, put MC. Motley Crue is a $35 start, and I think we already have a bid for $45. Now, the next comment is... Steven said he would do 28 on this. So for $28. Paul said just got a hotel for the night, picked up 2 cool collections, 2 stops tomorrow. There you have it. Paul's out on the road buying records. We got Paul, we got Tyler, and we got Henry. They're out on the roads buying records. They just got to their hotel. We're here in Tennessee. I don't even know where they're at. What state are you in? I have no idea where Paul is. I couldn't guess. I could guess, but I honestly have no idea where he is. It's Samuel, not Seance. See, I don't even know what we was putting up. Samuel, were you sure? S-A-M-A-C-E? I guess that, is that supposed to be an L? Well, how can you supposed to read that? I'm going to send them an email, and I'm going to say, your logo is terrible. If you have any other questions, here's my phone number. That's what I'll send it in the morning. We have Motley Crue at 50, Motley Crue at 51. And then Guns N' Roses is at $65 with Gregory Roberts. There we have it. If anybody wants that last record, it's available. We struck a deal on that, and he is he's in Iowa, I think. See, Paul don't even know. When you're out traveling sometimes on the road like that, you sometimes don't know where you're at. I've stopped at gas stations before, and I'm like, where are we? And they'll be like, you're in Johnsonville, Arkansas. And I'm like, okay, thank you. Where's the nearest McDonald's? I need a chocolate-dipped ice cream cone stat. Chocolate-dipped ice cream cone stat. All right, let's go through another crate. These are all going to be buy it now or best offer. We was 3 for 70 in that crate. Maybe we can have a little bit better shooting percentage in this one. All right, Motley Crue is at 52. And then over here, we have Guns N' Roses. What was the last bid? Gregory has Guns N' Roses for $65. Motley Crue's at 53. Let's add another auction. Got some 80s standards there. Appetite, Motley Crue. So Sam L is available if anybody wants it. So far, that's our only no bid tonight. Ceremony of Opposites. Black Metal, currently 0 listed on Discogs, $45. Samuel, $45. If anybody wants that, that's our only no bid so far. Next is going to go up right now. This is Bell Witch. I'm getting into the stuff I don't know much about. And then this is a 2018 Canadian repress, limited edition blue vinyl funeral doom metal. This is for funerals, and it's doom metal, okay? So if you want a doomy funeral, if you want everybody to come to your funeral and it's all doomy, you hand the funeral home this record and say, please play this on loop. It's a $35 start. That's now up for bid, okay? Now, Motley Crue and Guns N' Roses is still getting bids. Beautiful copy of Guns N' Roses. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. First thing we have is Burbank Appetizers. This is one of those Warner Brothers compilations. Gatefold 2 LP, $19.99. Faces, Todd Rundgren, Fanny, Alice Cooper, John Kell, Procol Harum, $19.99. Over here, Burbank, another Warner Brothers sampler. Same thing, different artists, different songs. $19.99. Robert Plant, Pictures at 11. Robert Plant is $19.99. Jim Croce, I Got a Name. Jim Croce is $14.99. Johnny Cash, Sings of Stories. Story songs of trains and the rivers. That's $9.99. Over here is Kemo Sabe, the Electric Indian, $14.99. Over here is Chicago. That is $9.99. And Fresh Air 4 is $14.99. Comonica, Koinonia, Frontline, $12.99. And Truth, second to none. Truth is $19.99. Let's go over here. And first, we have Guns N' Roses 66, Guns N' Roses 66, Motley Crue 54, Motley Crue 55. Condition. Motley Crue was EX and Guns N' Roses is near mint. It's a beautiful copy. It is near mint. And now we have Crue at 55 and then Robert Plant. Was there any other claims or offers? There's not. Steven gets Robert Plant for $15. John Durden first on Johnny Cash. Sold. Then Kelly Vladerchik. Motley Crue 56. Rich Castle, Bell Witch. If you want to bid, make sure you put 3.5 next to Bell Witch. Samuel, Rebecca gets it for $40. Sold. Now there's zero no bids. That's sold to Rebecca for $40. Now Guns N' Roses 70. Now Motley Crue 57. Now Guns N' Roses 75. Now Guns N' Roses 80. Now Jack Green, Riverside Logic, $9.99. Hip Sway, The Honey Thief. Hip Sway is $9.99. Also, we have Milan, M-I-L-A-N, Lead Me On, $9.99. Waterfront, Cry, Waterfront is $9.99. Final call on Bell Witch. Rick, if you want to bid, make sure you put Bell Witch, and he did for $35. Now we can say that's a final call. Guns N' Roses at $82, and now we have MT for $8. MT for $8. Was that a bid or a claim or something? And then over here we have West Bruce and Lang, whatever turns you on. That's $19.99. Also, this is The Kinks, Good Day. The Kinks is a 12-inch single for $9.99. Guns N' Roses at $90. Motley Crue at $58. And final call on Bell Witch. Al Di Meola, Electric Rendezvous. That's $19.99. Darren Kristen on WBL for $10. I'll do it for $15. It was marked $19. That's called Meeting in the Middle. We have Formula Logic, Everlasting, Out of Existence. $19.99 France, $9.99. Also, Live Stories, Earl Clue, $9.99. Darren Crispin on West Bruce and Lane for $15. That's sold. Music from Free Creek, that's a Gatefold 2 LP for $24.99. Elvis, GI Blues, a 1960 Indianapolis OG pressing, stereo, no condition notes, $29.99. The very first album was Appetizers. That's a Warner Brothers sampler. All right, Bell Witch sold for one bid for $35 to Rick Castle. That is sold. Ryan Mustaine on AD. AD was Al Di Meola. Sold to Ryan Mustaine. Guns N' Roses 91, and Motley Crue is at 60. And now, over here, we got our next auction, and that next auction is going to be Scorpion, Savage Amusement, Shrink and Hype. Folks, a very nice copy. An 88 OG Gold Disc, Shrink, Hype, original under sleeve, near mint. A $30 start for Scorpion, Savage Amusement. That's now up for bid. Also, Dennis Coffee, Back Home, $24.99. Coleman Hawkins, Body and Soul, 1978 Canadian Jazz. $19.99 for Coleman Hawkins. Lee Michaels, Nice Day for Something. Lee Michaels is $14.99. The Who, Sellout, nice, a 67 Gloversville press. No condition notes on the vinyl. Actually, a really nice disc. The cover has some wear, and it is a cutout. $49.99. That is now $30 on the Scorpions, now $40 on the Scorpions, and I think we're done on the auctions. Motley Crue is at $60. No, we're not. Melanie's back in at $61. We might be done on Guns N' Roses. Pickle has it for $91. The previous bidder was Gregory at $90, and he says he's done. So the Guns N' Roses over here is a final call. We got Guns N' Roses, Motley Crue, and Scorpions. That is our current three auctions, okay? That is our current three auctions. And right now, Guns N' Roses is a final call. Scorpion Start, it already has two bids, 30 and 30. And does GNR have the original inner sleeve? Yes. Robert Palmer, Sneaking Sally Through the Alley, $19.99. I'll double check, but it should. Yep, has the original inner sleeve with it, with the original artwork that was later banned, of course. Now, Motley Crue 65 and Flashback, the best of Jay Giles band. There is some cover damage down here on the bottom and the front. Looks like it got a little wet at some point. $14.99. Great compilation of all their 80s classics. Dilford and Tilbrook. You may know them from a band called Squeeze. That's $12.99. Budgie. If I were Britannia, I'd have the rules. Budgie, 76 Terre Haute for $39.99. Also, Robert Plant, Manic Nirvana. Nice. 1990. Robert Plant from 1990. Original inner sleeve, never been reissued. $39.99. And Playmates, Long Sweet Dreams. Playmates is $12.99. Sneaking Sally Through the Alley. Robert Palmer, sold. Now Scorpions. Wesley Stover has it for $40. Nick, I'm assuming you don't want to be it. Travis Woods on Robert Plant. That's sold to Travis Woods. Guns N' Roses is officially sold to Pickle for $91. Beautiful copy. They're still betting on Motley Crue. 65, now 66. Pickle also gets Budgie. That is sold. And now the Scorpions has another bid for $40 and another bid for $50. Now out. So Scorpions is at $50. And then John Durden next on Robert Palmer. Wesley next on Budgie. Johnny Cash, Original Golden Greats Volume 1. That's $9.99. Chicago is $9.99. Also, Alan Holdsworth, and that is $24.99. That is for Atavachron, Atavchron, $24.99 on that. John Durden first on Johnny Cash. That's sold. And the Bobby Fuller 4, I Fought the Law, and the Law 1 in shrink in mono, Mustang original pressing, $59.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And at this point, you say, my gosh, Chad, how much more could you possibly have to auction? And I'm like, don't you worry about it. Sit back and relax. We have Fate's Warning, Awaken the Guardian. Oh, my goodness. 1986. I'm surprised more people hadn't asked for this. OG. With the original inner sleeve, shrink wrap and hop. It is EX, original inner sleeve, a nice copy of Fate's Warning. A $55 start on that. $55 start on that. Samuel Copage on Bobby Fuller 4. That is sold to Scorpions now at $52. What about Motley Crue over here? Melanie went out. That means the high bidder on Crue is $66. Melanie actually has it for $66. So, Melanie, you have it for $66, okay? It's up to Michael Hamburger to outbid you. Michael, that's, I think, why he threw up some question marks. The high bid on Motley Crue right now is $66, okay? And that's with you. And, Michael, it goes back to you. Melanie has it for $66. The Scorpions is now at $60, and Fate's Warning has a bid with Dennis Cole for $55. Their catalog is not in print. Barbara's is $34.99. Also, we have Walrus. What an album cover. Walrus is a 72 white label promo for $19.99. Elvis Moody Blue vinyl, of course, $34.99. Kathy Tricoli, Images, $14.99 for Kathy. Cross Country is a 73 Monarch. 73 Monarch Cross Country, that is $24.99. Are we done on the Scorpions? It's really just up to one person on the Scorpions, Wesley Stover. And Roxy Music Greatest Hits is $24.99. Roxy Music Greatest Hits. I Am the Walrus, and of course you can see it. It's called Walrus. It's by Walrus. It's on the Janice label. It's a white label promo. Walrus self-titled, white label promo, $19.99. Janice Records, 1972. She can have it. All right, Motley Crue is sold to Melanie Clausen for $66. Sold. Scorpions is sold to D-Kong 52 for $60. Sold. And Wesley just bid $61. I thought I lost you there. And now Fate's Warning is at $55 and now $60 and now another $60. Sorry, Wesley, I just dropped the hammer on the Scorpions. I thought I lost you there. But we do have Queensryche, The Warning. Queensryche, The Warning. We have an 84 USOG with the original inner sleeve, another record that's out of print with the original inner sleeve. Queensryche is a $55 start. That's now going up for bid. And then over here, I have another auction that's going to go up for bid, and that is going to be this right here. It is going to be Great White, Once Bitten, and it is OG, an 87 USOG EX vinyl. Great White, Once Bitten, a $35 start. There we have it. I'm going to read these titles one more time. If not, I've got 2 more crates of New Arrivals Best Offer like that to go through. If not, I'm going to condense these over here with the other crate, and we'll keep this show on the road. How many more crates over here? Yeah, one more. No, one more crate. And then we'll probably get into some even older stuff half off. I need some water. I actually need like a cheeseburger or something too, but we'll have to talk about that later. Might hit Waffle House up tonight. Nothing like going and eating some extremely unhealthy Waffle House food and going home and crashing. You just sit there, you feel like your stomach is about to explode. Looks like something's bulging out of you, and you're just like, oh my gosh, what have I ate there? But it's so good while you're eating it, all that grease that's coming out of the hash browns and the sticky syrup from the syrup container. You completely soak your waffle and your pecan waffle and maple syrup. Waffle House. Whew. Yes. All right. Let's see. Laguna Cool. It is. Let me see who signed it. All right. This is signed. Whoop. AX 7633. All right. So, here's what happened. Fates Warning, 55, Dennis Cole. Scorpions, already sold. Fates Warning, 60, 67. James Bragg, welcome Mr. Bragg. He has Fates Warning at $67. We're about to sell it. Now Queen's Rock is at $59. And that's with Wesley Stover. And Great White, the last bid on Great White was $40 and then $35. We went backwards. $40 with James Vasquez. $40 with James Vasquez, okay? $40. $40. $40. I'm about to start a fourth auction. If no one else, I've lost 2 people on Fates Warning. If I don't hear back from them, I got to sell it to James Bragg. Queen's Rock is still getting some bids. It's up to Scott Fellows on that one. And then Great White's at 40. I have a Lacuna Coil CD and a Reverie, and it's autographed. It's autographed by Marco Cotti Zalotti. It is JSA authenticated. It is JSA authenticated. I'm going to put it up for a $35 start. It is now up for bid. And I do have the card. I will get that to you. $35 start for Lacuna Coil. Now we got 4 active auctions, okay? Next. New arrivals. Actually, let me just bring over a new crate. Let's get into some more new ones. I was going to read through those again. We just don't have the time of the day, folks. Time is ticking. I've got some other stuff over here. I don't know what they are, but I want to try to sell them tonight because they've been stacked up over here forever. Let me go see if I can find them over right quick. And let's put this over here. All right. Well, I lost some people on Fates Warning. There was one person who went out, and then one person asked a question. This is an 86 USOG with the original sleeve and shrink and hop. It does have a hole punch, and there is one high bidder, and that is with James Bragg for $57. It's definitely on the clock. And then Queen's Rock is at 62, and I never did hear back from Eric Dog on Great White. He bid 35 after somebody bid 40, and now I've got to sell it. I was just making sure. I hate losing people because I'm like, man, they might have lost connection. They might be resetting, but after a while, I've got to go ahead and what we do, hammer them. I've got to go ahead and hammer them. So that is what I've got to do with that. We sold one autographed CD already for Diet. We've already sold one half off. We've already sold one autographed CD tonight. We sold this one for $35. I've got one no bid for $35. And don't forget about Lacuna Coil. It's also $35. The Flotsam and Jetsam is still available for $35 as well. Okay? Here we go. We've already sold 10,000 days. Yes, that was about 7 o'clock. If not $20, it may be an upgrade for me. All right? And yeah, that was in the last crate, which I only read through once. Sold to Steve Biddlecombe for $20. It's pretty nice, Steve. All right, Great White has a new bid, but James Bragg, I've honestly tried every way possible to make sure everybody was done bidding and try to get you outbid, but it didn't work. 5 minutes later, and you're still at 67, and I'm selling it to you. And as soon as I say that, David Baber has bid 68. That was about 3-4 minutes, honestly, too late. I have sold that to him for 67. I was waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and now it's sold. And David, I was putting it over here in the bin, and your bid has popped up on my screen. It is gone. And now Queensryche. Nobody else bid on this, right? Wesley Stover, 62. Scott Fellows. I just want to make sure you're done, Scott. This does have a bid for 62, and Wesley's had it for about 3 minutes. Got to make sure you say Q out on that one. And then Great White, James Vasquez, 45. No bid, other bidders on that. That was about to be sold for 40. And I have not heard back from Scott Fellows. You just recently got outbid, though. And then if anybody wants Lacuna Coil, it's a $35 buy now. I'm going to put it right over here. We're down to those two. Let's put up another auction. Somebody asked about Dio earlier. Let's put it up right now. Dio, the last in line. Don't ever hesitate to bid. Here's the bidding strategy. Bid fast, often, and as high as you physically can. Just boom, bid again, boom, boom, higher, more. Double the bid. 84 USOG, Allied Press, original under sleeve. And this is about a VG copy. It has a fillable mark on side track 2, side 1. Super clean. Other than that, Dio, a $25 star. Out on both, out on both. Okay, and then we have this. Kathy Tricoli, $14.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. The Who. Who's better, who's best? These are new arrivals best offer, $34.99. Elvis, Harem Scarum, a 65 Rockaway pressing clean. Harem Scarum, very nice. It is a 65 Rockaway. It does have a punch hole. That is $29.99. Over here, Chicago Transit Authority live in concert. Early Chicago, $9.99. Dio, $25, now $30. Coast to Coast is $19.99, and Johnny Cash, Original Golden Hits Volume 2, $9.99. Queensryche, Wesley Stover, sold for $62. Great White, sold $45. James Vasquez, Dio's at $30. John Durden on Johnny Cash, sold. Dio, 3032. Nat King Cole, A Blossom Failed, $9.99. Genesis, Wind and Weathering, $19.99 on Genesis. And Heart, Passion Works, $24.99. Dregs is $9.99. Unsung Heroes. And Elvis Aaron Presley, excerpts from the 8 record 25th anniversary album. A 1980 promo sampler, $39.99. The King. Next auction. Black Sabbath, Mob Rules, nice. Mob Rules is an 81 USOG Winchester. It is VG++ EX, a nice copy. Dio's second album was Sabbath, a $35 start, $35 start. And then over here, our next auction is going to go up Poison. Oh man, uncensored cover, open up and say ah. It's an 88 Japanese limited edition numbered promo. Whoa, didn't know we had this, an 88 Japanese limited edition numbered promo. Not sold on Discogs in 3 years. It has an insert and it's a numbered promo copy. Where's it numbered at though? Is it numbered on this? Whoop. Oh man, I just lost all my comments. Let me look up here. We got Black Sabbath at 40 and Dio at 38. I might have y'all bid again. And did I lose another comment? Where's this thing numbered at, though? Is that what he said? Numbered? Limited edition numbered promo. I've never seen a numbered copy of this. Is it on the label, maybe? Maybe it's a... I'm looking for maybe like a hand number. Maybe it's a more hidden number. Probably on the jacket. I just don't know where it's numbered at. Either way, 88 Japanese OG. Wow, pretty scarce record. $95 start for that particular pressing. And I will say, the Japanese pressing of this, the cover is phenomenal. The colors and the inking, just really phenomenal. High quality, high resolution. They do incredible jobs over there, okay? So there's that. Sorry, I lost all my comments previously. So anything that was said... Maybe if there was any claims or offers, I lost everything. If you claimed or offered anything in here, I lost all my data. If I accidentally click my screen down in here, here's my master feed that is mirrored on the screen. And if I lose that, I'll lose everything because I can't rewind, obviously. Black Sabbath at 52. Black Sabbath's at 52, Poison's at 95, and Dio's at 45. Somebody, I think, asked the condition of Dio. So let me see exactly what Seth was talking about. There is evidently one mark. What's he talking about here? He's talking about right in here. So the lead-in track on side 2, there's one mark right here. See if y'all can even see it right there. Okay. Right there on the lead-in, there's a little bit of a mark, okay? Just a light feel, right? It's probably going to create a pop. And that's on the song Evil Eyes. The rest of the disc is near mint minus. The rest of the disc is near mint minus. It's very, very nice. One light feelable mark on the lead-in track of side 2. That is now a final call for $45. No bonus photo of Elvis. John probably would have denoted that. I'll double check. But yeah, no bonus photo. I haven't seen that too many times. Okay, Rez, this is Between Heaven and Hell. Rez is $19.99. We're about to move into some half-off crates after this. This is the last crate of Best Offer and their new arrivals. Julie Driscoll and Brian Auger, The Trinity, $19.99 on that. The Shape of the 80s, musically inspired exercises that keep you, to help get you keep and your what? Let me read all that again. I can't get these records to stand up straight. That's what's annoying me. There we go. Musically inspired exercises to help you get and keep your best figure from the K Winter Collection. Wow. You listen to this and you'll instantly lose 100 pounds. Next, the Singing Doctors, Keep You in Stitches. What in the world? This is $14.99. The Singing Doctors. What is going on here? $14.99. Some bizarre stuff. Neil Young, Time Fades Away, $34.99. And we have DNA. A 1983 Prague, $9.99. I think the number was on the hop sticker. Oh, okay. Hop sticker. There we go. That's why I couldn't find a number. Numbered promo. There we have it. All right. So, Black Sabbath out, and now Poison 96. Samuel Kopage on Driscoll. Sold. This is a buy now best offer crate. Guy Shard on Neil Young. I knew that was coming. I knew that was about to happen. And then we have Dio. We checked out on that one, right? Yep. Sold to Stephen Parton for $45. Done. Shia later, Dio. That is sold. Let's grab some more over here. Black Sabbath. Very nice copy of Mob Rules over here. And I was just showing y'all earlier how the reissues are like $50. This is an OG right now, and it's only at $54. $55 with Mark Stanley. Josh Brown, you're out. He says he's done. $55 with Mark Stanley. Now Poison's at $97. And now another $97. And then I'll go over Poison right now as soon as I show you Jethro Tull for $19.99. Let's introduce another auction. And that next auction is, holy moly, I have it. It's Savatage, Fight for the Rock. Savatage is a 1986 OG SRC pressing, original under sleeve, VG++, a $30 start on Savatage. So Poison's actually a pretty unique pressing and probably one of the better quality ones I would bet ever made of this. It's an 88 Japanese promo limited edition. It has a lyric insert that came with it. It is a $95 start, and right now we're tied at $97. John Michael's bid of $97 came in right before yours. And hammers up on Black Sabbath. This is a buy it now best offer crate. We got Everlasting Love. That looks like one of those 4 LP soft rock compilations. Percy Sledge, Neil Sedaka, The Toys, David Soul, The Supremes, $24.99. Also, Tough Strings. That's 1961. Boy, I like that picture of the SG on the cover. Billy Murray and his combo, $61. $19.99 on that. Savatage has a bid for $30. Now Poison's at $100. Now we have Martha Reeves and the Vandellas, Natural Resources. That's one you won't see as often in their discography. And it's a white label promo. Nice. A Gordy white label promo. The Supremes, $29.99. I've got to order John some inner sleeves. John's pretty much out of inner sleeves. I got to get him some standard ones. Jimmy Cliff Unlimited. Jimmy Cliff is a white label promo, $34.99. Toto Fahrenheit. Toto does have some cover damage down here, $14.99 on that. Black Sabbath is sold to Mark Stanley for $55. Nice. Adam Bernardi gets the Supremes for $22 sold. Now Poison and Savatage. Wow, I can tell it's getting late. Just one bid for $30. Going once, going twice. That's highly unusual. Goodness gracious. Adam Bernardi on Toto. That's sold to Adam Bernardi for $10. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Let's see who's really paying attention. I promised this one earlier at $1 start, so I'm going to do it. John had this marked in a check condition bin. This is an 86 Pittman OG pressing of Ozzy's Ultimate Sin. We already sold a nice one. This one The vinyl is in VG condition. I wanted to look at it. See, it's not too, is that right? Yeah, VG. Boy, it's not too bad, though. And this album plays loud. This is probably closer to VG Plus, but we'll call it VG. It does have an inner sleeve, but the cover looks like it got a little damage right in here. Looks like up in here it's got quite a bit of wear, and you can see a lot of damage on the back. It looks like it's originally a glossy cover, so if it gets wet or something, that's what happens. I promise this at a $1 start. The last one, the OG we had earlier, an EX, brought what? Close to 100? $1 start on Aussie. We already have a bid for 10. Savatage 35, Savatage 38. And now we have Jimmy Cliff sold for $25. I don't even know what the price tag was on it. I have no idea. Is there a Jimmy Cliff in here? Oh, it's right here. Sold. I'm not even going to look. Sold for $25. Now Savatage 38. Now Poison 105. Now Aussie 20. Now Buy It Now Best Offer. Eric Carmen. $9.99. Eric Carmen, $9.99. One second, please. Right. All right, here we go. So, next is Foghat Energized. Foghat is $14.99. Sinatra and Company, $14.99. And Fleetwood Mac Future Games, Fleetwood Mac, $24.99. Van Morrison, Tupelo Honey, with the poster, $39.99. Chad says, Poison 107, please see my questions, okay? Chad says, promo on the label, any promo stickers on the sleeve. I think we determined, I'll show you the label here. I think we determined the promo markings was on a hop sticker that was only on the shrink. So I don't know how he determined this was. I don't see the the label, of course, looks, you know, it's all in English. And I don't see like a promo. The label doesn't say anything that says promo at all. It obviously is Japanese. I'm not for sure how you determine that. I don't know if it's with a catalog number. I'm not for sure how he determined that version. 88 Japanese limited edition numbered promo. It must be from the Matrix. You can determine that. There might be a different run out number for that one. The 2500 next to barcode, supposedly. The 2500 yen. I don't know. Let me just try to scan it myself. I honestly, not for sure. So if you scan this barcode over here, it comes up as this promo. Yeah. That barcode shows up with this promo. The notes say, string of Japanese text across the bottom back cover to the right of barcode with 2500 yen on lower right. Yeah. Which it has all that. It is. This entry says his version was signed by Brett Michaels, and it did not have an Obi. It did not have an Obi. Very rare, including the original folded insert. It had a hype sticker, which obviously this don't have anymore. It did come sealed. There's no Obi, no autograph. Sample label in front is numbered. Okay. Yeah, so this barcode is unique to this promo copy. So obviously if you scan it, it goes right to that. That barcode was not used on anything in the entire Discogs universe except for that promo copy. It has all the right markings. So that's what that is. Yep. Okay. So now we know that, and it's really nice. And so the only thing really missing is the shrink with the hype sticker with that numbered promo. Okay. Okay. Now that's at $108 right now with John Kaiser. Sabotage, the last bid on that was John Kaiser as well at $40. Now, Ozzy opened up at $1. We had bids for 10 and then 20 and then 25 on Ozzy. And it's a final call. Now it has a bid for 26. Okay? And MT Matt, I don't think anybody else's feed's blurry. It might be your connection. Yeah, and that album is scarce. It only sold 3 years ago. Oh, man. Whew. Sorry, that was my neck. Yeah, this album rarely comes up for sale, it looks like. Just saying. Okay, let's finish up this crate. Daniel Amos, Horrendous Disc. That is $19.99. Fleetwood Mac, Black Magic Woman, a 2 LP for $44.99. The number one hits of the 60s. This is $24.99. $24.99. The Last Notes. Sample label on front cover is numbered by making a limited edition. Sealed LP is packaged with Open Up and Say Ah t-shirt. No Obi, no autograph. Sample label on front cover is numbered. There is making a limited edition. The original front cover of the album, which featured model Bambi dressed as a luminous red demon with a protruding tongue, caused controversy among parental groups. The band apologized and changed the cover and said that only the model's eyes were visible. Yeah, so when it originally was sealed, it came with a t-shirt, no Obi, and no autograph. And a sample label on the front cover is numbered by making a limited edition, which was probably on the shrink wrap. All right. Fleetwood Mac. No condition notes on that. Looks like it's going to be EX or better. Yep, very clean. Orange Epic labels. Ozzy's at 27 now. And Michael Hamburger's at 110 on Poison. So he's at 110, which means that John Kaiser, you're out, but you're definitely about to get Sabotage. And Barry Goldberg, Street Man. Barry Goldberg is $19.99. Leslie Duncan, Sing Children Sing, $19.99. So technically, this is missing a T-shirt too. It's missing a T-shirt too. I'd like to see one of those sealed. That would be a real relic, seeing all that sealed with a T-shirt and stuff. Ozzy has a new bid for $30. Santana Moonflower is $34. Also, Chicago Transit Authority. I wonder if this is going to be on the first label. It is. Wow, for just $24.99. That's nice. And now 60s Hits is sold to Stephen A. Young. Price on Fleetwood Mac is $44.99. And Peter Gabriel is $34.99. Peter Gabriel, that is the Melt album. I think that was the second one. All right, so Sabotage is sold. And Sabotage is sold over here to John Kaiser for $40. Thank you on that. So to John Kaiser. Okay, that's done. Now, Ozzy is in VG with cover damage, out of print. Does have that damage there on the back. And Greg Smith had it for $30. We got Poison at $125. And then we have 60 cents sold to Steven and 35 on Fleetwood Mac sold to Stephen Parton. Okay? That is done. Got it. New auction. New auction is going to go up right now, and that is for, let's do this Black Sabbath Heaven and Hell picture disc from Record Store Day. Black Sabbath, this is a 2021 U.S. limited edition sealed picture disc, a $40 start. Heaven and Hell, okay? And that means John Kaiser, you're out on Poison, and that means Ozzy is moving to a final call. Boy, that's less than what John had it marked for. I should have just left it in the check condition bin. I would have been better off. We could have already sold another auction, and I would have got more money because I know somebody would have grabbed it immediately in the check condition bin. It's at $30 of Greg Smith. I'm waiting for like 3 other people to say out. And anybody else on anything in here, I'm just going to read those titles. And we're about to do some half off and other discount crates, okay? I've got to stretch, though. I've went nonstop for a long time. My body says, Chad, go down for a couple seconds. Oh, my gosh. Here I am on the road again. Oh. Let me catch my breath. What a marathon this has been. Thursday night, middle night. Like when I have to go to the gym and train for this, I have to go to the gym and they're like, Chad, what are you training for? And I'm like, Thursday night, middle night. They're like, oh, yeah. We heard. Good luck. Peter Gabriel's $34.99. Anybody else on here? Anybody else in here? So first thing we're going to do is sell Poison to Michael Hamburger for $125. Done. Let's put that away. Sold. $1.25. And then Aussie for $30. I'm showing you. Look. I tell y'all. Look. See? $34.99. I'd been better off leaving it in the discount bin. I'd been better off leaving the discount bin. That is sold to Greg Smith for $30. That would have sold immediately out of the check condition bin. Final call on Black Sabbath, sealed picture disc for $40. Peter Gabriel sold for $25 to Stephen Parton. Done. Laura, you can submit an order. Yes. All righty. Quick CD auction. Not autographed. Quiet Riot, the Randy Rhoads ears. This is Quiet Riot, the Randy Rhoads ears. It is, I think, a pretty tough CD to come by. It is going to go up for a $7 start. Quiet Riot, the Randy Rhoads ears. CD, a $7 start. That's now up for bid. Okay? Here we go. Everything in here is still available. If you want a price or make an offer, let me know. Kathy Tricoli, The Who, Who's Better, Who's Better, Who's Best, Chicago Transit Authority, Coast to Coast soundtrack, music from Ambrosia, Jimmy Buffett, Rita Coolidge, Johnny Lee, Bonnie Raitt, Johnny Rivers, Nat King Cole, A Blossom Fell, Genesis Wind and Weathering, Heart, Passion Works, The Dregs, Unsung Heroes, Elvis, selections from the Anniversary compilation, $39.99. Elvis, Harem Scarum, a 65 Rockaway OG, $29.99. Rez Band, The Shape of the 80s, The Singing Doctors, Keep You in Stitches, DNA, Jethro Tull, Songs from the Wood, Everlasting Love. Over here, Quiet Riot, 7 and 7. Black Sabbath is a buy it now for $40. Who wants it? No bid. Sealed picture disc, $40 on that. Let's put up some other stuff. The other record over here was Animals as Leaders, The Madness of Many. Animals as Leaders. Boy, I thought the record was cut weird. That threw me off for a loop. Boy, that's weird looking. 2020 limited edition yellow with black blob. Limited to 500 copies worldwide. A $45 start. $45 start. Chad Sauls, you're out on the Quiet Riot CD. John has that at 7. Next auction is Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast. And Iron Maiden is a 2021 remaster with the original on her sleeve, a $15 start. There's Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast, a $15 start. And then next is Motley Crue, Shout. Shout. Shout at the Devil. And actually, let's not do, well, we can. Laura says this disc, this disc is absolutely trashed. This don't even register as a grade, okay? If somebody said, Chad, grade this, I would say not applicable. Not applicable. That is a $1 start. Motley Crue, an OG, Shout at the Devil, $1 start. Now, here's what happened on Black Sabbath. Scott offered 30, then Susie claimed it, and then MT Mac claimed it. So, Scott, it's yours if you want it for 40. If not, it goes to Susie. Can you give the prices on The Who and DNA? DNA, this is a 1983 prog album for $9.99. The price on The Who, Who's Better, Who's Better, Who's Best, that's a Gatefold 2 LP, $34.99. Now Quiet Riot's at 8. What was the first Elvis album? This is a promo sampler, excerpts from the 8-record 25th anniversary album. That big box set they put out, this is a promo sampler from that, $39.99. And then Iron Maiden 15, Motley Crue 1, Motley Crue 2, Quiet Riot 12, Motley Crue 2, and then Pass, and then Motley Crue 1, Motley Crue 3, and then Motley Crue $6.66. And Iron Maiden is got one bid, Motley Crue, and then Animals as leaders. And then she said, I didn't play test the entire Shout at the Devil, but track 1 plays all the way through. Okay, and then we'll show the cover in 1 second. That means, Susie, you get the Black Sabbath. All right, Susie, that means you get the Black Sabbath for $40. That's sold to Susie for $40. Done. Okay. Now, we have wanting to see a closer look at Shout at the Devil. By the way, the reissue over here of Iron Maiden, just $15. What's the gatefold look like? Very, very nice. There they are. Right up Angela Lewis's alley. Exposed chest, leather, tight pants, teased hair, lots of makeup and lipstick. There they are. Where's Angela Lewis at? She just fell out of her chair. The cover has a little bit of damage here. Looks like somebody tried to touch it up with a black Sharpie. And the disc is completely ruined. It is trashed, okay? It's in horrible, absolutely horrible condition. Iron Maiden's now at 18. Iron Maiden's at 20. And over here, if anybody else wants a price, let me know. Tough Strings, great guitar hits. Eric Carmen, Foghat. I feel like somebody claimed this earlier and I didn't pull it. Was it Adam Bernardi? I feel like he claimed this like an hour ago and I didn't pull it. Yep, Adam Bernardi got Foghat. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. And then we have Sinatra and Company. That's Sinatra with Antonio Carlos Jobim. Fleetwood Mac Future Games. Van Morrison Tupelo Honey. Daniel Amos. We have Barry Goldberg. We have Leslie Duncan. We got Santana. Boy, y'all are missing the boat here. The original Chicago album on the original label. There you have it, $24.99. Iron Maiden 20, Iron Maiden 20, Iron Maiden 22. The high bid on Motley Crue is Stephen Parton at $10. Quiet Riot with Randy Rhoads, Quiet Riot years with Randy Rhoads, that's at $13. And then Animals as Leaders did not get a bid. This is a buy it now. Animals as Leaders is a $45 buy it now. If you want it, you can buy it right now for $4 or $5. 4 5 together makes $45. Okay, that was magic. I don't know if you've seen anybody do that before, but I am highly skilled. That record was sold separately. This did not come in the box set. Regina, this was a promo record used to promote that box set release. Now Motley Crue's at 12, and now Quiet Riot CD's at 14. Now Iron Maiden's at 22. And now, Steven, you still have it for 22, unless a bid didn't show up on my screen. Mark Stanley's out and Scott Williams is out. Unless one of their bids got hidden, because since then, as you can see, nothing else has showed up over here. No, he said out on Motley Crue. My bad. That's out on Motley Crue. My bad. So not on Iron Maiden. James Bragg got Chicago. Thank you. I was getting worried about the history of the universe or the future of the universe there with that one. All right. So now I'm probably going to get into... Probably going to have to get into what we call discount mode. I mean, those were best offer, but we might hit some older crates over here and try to do some half off stuff and see what is going on. What's going on? What's going on? Marvin Gaye. All right. Iron Maiden 25, Motley Crue. Regina says she'll take it. Awesome. Sold to Regina. Quiet Riot. Quiet Riot. Yeah, Regina, that record was a promo for like a promotion for that box set. Who has the high bid on this? Chad. I think it goes back to John Kaiser. Crue. Motley Crue is at $12. It is an OG. The disc is completely ruined and trashed and thrashed and smashed. If I were to grade this, it would come back as ungradable. So it's extremely low grade. I'm being very harsh on it. Laura did test play it, and she said it did come back. You could play all the way through it. It's not like it's completely gouged. I just don't want anybody to get this and be like, oh my gosh, I didn't know this record was in bad shape. I'm just telling you right now, it looks like somebody used it for a Frisbee, and then they used it to clean up their kitchen floor, okay? So just buyer beware, but you can still play it. It's still got the disc, and you still got a jacket. There's that. And now, Quiet Riot CD has a new bid. That means that Chad's out, Clay Moore's in at 15, and Iron Maiden's at 26, and he just outbid Greg Smith. I'm trying to figure out how to get over here to these other records. Almost have a logistics problem right now. Let me move. Is this new vinyl too? Okay, good. That's both new vinyl. Let me move this over here. Let me clear some paths out over here. Let me clear some paths out. We had a crate one time with like really low grade and trashed copies of like highly desirable albums, metal, and you know, all kinds of different stuff like that. And they actually sold pretty good at auction, because we're talking about albums that normally in high grade would bring 150, 75, 200. I mean, and some people's like, dude, I just want a copy. I just want something to put on, you know, working out in my garage or something. It don't have to be a mint collectible. So usually that stuff sells pretty good. It don't maybe sell for a lot, but it usually sells pretty good. All right. Next over here is Motley Crue. So let's go ahead and sell that then to Rick Castle for $12. Thank you. He's still going to be able to play that. And he's going to crank it up so loud, he's going to be like, man, for $12, you got any more, Chad? And then Iron Maiden is sold to Greg Smith for $28. And we're down to 2 people on this CD. Claymore was at $15, and I got to make sure that Chad Sauls is done, okay? Now, I wanted to do that so I could show you a box set. I kind of wanted to clear my table. I showed this last night, but it wasn't the right time for Metal Night. I meant to show it a lot earlier. We sold out of the Black Album box set the other night. I can still get them. Here's the only other box set I have, and this is $324, and it's normally $349. But here is the Ride the Lightning box set. It's $324.99, and look, I'm even going to include this Laura metal box set sticker that she had over here on this crate, okay? So let me put that right in there. The metal box set sticker. It does have a bent corner just on that top lid. The lid's a little smushed. Even through all that pad and foam, it looks like somebody dropped it on the corner. And that is $324.99. That is the Metallica Super Deluxe box, brand new and sealed. We sold 2 Black Album box sets last night, I think, for $289. The Ride the Lightning box is $324 with the smush corner. We had sold 7 or 8 of these, I think, for $349. So think about it. This was an import. That's why it's got all this, all these UK import stickers. But think about it. Sealed Ride the Lightning box for $324. Y'all have seen some of the prices we've got for other Metallica boxes when they go out of print. We sold the Injustice the other night for $1,500. We still can get the Black Album. I still can get the new load. And that one comes and goes. I have to import them now. $324. And I'm going to include a Laura sticker with it to try to sell it. Claymore, you get Quiet Right for $15. Thank you. All right. So there's that. And let me move a few more things around. I'm working on a system here, so bear with me. We're in the phase probably 3 of 4 of tonight's show, which is final auctions, half off vinyl, and discounts. Next is Judas Priest, Point of Entry. Judas Priest is an 81 USOG Pitman. Original inner sleeve with the lyrics, VG++. Judas Priest, a $25 start. That is now up for bid. Judas Priest is now up for bid. Also, going up for bid is the following. I have a Japanese pressing of Saxon Denim and Leather. Saxon Denim and Leather is an 81 Japanese OG with Obi, near mint minus EX plus, a $45 start. Judas Priest, Saxon, now up for bid. Tonight's new vinyl, which was an absolute shootout. That was fun. I'm going to put them over here with the other new vinyl. Awesome. Scoot this over. Got a whole crate of Japanese here for tomorrow. And Cinderella is a music on vinyl pressing for $25. So now 3 auctions. Beautiful. All nice. $11.25. Okay. $11.25. What time is it? What time is it? It's time for something. Saxon is a $45 start. I actually just set it down. Let's see what else I can find over here. I'm lurking around the towers of crates. Let me see what's in here. That's a trash can. I can try to auction that off. I'm sure somebody would bid. Laura says put it up for auction. She just came up here to get some more sleeves. All right. I'm in my transition phase here. We'll do this. All right. Great crate to go through here. It's that time of the night. I've had the time of my life. Here we go. Half off vintage. No more, no less. I've got it. I've got my area back here behind me cleaned out. I feel like I can breathe and move around now. Here we go. So we're about to go through a crate here. Everything in here is going to be half off sticker. No more, no less. I'm going to keep it very simple, okay? Now, when I left, we had Judas Priest at 25, Cinderella 25, Judas Priest 30. Judas Priest 32, Saxon 45, Judas Priest 35, 36, Cinderella 25, Cinderella 26, Judas Priest 41, Saxon 46, Cinderella 28, Judas Priest 42, Judas Priest 50. Okay, point of entry is an 81 US OG Pittman, OG with the original sleeve, VG++ EX. That just got a new bid for 50. Saxon, denim and leather, is also OG, 81 EX Plus near mint minus. Oso's the only bidder on that for 45. Now Pickles at 46, so Oso, you're out. And Cinderella's a 2016 180 gram. That is a music on vinyl pressing. And that has a new bid with Stephen Parton for 28. Let's go through some vintage OG LPs here. These are going to be half off, no more, no less. Great vintage OG stuff here. And let's do these right now. First is Chicago. Chicago is $5. Is that a stack of sold CDs? These are autographed CDs. I was going to try to auction tonight, but we never did get to them. We've sold one. I have 2 no bids. I have 2 no bids. Flotsam and Jetsam is autographed. Lacuna Cool's autographed. 1 signature each on them. They're $35.35. These haven't officially been ran yet. Okay, John Durden first on Chicago. Next is Adrian Ballou. Don't see that too often in a half-off crate. Don't see it too often as all. Young Lions, Adrian Ballou, 20 bucks on that. Fresh Air 4. These are easy, half off, no more, no less. Fresh Air is $7.50. Over here is the Eagles Greatest Hits Volume 2, $17.50. Hotel California. It's a Heartache Tonight. It has the original on her sleeve. Nice clean copy, $17.50. Over here is Adrian Ballou. Adrian Ballou, Young Lions, is extremely nice vinyl. Probably a VG Plus cover. 20 bucks on that. Saxon's now at 48. Judas Priest is at 70. And Cinderella's at 29. Tied with Isaiah and Chad Sauls. Chad, you're out. Isaiah has it for 29. Okay, over here is Mitch Ryder, Sock It To Me. Mitch Ryder is $6.50. James Lavender on the Eagles. Great crate here. These are half off the sticker. No more and a no less. Also, Todd Rundgren Runt. Todd Rundgren is $13.50. Jefferson Starship Red Octopus. This is $7.50. $7.50. Jefferson Starship Red Octopus. And then Cinderella's now at 30. James Bragg gets the Judas Priest for $70. Saxon has a new bid for 48 with Pickle, $23.69. That means Oso, you're out. Young Lions is sold to Jeremy Bryant. Thank you, Glitter. And then over here is Brinsley Schwartz Silver Pistol. Brinsley Schwartz is now $13.50. Also, the Best of Minnie Riperton. $20 on the Best of Minnie Riperton. And Paul Young, The Secret of Association. $10 for Paul Young. Also, the Chambers Brothers, Love, Peace, and Happiness. Now $15. Saxon just got a new bid and a new bidder. Cinderella's at 30, which means that Chad Sauls has been outbid by Chad Sauls. No, y'all were tied. Isaiah's had it for 29. Okay, so now Isaiah, you're out. Next auction is going to go up right now. Awfully late to be putting up something like this, but let's do it. I feel like the bidders are here. We're talking OG Megadeth. Peace sales, but who's buying? My gracious. An 86 US OG. It is a specialty press, EX condition with the original on her sleeve. A nice OG Megadeth, $85 start. $85 start. Peace sales, but who's buying? There's Vic Rattlehead, and that's now up for bid. Next claim in here was William Drugovich on BS. And BS was Brinsley Schwartz, sold to William Drugovich. And then Travis Woods on Paul Young, sold to Travis Woods. And now Saxon 51. And then now Cinderella's at 30. And Scott Arnold said he bid $30 first. Okay, so here's actually the bids. 30, 29, 29, and now 30. So the whole time they were tied, he actually had already bid $30. So now Cinderella's tied again at $30. And now we have Saxon at 51 with Pickle, which means John Kaiser, you're out. And that also means, Chad, you have tied him on Cinderella. Scott Arnold was in first at 30. Next, yes, his name is Vic Rattlehead. Vic Rattlehead. You got Eddie on Iron Maiden. You got Vic Rattlehead on Megadeth albums. Next is Vanilla Fudge. The Beat Goes On. This is $10. Vanilla Fudge feels like a foreign copy. It is. It feels like a UK. It is a UK copy. $10 on that. He's out on Cinderella, so it looks like that Scott is the high bidder now at 30. And then Adam Bernardi got Vanilla Fudge. Now Megadeth does have a bid for 85. Now has a bid for 85. Over here is Eagles Greatest Hits Volume 1. Now this one's just $15. Original on her sleeve. We had Volume 2 earlier. And we have Don Henley, Building the Perfect Beast. $9 on Don Henley. Boys of Summer. Chicago 16 is $5. And we have Burning Rome. And Burning Rome is from 1982. Gold stamp promo on Shrink, $5. Now, over here, we have Saxon at 52 with Pickle. And now Megadeth, one bid 85. And then before that was Don Henley. And Don Henley is sold to Stephen. And then Melanie second. And then Burning Rome is sold to John Durden. Okay. And then right here in the middle is Cinderella Long Coat Winter. Let's go ahead and sell that to Scott Arnold for 30. And I'm going to reintroduce Megadeth to everybody. Peace sells, but who's buying? Megadeth is an 86 US OG. It is EX with the original on her sleeve. It's a nice copy. It is OG, and it just has one bid for $85 right now. Peace sales. And Saxon is between two people. It's between Pickle and John Kaiser. Now, Pickle, you actually tied John Kaiser. So the bid was 51. John bid 52, and then you bid 52. So actually, John is still got it for $52. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, but I'm going to go ahead and show you Mitch Ryder, What Now My Love. Mitch Ryder is $8.50, and the Allman Brothers Enlightened Rogues, that's now just $10 on that. $10 on that. Let's also go ahead and put up another auction, and that next auction, we had quite the activity for a Judas Priest album a moment ago, so let's try another one. Screaming for Vengeance. Nice. OG with the original inner sleeve. Screaming for Vengeance. You've got another thing coming. An 82 US OG. No press implant given. And not only is it OG with the inner sleeve, it has the very cool merch insert with it. How cool is that? So OG with the merchandise insert. And that's going to go up for a $30 start. Nice. Now Saxon's at $53. And now Megadeth has a new bid for $86. New bid for $86. So there it is. Now we still got Saxon, Megadeth, and Judas Priest all up for bid. 1 second, please. Next in the half off bin, Fresh Air 3. We're in a half off bin. No more, no less. $7.50 on that. Saxon 53. Judas Priest 35. Also, golden earring, north, east, west, south. In shrink wrap of hype, $12.50. Walt Disney, songs from The Happiest Millionaire. $10 from The Happiest Millionaire. Walt Disney. Howard Jones 1-to-1. $12.50 on Howard Jones. And Runt, the Ballad of Todd Rundgren. A 77 German Todd Rundgren. The corner down here does have some damage, but clean vinyl, a German press of Todd Rundgren. Ramniak on the Howard Jones, sold. Jerry Rock on the golden earring. And now my crate over here is really full, okay? And my crate over here is really full. So let me swap out. That's our 8th full crate sold already tonight. Amazing. Let me put those right over here. That is done, and let me grab a new empty crate over here as we continue finishing up this crate of auctions. Let me read y'all what potentially could be put up for auction tonight before I say that's all, folks, on vinyl. And let me give you an idea, and that way if you're still hanging on with one eye open, we can bump. But I'm going to keep auctioning these because they're still selling, and some of this stuff is not really metal, and if I don't get to it tonight, we may bump it till tomorrow. So I've got the Cult. It looks like a 12-inch single. Twisted Sister. Yngwie Malmsteen's a Japanese pressing. A Judas Priest Painkiller. That's a big one. I can't believe more people hadn't requested that. It's OG too. Killer Dwarves. A Kiss Dynasty Japanese. A Paul Stanley Japanese. Excuse me. Except their debut, Ace Frehley solo album. Another OG Appetite for Destruction. Iron Maiden, Made in Japan, OG. Iron Maiden, OG Killers. Judas Priest, Ram It Down, OG. Anthrax, Among the Living, OG. Anthrax, Spreading the Disease, OG. Another Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction. Iron Maiden, Live After Death. And Def Leppard, High and Dry. And all those are OG or probably vintage reissues. So I can get to some of those tonight. Some of the stuff like Kiss, I can put up Cult. I was just going to say that would be great stuff to run tomorrow, too. You can sell that kind of stuff anytime. But it looks like I knew we'd have some questions for Colt. So there they are. And probably over the next 30 minutes or hour while we finish all those up, I'm going to try to keep showing some half-off bins. So that's the agenda for tonight. And then when I get done, I'm either going to show CDs or I'm going to go eat Waffle House. Or do both. Who knows? Okay, so last bit on Saxon. Hold on a second. Judas Priest had put up for 30, then 35, then 36, then 37. We sold Golden Earring. Susie got the Disney. Are the boys picking up more metal stuff on their road trip? Yes, they are. Paul hadn't sent me any pictures, but he usually waits until all the trailers and trucks are full. Judas Priest 38, and then Judas Priest 40, Judas Priest 41. We got requests for Colt. Judas Priest Cult, Judas Priest Iron Maiden. Well, sounds like we need to put up Painkiller. Judas Priest 45 Cult, Def Leppard Accept, Twisted Sister, Judas Priest, and then over here, Judas Priest 4950. I do have a Clash record over here, actually. It was in a John crate, and I pulled it out because I figured it'd be better for auction. I do have a Clash album, though. I do have a Clash album. All right, what happened on Saxon over here? Did we get done? I want to make sure, because I kind of paused there. I didn't miss any bids. John went out, so this is So Pickle for $53. Thank you. And then over here, Megadeth, peace sells, but who's not buying? Megadeth, the last bid on this that came in, Megadeth. Let's make sure, okay? Megadeth. Corey Ross, $86, which he outbid Chad Sauls. And then Chad must have got off because I never did hear back from Chad. And if he hopped on and hopped off, he might have not even knew he got outbid. But Corey has this for $86. I've got to sell it really quick. It's been up for a long time. Okay? And now he's back in at 90. Now Judas Priest is at 90. Okay? So, let's keep going to the half off. I'm going to introduce another auction. Tommy Boyce and Bobby Hart, $10 on Boyce and Hart. Jay and the Techniques, Apple Peaches Pumpkin Pie, $13.50. We're doing a half off bin, no more, no less. Jackson Brown, Lives in the Balance, $7.50 on that. Alice Cooper, Pretties for You, 69 Terre Haute for $35. Wow, this was $69.99. Look at that label, unbelievable. That's crazy. That's really crazy. Josh White Sings, $10 on Josh White. The Buckingham's Greatest Hits, Don't You Care, for just $5. And the Kids of Fame, $10. Adam Bernardi put JB for Jackson Brown. Megadeth, Corey Ross, if you're still watching, you're out. Chad has it for $90. And now Judas Priest is at $56 with Melanie Clausen. And this is OG with the inner sleeve and insert, merch insert, VG Plus and 82 OG. And Judas Priest is at $56. And $56, and that's with Melanie Clausen. And now Megadeth's a final call for $90. Jackson Brown again, this time Holdout, $7.50. And Jimmy Buffett, Son of a Sailor. Jimmy Buffett is $10. Next auction is The Cult, Love Removal Machine. The Cult is an 87 US OG 12-inch single, VG condition. You get Love Removal Machine, Wolf Child's Blues, excuse me, and Love Removal Machine extended version. That's going to go up for just a $10 start. All right, Adam Bernardi once again on Jackson Brown, and then Brian Frenfrock on Alice Cooper. That's sold, and now the Colt has a bid for $11. Next is another Apple Peaches Pumpkin Pie, this time VG Plus 9. Guy, you just missed Alice Cooper. Chad Sauls, you get Megadeth for $90. Thank you. And now Judas Priest is sold. And Judas Priest is sold to Melanie Clausen for $56. All right. There we have it. Yeah, that was a steal on Alice Cooper. I don't know why that didn't get tagged for auction. If that would have got tagged for auction originally, usually like the crates aren't good for like high-end records because people, it's like, whoa, you know, everybody, they see them and it's like $80, $79.99. Everybody's like, whoa, $80. But then that's why we auction stuff, because when you get the details and you check it and you realize what it is, it's like, oh, okay. So a lot of times, a lot of high-end stuff that ends up in the crates usually end up for a bargain. That's why I'm like, man, we should have auctioned that. Not that it would have brought any more than $35 at auction, but it seemed like a steal. Whoop, I grabbed the wrong Judas Priest. Let me do this one first. Let's do the big one. This one's always desirable. This is an OG copy of Painkiller, Judas Priest. It's a 1990 UK original, VG++, a $75 start. And when we tagged this, the cheapest for sale was $130. And this has the original inner sleeve, Painkiller. So very fair starting price on that one. The Colt is now at $21. And then Judas Priest is right there. Painkillers now up for bid. All right, next thing we have in the half off bin is the Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer. VG plus $5 on that. And Doobie Brothers Minute by Minute. That's VG plus $5. We have Tongue and Groove featuring Lynn Hughes, a 68 US, VG plus 10. And the Chambers Brothers, The Time Has Come, VG for 5. So it's up to Nico Capolanis to bid again on the Cult. John Durden's bid came in first. Rebecca's in on Judas Priest. And now Twisted Sister. Twisted Sister is now up for bid. And this is called You Can't Stop Rock and Roll. And it's an 83 USOG specialty with the original inner sleeve, VG plus, a $25 start on Twisted Sister. You Can't Stop Rock and Roll. That is a $25 start. Next is It's a Happening World, The Tokens. The Tokens is $7.50. No Line Sleeps Tonight on that one. And Head East, Get Yourself Up, VG $5. Peter is going to pick up back-to-back doobies, Michael McDonald era. Thank you, Peter. Those are so to you. Waiting for one person, Nico on the Cult. Now Judas Priest is at 82. We got a James Bragg Dragon bidding war brewing. And Twisted Sisters a $25 start. And Nico's in. And Nico, I'm just waiting for your word on the Cult. You're tied with John Durden at 21. We got Canned Heat live at Topacana Corral. Canned Heat, VG plus $7.50. I listened to Going Up the Country on the way to work today. It came on. Roo-doo-doo, roo-doo-doo-doo. I can't sing like or whistle like that flute. I told y'all I love flutes. Brewer and Shipley, Tarkio, VG for $5. And Johnny Winter, Serious Business, EX $9. We have Pat Metheny, New Chakatuka Chautauqua. That is VG plus $10 for Metheny. Neil Diamond, Brother Love's Traveling Salvation Show, VG plus $10 on this. All right, never did hear back from Nico on the Cult, so that is sold to John Durden for $21. And then over here, Judas Priest 94, 100, now 101. And now that is gone. And now we have Twisted Sister, a final call for $25. Twisted Sister, You Can't Stop Rock and Roll. $25. Nico's the bidder on that. $25. Over here is Wes Bruce and Lane, a VG Plus copy for $7.50. We sold a near mint one earlier tonight. Billy Joe is VG for $5. The Kids from Fame, that's VG for $5. And Feeling Good with Annie, VG plus $7.50. Greg Beddinger on Canned Heat. That's sold to Greg Beddinger. Right after that was Grog. Judas Priest is at 105. Shaking All Over. The Guess Who's. Chad Allen's and the Expressions. EX $9. Susie's going to work out with Annie. Judas Priest is at 105. Arthur Brown's Kingdom Come, VG $12.50, and Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Four-Way Street, VG plus $12.50. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Anthrax, Among the Living. Here it is, a 1987 U.S. Club. It is a BMG direct copy with the original inner sleeve and an insert near mint, a $75 star. So the cover up here has a little bit of a wear mark. Other than that, it's really nice for the rest of the package. You get the inner sleeve, and it has an Anthrax merch card. Very cool. It has the Anthrax merch card, and the vinyl is near mint minus, and that's from Seth, probably grading conservatively, so it's practically sealed. Anthrax is a $75 star. Very nice. Chris Ligero on Billy Joe Piano Man. Wow, great crate there for half off for that much to be left over. Oh my gosh. See, what happens is some people think, oh, it's metal night. Chad's not going to be showing Billy Joe and Canned Heat albums. He's going to be showing that kind of music. And so some people's like, yeah, I'm going to bed. And so late at night, there's half off crates with great stuff in it that they probably would be buying if they wasn't sleeping. Instead, they think it's metal night and they hear metal and they think we're selling music that sounds like roar, roar, roar. And it's not what's happening. Those are usually up for auction. And in the crates, we got nothing but vintage after we get done with all the new stuff that showed up, okay? But there's one lady. She may be watching. Her name's Karen. And she'll say, oh no, it's Metal Night. I'll see y'all tomorrow. And I'm like, oh, Karen, where are you going, Karen? Karen, come back. I think that's what people think Metallica sound like. Like, I'm like, no, that's not that heavy. All right, so let's go on. Let's figure out what's going on over here. No, I tell you what happened last week. There was at least 2 people that watched the replay. Like they've went to bed and then they'll get on YouTube and they'll scroll through and they'll be like, dang, do you still have this? Do you still have that? Is that half off for it? Like, I didn't know you were going to be showing stuff like that. I'm like, don't ever miss a Collectibles sale. So let's go through this again one more time. And we got Judas Priest, Twisted Sister, and Anthrax, okay? Now, Judas Priest got up to 120 with James Bragg. I think there was still just that one bid on Twisted Sister. It is. Nico Kapelanis gets that for $25. And then over here is Anthrax, also just one bid, $75 of John Kaiser. Wow, so those are final calls, 120 and 75. We're about to sell it. Next, we have this. Fresh Air 4, $7.50. Mitch Ryder, Sock It To Me, $6.50. Runt, $13.50. Jefferson Starship, $7.50. The Best of Minnie Riperton, $20. We have Chambers Brothers, $15. We have Eagles Greatest Hits, $15. We have Chicago, $5. And then Judas Priest 125, now Judas Priest 130. Hammers up on Anthrax. I'm literally about to drop a hammer on it for just $75. Let's put up another auction. There's another Mitch Ryder for $8.50. Here's the Allman Brothers for $10. Here's Fresh Air 2 for $7.50. Here's Runt, the Ballad of Todd Rundgren for $17.50. Here's Tommy Boyce and Bobby Hart for $10. Here's Jay and the Techniques for $13.50. What is our next auction? I'm not going to show you what John had it priced for. Okay? I'm not going to show you what John had it priced for. The last time I messed up, it sold for less. I'm just going to tell you what it is. It's the Clash, London Calling. He has it as a 1980 OG. It's a 2 LP. Or maybe, is that the OG year? Maybe 79's OG. He had it marked as a 1980. So I guess that's the second year. The discs are phenomenal. They're real and they're spectacular. We got 2 inner sleeves. The sleeve has this album contains lyric content which may be offensive to some members of the public. A $1 start on the Clash. Let's see who's paying attention at 11:51 a.m. on a Thursday night. Anthrax is sold. I'm getting worried because this just sold for one bid for $75. I usually sell these for like $160. That is sold for $75 to John Kaiser. He asked and he shall receive. The Clash already has bids for $20 and now $50. No condition notes on the vinyl. John has it as 1980. Okay? There's that. Let me put up another auction. And that next auction, I can't do another Judas Priest because that one's still up. So let's try Iron Maiden Live After Death. You wanted the best, you got it. This is Iron Maiden Live After Death. A 1985 OG Euro copy. It's a 2 LP gatefold. It has original inner sleeves and an 8-page booklet. The vinyl's in VG condition. It does have the book and the inner sleeves. We're going to start this for just a $40 start. It does have 1 inner sleeve. It does have 2 inner sleeves. And it has the book. It's OG Euro, $45 start on Iron Maiden. Okay? Next. Clash 20, Clash 50, Judas Priest 140, Clash 1, Clash 1, Clash 10, Clash 10, Clash 4, Clash 10, Clash 55, Clash 20. Is Starship a gatefold? This, I have never seen a gatefold pressing of this. Red Octopus, not a gatefold, no. $7.50 on that. Has the original inner sleeve. Finishing up this half-off bin recap, Josh White, $10. Clash is at $56. Buckingham is $5. We got quite the battle going on for Priest and Clash. Iron Maiden, a $45 start. Over here, The Kids from Fame. Kids from Fame is $10. Jimmy Buffett, son of a sailor, $10. Jay and the Techniques. Apple Peaches Pumpkin Pie. VG Plus, $9. That's what I plan on eating tonight. Literally. Apple Peaches and Pumpkin Pie. Next is Tongue and Groove. Everything featuring Lynn Hughes. VG Plus, $10. The Chambers Brothers. VG, $5. Clash is at $56. That means Chris Ligero, you're out. Chris, you're also out on Judas Priest. Nobody's been on Iron Maiden. Is everybody awake? Do I need to blow the air horn? Final call for $45. Next is It's a Happening World, the tokens. EX Condition, $7.50. Get yourself up, head east. VG, $5. Brewer and Shipley, one toke over the line. VG, $5. Clash, $59. Clash, $65. Johnny Winter, Serious Business, EX for $9. Pat Metheny, VG Plus, $10. Neil Diamond, VG Plus, $10. Wes Bruce and Lang, VG Plus, $7.50. The Kids from Fame, VG, $5. Chad Allen, the Guess Who, Shaking All Over, EX, $9. Arthur Brown, VG, $12.50. And Crosby, Stills National Live, VG Plus, $12.50. Preston Rose on Brewer and Shipley. He's token over the line. Joe Sontag on Johnny Winter. Sold. I don't have a pressing for you. John tagged it as 1980. I can do some further information if you want me to. Sometimes I pull stuff out of those bins and he just says a price. That's it. Iron Maiden has another bid. Chris has doubled up. He said Clash 60, Judas Priest 150. Oh. Ow. Let me see what's going on. I got my ad running for tonight and people's commenting. It always happens. People start trying to... Let me see what this says over here. Oh, no, never mind. 3 minutes ago, somebody said, do you want to sell that Iron Maiden somewhere in time on tonight's ad advertising that we're live right now selling on Facebook and YouTube? It always happens. Yep, there's been multiple comments. How much are these? How much are these? How much are these? And most people don't realize that they are being sold right now. Let me click over here. All right, sorry. All right, so Iron Maiden, let's go from left to right. Judas Priest is at 160. Chris Ligero, you've been outbid. Now it's at 160 with James Bragg. The Clash is at 65 with Rebecca. Let's take a closer look at it. It's at 65. We hadn't hit John's price tag yet. This is a 1980. I will myself take a look at one of the discs and try to run the matrix and see what comes up, okay? And I'll read it out loud to everybody else as well. Not our typical auction here. John's out on the Clash. Rebecca has it for 65. This is BL-36330. Okay, and then next to that is a dash, a little bit of a space, then a dash, then a 1F. Okay. And then a little bit later, there's a word. It says Walls, exclamation point. So I'm going to type that in. Walls, exclamation point. Okay. And then, of course, we got Sterling. And then we got an A5. So Sterling. And then I'm going to put an A5. And after all that, so here's what happened. That's how many results I had. After all that data, I still had that many, but when I put that A5 in there, it narrowed it down to this pressing. And it says this is a 1980 Santa Maria pressing. That A5, that's what it narrowed it down to. There's an A5 way over here, and that's what it narrowed it down to. Now, I wouldn't normally confirm that unless I was in front of a laptop, because as you see, that one little letter had 9 entries, and then it narrowed it down to 1. So it is a beautiful copy. The vinyl is EX++ near mint minus. It has the album, has the hop sticker advertising that. Now, that was me just typing in all that data you just seen, which it should be. It looked like F1 Sterling. Yeah, it's one of these here, Columbia. Look at all these different variants. Oh my gosh, look at all this. Script, walls. We had one of these right in here, walls. These are all different variants of this one pressing. Look at that. Those are all different runouts you could possibly have. So, pretty complex there. Did Chris Ligero go out on Judas Priest? James Bragg had it for $160. Chris Ligero, I've lost him. Chris, hammers up. I hadn't heard back from you. Hammers up on Clash. Now it's at 66. And now we have Iron Maiden, Live After Death. This was also a final call. John Kaiser, 58. He outbid Travis Woods. Yeah, Travis Woods, you're out on Iron Maiden. Haven't heard back from you. Now we got 2 new bidders. Rebecca, you're out on the Clash. Stephen wanted me to run the Matrix. Okay, and then Head East is in here. Head East is in here. VG, $5. Get yourself up. Over 5 million copies of London Calling. Do y'all realize what that looks like? That would be like a warehouse full of London Callings on vinyl. It's hard to comprehend what 5 million LPs look like. That's like metal racks, just rows and rows and rows of them. Try to imagine 23 million copies of Thriller. That's also crazy. Wood Arthur Brown, it's called Journey. VG 1250. All right, James Bragg, I'm going to go ahead and sell you this. That's why I'm going to go ahead and sell you this for 160. I lost Chris Ligero. Thank you on that. I think I got another Judas Priest over here some people asked for. Greg Beddinger said sold, and he asked about the Head East, right? He did. That's so to Greg Beddinger. And I'm about to try to bundle what's left in this crate. Now we got Clash at $71, and now Iron Maiden. John Kaiser, you're out. Travis Woods has it for $60. Did I mention Glenn Hughes? Chris, you're out. Just came in on Judas Priest. I'm glad you were done bidding because I had already sold it. Lynn Hughes, not Glenn, Lynn. I'm going to count these, and I'm going to offer them as a bundle, one of our first big bundles of the night. If not, I'm going to put these in our discount flip crates. There is way too much good stuff left still in here. But let's count them, and somebody might get a great bundle deal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Great titles. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. There are 29 records left in there. Okay? And I am feeling like I would like to be in them at $135. $135 divided by 29. That's only $465 each. That is a great price per record for what's still left in there. Think about it. $135. Everything that's left in the crate. Or you probably don't want me to add up the original sticker price. It would probably be several hundreds of dollars. So think about it. It'd be probably I bet its sticker price is probably $300 or $400 now. A bundle deal, usually from what I've calculated after I've went back and thought about what I've done on some of those, it gets some of them down as much as 75, 80% off to go ahead and buy the rest of the crate. Clash is at 74 with Rebecca. The other 2 bidders are out. John Kaiser, you're out on Iron Maiden. Let's try that other Judas Priest right quick. All right, if we sell this, I might do another half-off crate. If not, I might go back to our very first batch of our newest new vinyl from tonight and show that one more time. We have Judas Priest as our next auction. Also one that doesn't come through as often. It is from 88. You know, then that one we just sold is probably the next toughest one to get in that kind of sequence. Ram It Down is OG. It does have the original inner sleeve, and it's nice. It's EX. Rob Halford, KK Downing. This is going to go up for a $30 start. $30 start on Judas Priest. Chris isn't done on the Clash. Now he's at $75 with London Calling. Rebecca, you've been outbid. Anybody else on this batch here? $135. $135. Bundle deal. $135. Priest has a bid for $35. He's out on Iron Maiden. All right. You might see those at another time. All right, Rebecca's out on the Clash. Chris, you may be getting it. You may be getting it. Okay. Anybody that wasn't watching the very first part of the show didn't get to see some of the titles that came in. I've got a few metal, I don't know what they are. Let me go grab them because I might can price them out. If no one buys them now, we can sell them next Thursday or sell them tomorrow. But let me go show you what I'm talking about. They came in with that last big, huge batch of metal we got in. And they've been stacked over here. Are they still over here, Laura? They are, along with these couple other box sets. Let me see what's going on here. They're from Decibel Flexi Series. Do they have barcodes? Let me just grab them and see what's going on, okay? Might check them and price them. They look pretty cool. I see Venom and other stuff like that. I'll offer $5 for Red Octopus. Can't do it. Half off crates, always half off, no more, no less. London Calling is sold to Chris Ligero for $75. It was marked $99.99. So it would have, if I would have left it in the crate, it would have ended up $99.99 best offer. So that's probably about right. $75. That is sold. And now Iron Maiden is sold to John Kaiser for $68. And over here, Judas Priest, Ram It Down. The last bid on Judas Priest, Ram It Down that came in was James Bragg at $50. Everybody else is out. Next auction is Def Leppard, and that's high and dry. Def Leppard's an 81 US club with the original inner sleeve, so OG club. Nice EX, a $30 start on that. There's our next auction. Let me see what these things are over here. Kind of curious. Huh. There's nothing in them. One of the boxes are really heavy. I wonder if he's got them all in one box or something. I might be getting to something here that takes a lot more time than I realized. Decibel Flexi Series. Gosh, there's a bunch of them. This one feels almost like full. Okay, this one's like almost completely full. And then this next box is full. This one's full. And then this one is really heavy. So yeah, honestly, I don't know what I'm getting into there. So I just wanted to show them. I was hoping it'd be something on the back that had a barcode and I could scan and poof and we could price it and run it. But that might be a little bit more time consuming than I realize. We're going to have to go through those, et cetera, et cetera. Are we done on Priest? I lost Chris Ligero again. Bragg has it for 50, final call. And now Def Leppard at 35. And let me add one more new auction. I'm going to fly through these in a hurry. This is the last call for tonight's newest arrivals, new, before they're posted in the group, okay? And here's Accept. And this is their debut album. Now, the U.S. pressing is the OG from 84. It's technically a reissue, but this was the first time it was released in the United States. It's super nice, a $25 start on Accept. Okay, and final call on these. It won't take me but a second, and that way we can go ahead and get these ready for the video in the morning. That'll be amazing. Okay, and Judas Priest has a new bid. Chris is out, but now Pickle says 51. So James Bragg, it goes back to you. And Def Leppard's now at 40. Melanie is at 41. And Accept is a $25 start. We got Slipknot, Volume 3, The Subliminal Verses, 2 LP purple vinyl, $36.99. Great songs on that one. Lamb of God, Omens. Lamb of God, 29. Single LP, Gatefold, black vinyl, 29. Iron Maiden, Somewhere Back in Time, a double LP picture disc. This is a compilation, $69.99. Gwar, Scumdogs of the Universe. Gwar is a double LP gatefold, $33.99 for Gwar. Also, a Rammstein, the only one we have left, Rosenrot. That's a 2 LP remaster, Rammstein, $49.99. James Bragg, back to you on the Judas Priest. Pickle has it for 51. Accept has bids for 25, 25, 30, 30, 35. And it's up to Steven on Def Leppard. He set out, so Melanie, you have that at 41. Next is Venom, Storm the Gates, a Gatefold 2 LP for 33. Lynch Mob Rebel on red marble vinyl for 29. And Suffocation, Pinnacle of Bedlam. Suffocation, limited edition, 10th anniversary, yellow black Corona vinyl, $29.99. Tool, Lateralis. Lateralis, the only time it's been officially released as a picture disc only, 2 LP for $59.99. New bid on Judas Priest for 55. Pickle, you're out. Accept is at 38. And we have Exodus. Exodus is blood in, blood out, clear with gold and black splatter, $36.99. Exodus, so there truly is not really an OG copy of Lateralis out there. For those that are like OG hunters, some of these in here are the first vinyl release. That's still technically, there's another one coming up. I think it's, well, I'll show it in just a second. Morbid Angel, Altars of Madness. This is $38.99. $38.99. There's that. Also, Metallica and Justice for All, Harvester of Sorrow, One, Shortest Straw, Frayed Ends of Sanity, Blackened, and Justice for All, $44.99. And we have Bon Jovi's Greatest Hits, a 2 LP, $39.99. How much was Chat Pile and Callous? That was out of the Lore Crate earlier. Chat Pile, I think, was 36, and Callous is like 20. Let's see. I've got them over here pretty dang handy. Yeah, 29, and Chat Pile was 36, and Chat Pile was on purple vinyl. I've got them right over here behind me if you decide to change your mind. All right, Pickle's out on Judas Priest, so to James Bragg for 55. And then over here, that means Def Leppard is sold to Melanie Clausen for 41. And now Accept is getting lots of bids. Accept's getting lots of bids. And we have a new auction, and that next new auction is going to go up right now. Let's try another Maiden, and this is Killers. Oh my gosh, it's sealed. Wow. Barcode brings up originals and some reissues. You can't determine. So this is a sealed copy. It most likely, you don't know. You can guess, you can speculate, but there's no way to know unless you open it. It has a punch hole. It might have been an OG or a repress that was a cutout, but this has never been opened before. A sealed Iron Maiden Killers. Wow. $75 start. Sealed. Definitely a vintage copy, and it could possibly be OG. You wouldn't know until you opened it. Sealed Iron Maiden Killers. Wow. $75 start. That's available. And then let's go ahead and put up Anthrax. And this is Spreading the Disease. Anthrax, Spreading the Disease. An 85 US, near mint minus. Currently, when we tag this, 0 were listed for sale. Absolutely 0. This album's not in print. It hadn't seen a reissue in quite some time, to my knowledge. $55 start on Anthrax. So make sure you put ANT for this one, because we also got Accept up for bid. So I would be careful putting your A bids, okay? Anybody else on anything in this crate? Bon Jovi, Metallica, Morbid Angel, Exodus, Tool, Suffocation, Lynch Mob, Venom, Rammstein, Gwar, Iron Maiden, Lamb of God, and Slipknot. Okay? And then Michael Reed, if you decide to buy those other ones, let me know. Do I do lives in the morning? No. We have a Facebook private group. Bon Jovi is so does Stephen Parton. I might have missed your claim there. Bon. This is a claim. Okay. You were claiming Bon Jovi. There we go. Whoa, we're halfway there. I was about to say, we got to do our rule. We got to sell something out of there to keep the show going. If I show a crate, we got to at least sell something out of there. It's always been a strong policy of mine. And I've got one more like that to breeze through while we finish up some of these metal auctions. And we'll probably do at least one more half-off bin to try to fill up our 9th final full crate for tonight. Holy moly. All right. There's this. There's this. Here we go. Accept 55, accept 58. Let's keep this show on the road. First thing I have is Mr. Big, lean into it, $34.99. Paul McCartney, live unofficial of Neil Young, Los Angeles, 2004, $34.99. We've got a few of those left. Judas Priest, we've been selling a lot of OGs. If you're like, I better settle for a reissue, I've got it, $33.99. Lateralis is $59.99. Over here, Accept is at 60, Anthrax is at 55, and Iron Maiden is at 76. Can I see Paul McCartney? You can. This is a live, unofficial Paul McCartney with Neil Young, 2004, Harvest Moon, Heart of Gold, On the Way Home, Human Highway, Old King, and then Drive My Car Till There Was You, In Spite of All the Danger. Blackbird, Here Today, Follow Me, Miss Shell, My Bell, and Yesterday. That's pretty cool. I might want to listen to one of those if they don't sell out tonight. $34.99. Hate to open something unless I absolutely for sure I don't want to keep it, but sometimes I make the decision, what the heck, I'm keeping it. $34.99. Adam Bernardi says, I'm going to keep one too. I've got 2 left if anybody else wants one. Also, we have Dokken, which is essentially a greatest hits. It's called Now Playing. It's $24.99. Sepultura, Beneath the Remains, a 2 LP expanded, 180 gram. That's $46.99. And now Accept is at $65. Killers is at $76. So Chris Ligero, you're out on Iron Maiden. Whoa, I can tell it's late. Just one bit on Anthrax for $55. Unbelievable. Hammers up to Empty Mat. Whoa. And now Joe Delgado gets Dokken. Now playing So to Joe Delgado. Thank you on that. There's Sepultura, Black Label Society, 1919 Eternal, 2 LP purple vinyl, Black Label Society, $38.99. Winger, self-titled on green vinyl. Their debut, Kip Winger, green vinyl, $33.99. Red Beach, $33.99. Also, Judas Priest, Defenders of the Faith. Priest is $33.99. I've got that available along with Tool Undertow. There is Tool, a 2 LP, $33.99. Ryan Mustaine, You Need a Lateralis. It's my last copy, and then I'm going to order a couple more. We already sold a couple tonight. I plan on ordering more anyway. Next is Pantera, Far Beyond Driven, $49.99. I'm Broken, 5 Minutes Alone, Becoming, $49.99 on Pantera. And Whitesnake's Greatest Hits, Here I Go Again on My Own. In the Still of the Night, $39.99. It's a 2 LP. All right, so we can go ahead and sell Accept, the Jim Sedal for $65. And here is one of those deals when people find out, they're going to be like, you did what? For how much? I'm going to say I sold an OG Anthrax, Spreading the Disease, for just one bid for $55 to Empty Mat, and it is gone. Wow. Ron Mustaine says, I need Lateralis. That album has never been pressed on vinyl. Earlier, we had a 10,000 days, and usually the first question we get if we post a copy of 10,000 days, the first question is that an OG? And most people, if they're not new to tool collecting or if they're not new to vinyl collecting, they have no idea about how difficult it is to get tool albums. So you got Undertow is in print and Opiate, and those are officials, and they're actually on vinyl. And then after that, it gets weird. So Anima was pressed that one time. OGs are like $1,000. They're very expensive. I only ever had two, and they were both sealed, and we sold them for over $1,000. It's never been reissued. There's a ton of bootlegs. And then Lateralis, never been pressed on vinyl officially, only as a picture disc, which kills some collectors and some audiophile listeners. They want it on vinyl. This is actually a really high quality, though. I mean, I've listened to them. This is the one I own, of course. And then 10,000 Days. Never pressed on vinyl or anything officially. Never been released. So if you ever see a copy of 10,000 Days, it is a bootleg. Tool has never authorized that to be released. Very bizarre, I know. And then, of course, their most recent release, Fear Inoculum, luckily they bit the bullet and they said, okay, we'll let people have it. For some reason, they don't like releasing stuff. They're very peculiar. They're very thorough. And this is so to Ron Mustaine. Thank you on that. And then over here, we got Stephen Parton on a White Snake. Here I go again on my own. Killers is at $85 with Chris Ligero. We have the new Five Finger Death Punch compilation celebrating 20 years. That's $39.99. We have a sealed Iron Maiden Killers, possibly OG. You can't determine unless you open it. It's only at $85, a going a once and a going a twice. Next is an OG Guns N' Roses, an 87 club copy, a solid EX, a nice copy of Appetite for Destruction. Wow, that is clean. Nice, with the original inner sleeve. Welcome to the jungle. We've got fun and games. That's going to go up for a $55 start. Next is Iron Maiden Peace of Mind, $33.99. Somewhere in Time, $34. And this is Gin Blossoms, New Miserable Experience, $34.99. Iron Maiden, you can tell from the UPC. Not on this one. It will pull up multiple versions. Also, we have KK Priest, Sermons of the Sinner, $29.99. This is limited edition red vinyl. KK Priest, $29.99. Killers, $85. So who was the other bidder? Chad Sauls. Mr. Chad Sauls, are you out there? Winger, Pull, that's on red vinyl for $33. Pantera, Great Southern Trendkill was $33. Gin Blossom, So to Ron Mustaine, that is gone. Also, The Memory of Paul Di'Anno, $29.99. Metallica, Searching, Seek and Destroy, Jump in the Fire, Kill 'Em All, $33.99. Final call on Iron Maiden. Chad Sauls, are you out there? No bid on Guns N' Roses, $55. And Slayer is $34.99. Undisputed Attitude. Guns N' Roses, a new sealed copy for $36. Back here, we got an 87 Club. Chad's back in at $90. He dozed off there for a second, but he's back in. Now, Chris Ligero, it's back to you. Am I really going to sell this for the minimum bid? I can tell it's definitely 12:30 at night, and we're putting up crazy stuff because right now it is like, oh, Chad, I'm falling asleep. We have Typo Negative, Slow, Deep, and Hard, green and black marble vinyl, $39.99. Iron Maiden, Fear the Dark, $44. Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell's $44. And Metallica, Death Magnetic, $44.99. We have Disturbed, Indestructible for $33. And then there was some of the only pre-owned stuff left tonight. Jar of Flies, $27. Soundgarden, $37. Periphery was $39. And Alice in Chains is $34. All right, new bid. Chad Sauls, you're outbid on Iron Maiden. Now Guns N' Roses does have a bid. We're about to sell the Jerry Rock for $55. Rick Castle says, give me a Kill 'Em All. Make sure that goes in for $33. All right, done. All right. And I'm going to put these back over here. That was the third full read-through of those tonight. We started with 6 crates of new vinyl. Now I've got everything into a crate and a half. Now everything left in a crate and a half. That's amazing. That's a lot of vinyl going to new homes. Thank y'all for all that. Plus, we had a couple huge pre-orders. Five Finger Death Punch was a big pre-order. The Metal Church box sets, which are now sold out. Amazing. Absolutely fantastical. All right. And Chris wants a Mr. Big. Let me go grab that. When I come back, I'm selling Iron Maiden because he's out. $92. Searching. Sometimes you can scan a barcode and it pulls up an exact version. Typically, you scan it and it'll pull up about 100 versions. And then you don't really know till you run the matrix and confirm it. And unfortunately, when a record's sealed, it's like, dang it. Because if you could say, yeah, this is a sealed OG, it might be $400 or $500. Or you can say, well, it could be a repress and it could be $120. So this is sold to Chris Martin, Mr. Big, and Iron Maiden is sold. And Iron Maiden is sold to Chris Ligero for $92. GNR 60, GNR 63. The fun ones are the ones that, let's say they don't have a barcode and you can say, yeah, this is a 69 OG whatever, and it's sealed. That's the stuff that gets now into big money, sometimes hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. Or you can look at Beatles albums and try to peek and see what color the inner sleeve is and stuff like that. Little tools. All right. So I think the wrap up vinyl, well, maybe not, maybe just, what else did I put up over here? I'm going to try another Iron Maiden, so we can almost sell this whole crate. Made in Japan. An 84 US 12-inch mini album, a Jacksonville press, VG Plus, a $45 start. Wow, that's now up for bid. But let's go to the top cam for a second. Very, very nice. GNR and Maiden now up for bid. And I guess we need one more good vintage bin to breeze through for half off tonight before I take action on anything else. All right. Let's do it. Let's do another vintage half-off crate. Possibly the last crate of vinyl of the night. I mean, it is 12:30. And Chad does have a date at Waffle House with a big grilled bacon chicken cheese sandwich and pecan waffle to celebrate the big night we've had here for Thursday Night Metal Night. GNR is at $65. No bid yet on Iron Maiden. Going to once, going to twice. Let's do one more big half-off celebration crate, okay? And maybe I can start to even mix in some CDs. The problem is the CDs, we're now officially, I thank everybody, on the racks. And they're honestly hard to get to. And over here, I have to, honestly, I have to figure out how to get to them. I'm going to have to get some help tomorrow. Maybe Jake and my nephew. We're going to have to like clean all this out. Because they're about to bring, if I don't dig these CDs off this rack, if I don't get them boxed up or something, when they come back from this trip, we won't have any more CD time because I won't be able to get to them. It's almost a logistical problem. That's why I've been digging anywhere else in the store for CDs. And I'm actually here in a minute going to take a look around and to see if I can find any more, because if we don't get them off those racks, then we've got a major problem. We can't get to them. So I'm probably going to have to like tub them up and store them somewhere else until, otherwise, after records for the next couple weeks, we might be doing something else until I can figure out, we're going to have to start doing book night or something like that, finish up the rest of the cassettes, because they're going to get buried back there. It's going to be hard to get to them. Because the whole area where the racks are is a whole area that they've cleaned out for CDs. Punk 45s, I don't have anymore. we're waiting for the next big collection. But yeah, I guess I could draw y'all I need to get a map and show y'all the store and show you just how logistically it is. I think what we're going to do, I'm going to have them look, or I'm going to look through the CDs, try to get a bunch of them out, and then maybe do it for the rest of this week until they get back. And then what we need to do is probably say, let's find another part 2 for the next couple of months, because we've been doing CDs. We'll probably be able to finish that rack. And if I can get them all off, we'll do CDs for another month. But I bet we have another month of CDs to go through. And then they're all going to be gone through. We'll have to start going back through the old ones again. So just to give you an update, that's probably what's going to happen. We're going to hit a point with the CDs where I'm like, well, that's all of them. But I think we can do another month. I mean, there's another 10 or 20,000 back there, but we go through a lot every night. You go through them for 2 hours every night. For the next month, it's poof, they're gone. So here's this again. An 87 US Club, a Columbia Club copy with the original inner sleeve. It's a solid EX. 87 Columbia Club. 87 Columbia Club. The last bid on Guns N' Roses that came in was Edward Rock at $80. Take Me Down to the Paradise City. Iron Maiden is an 84 US reissue, a 12-inch mini album, VG Plus, $45. That's kind of like an EP they did. $45 on Iron Maiden, okay? Is there Nevermore CD in the pile there? Yeah, these are autographed that was supposed to go up for auction. I never did get to. They're autographed. If you give me a second, I can look them up and we'll run them on auction. Right now, we still got Lacuna Coil. It's autographed. It's $35. And Flotsam and Jetsam's autographed. It's $35. Posters. Yeah, I want to do books. We got to chip away at our book inventory. So looking ahead long term, it's probably going to be, we'll find a good stopping point for CDs until we can buy some more collections. I mean, we've literally sold thousands. And I don't have as many as I do records. We just can't keep going and going with them. But we're going to have to start doing books because I got to bring them over here, show them, look them up, and other, kind of like the tub we went through last night. That's probably what's coming up in the near future. So, but posters too. Posters for sure. Or what I've found out is a lot of people are relatively new and they hadn't seen all the old posters that didn't sell. And I know I still got some great ones to run, so we'll do that. But, man, this building, it's pretty big, and there's a lot of little pockets of stuff that you'll find. It's like, boom, there we go. But we have Fred Goodwin's book collection of probably nearly 10,000 pieces that have never been gone through. And I told y'all the first couple boxes I went through, Harper Lee was autographed, and I was like, okay, we can't just like throw these out for $5 a piece. Some of these are going to be worth $1,000 or $500 or $100. So we got to be careful. All right, Guns N' Roses 83. Let's finish up this half-off crate. Nobody's bid on Iron Maiden. I'm going to give it one more chance, okay? Pat Metheny and Lyle Mays. As Falls Wichita, so Falls Wichita Falls. That's $13.50. Dixie Dregs, Dregs of the Earth, $5. Half off crate, no more, no less. Todd Rundgren, Utopia, POV, $10 on that. Next is Pat Metheny with Adam Bernardi, sold. Also, we have ATC Clears. You listen to this and you'll learn how to air traffic control. You say, I'm qualified to do this job, $10. Jimmy Nelson's Instant Ventriloquism. Same look my father gave me when I told him I wanted to be a ventriloquist. That's a quote from George Costanza, $7.50. Television's greatest hits, 65 TV themes, $13.50. Guns N' Roses is sold to Ryan Mustaine. for $83. Iron Maiden can be bought for a $45 buy it now. Wow, I don't say that too often. No bid on Iron Maiden, $45 buy it now. Stephen Parton on TV, that's sold to Stephen Parton. Travis Wood second. Hymns, Loretta Lynn, $7.50, original Decca pressing. Iron Maiden is sold to Kenny Rowe. Teresa was next. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Yngwie Malmsteen, a Japanese pressing of Rising Force. It's actually an 84 Japanese limited edition, and it has an insert and a poster. The vinyl's near mint, and this needs to be put up for a $40 start. It does have the insert, and this is a Japanese OG for a $40 start. And this is the poster. There's Yngwie himself, Rising Force. So this is a beautiful Japanese 45. Look at all the people trying to snipe Iron Maiden. There was only one sniper that hit his target, though, Kenny. Teresa was next, Scott was third, Rick was fourth, and Ed. I wish all of y'all would have started bidding. That would have been much better. That's up for bid. And then also, here's the only no bid tonight. The only no bid tonight was Animals as Leaders, The Madness of Many. It is a 2020 limited edition yellow and black numbered or limited edition of 500 for $45. We're doing a half off vintage crate. The Best of Gary and the Pacemakers, $5 on this. Ferry Cross to Mercy, Don't Let the Sun Catch You Crying. That was a big one. Plant Music, you listen to this and your plants will grow better. That is $7.50. There it is. The Sound of Bread, Baby I'ma Want You. It is a K-Tel comp, $7.50. That is available, and so is Walt Disney's Black Beauty. For all you Disney freaks out there, here's Black Beauty for $10. Boy, that's a beautiful copy. A spanking copy of that. Craig Thomas wants the plant music. There you go. That's going to make Craig's plants grow better. The question is what kind of plants are Craig growing? We have Software, Mark Colby. This is $7.50. Marble, Software, Marbles, $7.50 on that. Bruce Hornsby in the Range, Sings from the South Side, $10 on Bruce Hornsby. Pat Metheny, Song X. This is $17.50. $17.50 for Pat Metheny. The Songs, The Kids from Fame, that is $10. And Don Nix, Gone Too Long, $10. Final call to get a bid on Yngwie. Does anybody want to make an offer on Animals as Leaders? Anybody? Is there anybody out there? Where's my... Oh, here's some demented stuff over here. Let's see. I think this might be pretty good. Satanic Massahor by who? Impale Nazarene. I think this might be better. Or I think this might be a pretty good release. Let me see what's going on with this. I forgot about a couple of these singles we can run tonight. The catalog on this is OP, EP, and that's 002. I had it there for a second. There's this. Okay. It's a $40 start, and then we got to run this Nevermore CD. I had a feeling there'd be a bunch of these. Oh my gosh. What does the 93 OGs go for? Okay. I was just making sure it wasn't like $1,000. I really don't know what I have here. Blue, gray, white, reissue, mispress. $7 start. Impaled Nazarene, Satanic Massahor. $7 start on that. I'm not for sure what I'm saying or what that is, but $7 start. Also got some other demented looking stuff here too. I don't know what all this is, but we'll try it in just a second, okay? And then $40 on that. And back to the half off. And then please gift plant music to my buddy Travis Wade. I'm a big spender like George. Okay, there we go. So Craig wants to buy plant music. He's going to pay for it, but send it to Travis Wade. You got it. Yngwie's a $40 start. No bid, final call. Let me figure out who signed this first Nevermore CD. And let me pull it up over here on the old JSA website. And this was... let me refresh. Okay. This is AX... 17627. And this is signed by Jeff Loomis. Nevermore, This Godless Endeavor, $35 start. $35 start, okay? So there's our current 3 auctions. Final Call and Ingve with poster, Impaled, and Nevermore is signed by Jeff Loomis, a $35 start. Ryan put PM Song X. Pat Metheny sold a Ryan Mustang. We are currently in a half off bin, no more, no less, okay? Nice. Billy Joe Piano Man, $10. Billy Joe Piano Man, $10 on that. Clean copy, Billy Joe. Bobby Gentry, nice. Always a desirable album. Now $25 off. $25 for Bobby Gentry, the Delta Suite. Stephen Parton on Billy Joe for $10 sold. Ingve was EX Plus near mint minus. It was nice, yeah. Nice copy with poster. Andy immediately in on Nevermore for $35. Jeremy second on Billy Joe. Impaled Nazarene. The last bid was Michael Reed at $12. Andy, you're out, and Rick Castle, you're out. Rick is back in at $13. Dusty by Dusty Springfield. No condition notes on this, and Dusty's the original mono Phillips label. $10 for that. Impaled 13, Impaled 15, and Tubular Bells, Mike Ofield. Tubular Bells, Mike Ofield is $7.50. Ocean, put your hand in the hand. Ocean is $5. Put your hand in the hand. And Timothy, the buoys. Timothy is $10 for the buoys. And we have Graham Parker, another gray area. Graham Parker is just $5. So, Final Call on the Nevermore CD. Impaled has a new bid for $15. Andy's out. Rick, it's up to you. And no official bids came in on Ingve. So, that's a buy it now for $40. Ingve Malmsteen's Rising Force. This is a buy it now for $40. I am going to put it right over here, and I'm going to wait for the claim to come in. I'm going to wait for the claim to come in. And we have an offer. Not a claim, but an offer. Give me 1 second. Impaled 16, Impaled 18. Bobby G had Ballad of Bobby Joe on it. You mean Ballad of Bobby? You mean Ballad of Busted Flat in Baton Rouge? That song? It's not on here. What is that song called? Me and Bobby McGee. You mean Me and Bobby McGee, right? Busted Flat in Baton Rouge. Waiting for a Train, that's not on here. No. Bobby, Ballad of... What is that song called? The Tallahatchie Bridge song. Yeah, that's... Vigilio McAllister. Wait a minute, Me and Bobby McGee. What is that song called? Is that what that's called? My brain is drawing a blank. Ode to Billy Joe, that's it. Ode to Billy Joe. That's it. Ode to Billy Joe. Yes. Thank you. Man, I should know that like the back of my hand. No, that's not on here. That's that album right there. That's that album. All right, Nevermore is sold to Andy Lane for $35. Ingve, let's split the difference, Ryan. It's awfully late. That should have brought that and then some. But if you want it for $35, I'll sell it to you. Okay? And then Impaled is at 22 of Michael Reed. And let's try the other Nevermore. The other Nevermore is right here. Also, same, well, let me verify it. It looks like the same signature, but let me verify it. AX. Oops. AX 17628, and this is also signed by Jeff Loomis. $35 start. Okay, $35 start on that. And Adam Bernardi gets the Ingve for $35. He's out on Impaled Nazarene, so that's a final call. That's a final call to Michael Reed for $22. Moving right ahead, the Beach Boys Holland, and it has the bonus EP, no condition notes, a 73 Terre Haute, $22.50. That's a nice OG copy, complete with the bonus EP, $22.50. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Moby Grape 69, first label, does have cover wear, $13.50 on that. Bart Knoxville Dale gets Beach Boys. Thank you on that. Over here is the Guess Who, sewn and grown in Canada. Guess Who is $10. Guess Who is $10, sewn and grown in Canada. And Beck, Bogart, and a piece is $7.50. And then Historical Figures and Ancient Heads, Canned Heat, a clean copy for $15. Impaled Nazarene is sold for $22. And that is sold for $22 to Michael Reed. Final call to get a bid on Nevermore autographed CD for a $35 start. Let's try another one. Here's my third and final copy. My third and final copy of the night of Guns N' Roses' Appetite for Destruction. And this one's an 87 US club with the original inner sleeve and insert. An 87 club. And it has this, it's nothing that came with it. This is what they call like a carousel. It's probably something that would have been sent to a record store. So like a string would have went up through this, and then it had like little danglers that would have hung down. And it would have been, when you look up, you would have seen that. I don't think that's anything that came with it. It looks like something promotional from a record store. $30 start. So another club copy, this time a strong VG copy. $30 start on Guns N' Roses. That's our third OG copy we've had of that tonight for auction. The third. We're doing a half-off bin right now. Canned Heat is called Historical Figures and Ancient Heads. And a quick note about this, too. It's in really good condition. And this album's always a cutout. It always has a clip corner or a saw mark. No, this is a original retail copy that's nice all the way around. $15 on that. If anybody wants the Nevermore CD, $35 buy it now on that. Over here, I have Cal Tjader, Doxy. That's a white label promo for Cal Tjader. Cal, I've always struggled with his name. It's a white label promo from Verve. A promo. $15 on that. Here's Jimi Hendrix. These ladies on the front are completely nude. Jimi Hendrix is now $20. Guns N' Roses has a bid for $30. Jay and the Americans is $5. And Guns N' Roses is at $30. $30 with King Fluffy, $79. Leo Sayer, Just a Boy. Leo Sayer is $5. And You Baby, the Turtles, this is $15. This is Cal Tjader. Exactly. Thank you, Denise. $15 on the Turtles. That is available. Guns N' Roses has one bid for $30. A going to once, a going to twice. Hey, this one's not actually autographed. I can sell it for $6.99 if anybody wants it. Tony McAlpine, Edge of Insanity, $6.99 if anybody wants it. That's not autographed, so $6.99. First come, first serve on that one. Ian Hunter Live is $15. Ian Hunter Live is $15. And now Guns N' Roses 30, 31, and now 35. And Eric Dog, can I see the nude? In what way? Can I show you the nude? No, but I can show it to you again in a quick flashing way because I don't want to get censored on Facebook. But here's Canned Heat Vintage for $10. And then over here is from Nashville with Love, Chet Atkins. This is $5. And we have Warner Brothers New January, or Warner Brothers January Jazz New Music from Alice Coltrane and Pat Martino and Brian Auger, and that's a 2 LP for $12.50. This is a picture disc. It's a Jimi Hendrix interview, okay? It's a Jimi Hendrix interview from Rhino, and it's $20. That's the half-off price. And he's on the back looking very cool and psychedelic there with Mitch Miller and that other guy. And then there's these two chicks here, and they're awfully nude on the front. So how about we just leave it in the sleeve like this? There we go. And there's Jimmy. All right. Guns N' Roses 32 and now 40. We got Harry James and Hi-Fi. Harry James is $5. And we have Jazz Session, Harry James. That is $5. Mitch Mitchell. Yeah, Mitch Miller. Not the same guy. Mitch Mitchell and what is that other guy's name? Mitch Miller and I'm going to cover my phone up so I can't. Mitch Miller and it starts with an N. I think it starts with an N. I should know the two members of the Jimi Hendrix Experience. I'm drawing a blank. Noel Redding. There we go. I knew somebody had probably put it up by now. Mitch Miller. Mitch Mitchell and Noel Redding. Incredible. He found two great people to back him originally. All right, let's figure out what this other demented looking item is. Reaping Death. Who are these people? Hey, it has a barcode on the back. Wow, this is pretty pricey. It's Watain Reaping Death. Last sold for $52. Let's jump over here and see ships from the United States. Let's put this up for a $15 start. $15 start on Watain. Comes with a sticker. There's that. Okay, so last thing we had was Guns N' Roses at $40. Adam Bernardi wants both canned heats. So there's one canned heat and there's another canned heat sold to Adam Bernardi. Thank you. Chad Saul says he'll take the Jimi Hendrix nude. Thank you. There's Jimi Hendrix nude. He's nude. He's actually nude. Grog wants Harry James and Hi-Fi. And then thanks everybody for the Noel Redding. And now we have also this sold to Grog, okay? Thank you on that. My brain's fried. I've been talking for almost 8 hours straight, and I can't retain basic thoughts that I normally could. The Guess Who, Power in the Music, $7.50. Mark Don and Mail, $69.71 with poster. Mark Farner, Grand Funk there, $18.50. Great compilation. I'm Your Captain. Now, I have not heard back from a couple people on Guns N' Roses. I've got to sell it. Watain is a $15 start. That's now up for bid. And then Moby Grape, Truly Fine Citizen. This is $12.50. The spine does have some splitting. $12.50 on that. And then Human League Dare. Human League, $12.50. I'm telling you the half off price. It has the original on the sleeve. That is $12.50. And we have Rock is Here to Stay. 52 tracks, Adam 8 comp. $12.50. And this is another canned heat, Living the Blues. It's a 2 LP compilation. $20. Going up the country. Baby, don't you want to go? Guns N' Roses is sold to Jerry Rock for $40. Final call on Watain for $15. Final call on Watain for $15. All right. Next thing is Grog on Mark Don and Mail. That is sold. These prices, I'm telling you, are the final price. Over here, we got Paul Roche, A Poet, A Man, A Mind. That is $5. And Lone Justice, $7.50. Maria McKee. I think there's one more Nevermore CD. There is. There's one more Nevermore CD signed by Jeff Loomis, I think is what we said his name was. Loomis. The only time I hear that name is from Halloween. Dr. Loomis. Isn't that the guy from Halloween? Michael Myers is a physician or whatever. Dr. Loomis. I don't hear that name too often. Nevermore, $35 start. That's now up for bid. Autographed and Brownsville Air Special, $7.50. Time to Get It Together, Country Coalition. And this is in shrink for $7.50. Loretta Lynn Hymn, that's right back here. And that is $7.50. It's actually the first Decca label and very clean. $7.50 on that. Glenn Campbell Basic. Glenn Campbell is $5. Head East Live, $15. It's a Gatefold 2 LP. Gatefold 2 LP. LJ for $5. LJ for $5. LJ for $5. LJ. Lone Justice. This is $7.50. But Watain is a $15 buy now if anybody wants that. Also over here we have Zoo. And Zoo's a 1970 jazz prog album for $22.50. And we have William Davis on Loretta Lynn Hymns. That sold to him, and also there was something else that just popped up. Oh, okay, Michael Reed on Watain for $15. Another good one. Thank you. Grog on the Zoo. That is sold. This is a half off bin, no more, no less on these. Zwol, Z-W-O-L, that is now $5. Also, Dixie Dregs Free Fall, that is $5. Howlin' Wind, Graham Parker's $5. John Hyde is $7.50. And then Walt Disney, It's a Small World. Wow, now just $17.50. And João Gilberto is $15. The prices I have set on these are the final price. If I discount them further, it would break all rules of my half off, no more, no less. And with this place would go into total chaos. And then at this point, I might as well not even show them. So they're half off, no more, no less. That's going to be firm forever. That's one. I broke it one night doing a bundle deal with somebody. And then after that, it was total chaos because everybody was wanting further discounts. They're half off, no more, no less. You'd be better off just going ahead and buying Scott, you just need to go ahead and buy Lone Justice. Melanie, you just need to go ahead and buy Human League. And then Susie's going to go ahead and get Disney. Adam Bernardi on João Gilberto. This is great material here for my vintage flip crate I'm going to do in the morning. And they're all going to get sold if you don't claim them now. Just saying. Just saying. The Human League, the price on that was $12.50. So the price is $24.99. $12.50. There's that. And then Lone Justice was $14.99. I've sold Boo Koodles for $14.99. That's why John continues to mark them for $14.99. I've sold Boo Koodles. I don't know if y'all know what a Boo Koodle is, but I've sold Boo Koodles at $14.99. That's why he continues to mark them for that. Now I'm offering it for $7.50. Melanie, same price for this. Nevermore can be bought for $35 if anybody wants it. It's signed and JSA authenticated. Next is Michael Butler wants the Bobby Gentry. Busted Flat in Baton Rouge. That's not even on there, but there it is. $25. Someone had bid on Watain before my buy it now. Watain was up for a $15 start. It never did get a bid. And then Michael Reed put Wada for a $15 buy it now. And then Jim B, you were next. To my knowledge, no other bids ever came in on Watain. If so, nobody ever did speak up. Yeah, no other bids ever came in on that. It's like a $65 record. I figured it'd get a lot more bids. Okay, and then if it did, it didn't show up on my restream, or it didn't show up on my phone. And then next is Melanie sold on Human League. That sold to Melanie on Human League. That sold. And then the bidder got it. So was Michael Reed. He evidently bid, and then he did the buy it now. He was first on both. Yeah, I kept saying final call. Maybe he was just saying, well, I'll just grab it for a buy it now. And then a jazz comp. Yeah, I think you're talking about this right here. This is Warner Brothers Records January jazz release. It's new music that stays new. It's catalog number PRO 656. Jim B, I figured you would have bid on that Watain $35, $45, $55. You know, it's worth $200 or $300. So I don't know what happened there. It sells for $5,000 or $6,000. So, you know, it just sold for $15. It's like a $12,000 or $18,000 record. Anybody else on anything in here? Let's read them one more time because y'all might have missed some stuff. And that pretty much, I don't have much more over here to auction except for a few Kiss records, and I told everybody we would just roll those over till tomorrow. There's only one no bid. Can I get an offer on Animal as Leaders, The Madness of Many? It's a 2020 US limited edition yellow and black. It is a 2LP. I was asking $45, okay? $45. Nevermore signed by World Dane. And then over here, the Nevermores were signed by... well, this is the only one I hadn't verified, but let me check. It was Loomis or Pilsen. Who did I say? I'm thinking about, I did say his name just a second ago. This one was AX176 25. Signed by Jeff Loomis. Yeah. $35. $35. Signed by Jeff Loomis, $35. This is signed by, I've already forgot. I'll have to check it back. And then over here, this was Flotsam and Jetsam Drift, signed by the lead singer. I've already forgot his name too. I should have wrote those down on sticky notes. The other ones I didn't get to, we'll do those either tomorrow, because they're all autographed. There's some pretty good ones over here too. Riot and Nile. We'll do those tomorrow. And then Tony McAlpine's still available. I'm going to read through these one more time, and then we're going to call it a night. Okay, I'm going to read through these one more time. Maybe show a few miscellaneous at the end, and then we're probably going to call it a night. My brain is tapping out, to say the least. Okay, and then over here, we have Animals as Leaders. Was that an offer? Animals as Leaders, where was I at? Was that an offer, or did I miss something there, Stephen? This was at $45. Okay, and then over here, and then this. I'll do Japanese Kiss. I will try one more auction. Well, it depends. Are you talking about Dynasty or Paul Stanley? I don't know. It's awfully late to be putting up something like that. Can I take them? Are you talking about these Nevermore? These are $35. I'm at $35 each on these. Are you talking about, are you offering $35 for all four of these? Is that what just come through? These are $35 each. These are all, we've had all these JSA authenticated. So they will come with a card as soon as I find them. These are definitely $35 each. We've already sold a couple. Best price on Animals as Leaders, I'll do $35 on it. We was looking for a $45 start. It should have went up from there. I'll do $35 on it to say we sold everything. Should I run Kiss Dynasty for Oso Adventure? You know, he is our top Kiss buyer of the week. Let's do it for Oso. He might get a deal, but let's do it. Kiss Dynasty is a 1979 Japanese. It's the second issue label. It has an 8-page booklet with Obi, VG++ EX. So the booklet also doubles as the poster. There's the poster. It comes as the centerfold, and a $65 start on that. That's Kiss Dynasty. But I will do a deal on the autographed CDs, but we got to be pretty close to $35 a piece. Anything I have autographed, authenticated, is hardly any less than $35, unless we're doing some kind of bundle deal, and it's something I hadn't been able to sell. So all of my JSA authenticated, the minimum anything will be is $35, and 2/3 of that is probably the cost I had to pay to have it authenticated. Because if you had that CD right now and you had to mail it to JSA, have it authenticated, pay for insurance and mailing back, it's going to cost you much more than $35 just to have it authenticated. So that's always my pretty much basement on JSA signed stuff. Otherwise, we'll just try to put it on eBay or hold on to it later. Anything less, there's quite a bit of money here just in authentication fees. So, all right, we have Dixie Dregs of the Earth. Final call on these. $5. Utopia is $10. We got air traffic control clearances, $10 on that. Jimmy Nelson's ventriloquism, $7.50. The Best of Gary and the Pacemakers was $5. The Sound of Bread, $7.50. Final call on Kiss for $65. Walt Disney's Black Beauty for $10. Can't believe Susie hadn't bought that. Software, Marble, $7.50. Also, Bruce Hornsby in the Range, that was $10. The Kids from Fame was $10. Don Nix, Gone Too Long, $10 on Don Nix. Dusty Springfield was $10. Tubular Bells was $7.50. Ocean is $5. We have Timothy, the Buoys, $10 on that. MT Matt wants Animals for $35. He's talking about this. I was looking for a CD. Animals is Leader, so to MT Matt for $35. That's good. Hammers up on Kiss. These are all $35 each on those. And we have Graham Parker for $5, another gray area. Moby Grape is $13.50. Great value for autographed, authenticated CDs at $35. That's like, if you're on the border, you need to be thinking about it. The Guess Who is $10, sewn and grown. Beck Bogart a piece, $7.50. And Cal Jader Doxey, a white label promo, $15. James Sanders Kiss is $29.99. Sao Paulo is $29.99. Rick Castle on Tubular Bells for anybody that likes The Exorcist. That was essentially the soundtrack. Oso gets Dynasty for $65. Thank you. And once again, Oso, thank you for your patronage here to Collectco along with everybody else tonight. For anybody that might be checking out tonight a little bit early, even though it's 2 a.m. East Coast time, thank y'all. Amazing. Once again, this continues to grow. And I just have nothing but positive things to say. These Thursday nights seem like they keep getting bigger and bigger and just faster and more, and it just hopefully continues that way. And then next is Bogart and a piece. This is $7.50. $7.50 sold. And then James Sanders wants on the Kiss Sao Paulo waiting list. Kiss Sao Paulo waiting list, and Jason, we're just too far apart on the CDs. I'm at $140. Jay and the Americans captured the moment. This is now $5, and Leo Sayer, Just a Boy, $5. I guess I can try to auction one more because I did say Riot. So let me see who's going on with this one. Let's pull it up and see who signed Riot. But yeah, we're just too far apart. These autographs that are authenticated, we're just in a different... We're like 50% apart. That's going to be tough for us to make a deal. Let me look over here and double check this one, okay? We got AX. We got 17622, especially since I've already sold some. I've already sold 2 Jeff Loomis tonight for $35 and $35. This is autographed by Rick Ventura. This might be one of the better ones we have tonight. It's Riot, Born in America, signed by Rick Ventura. The jewel case, you need to put this in a new jewel case. It's kind of broken. But there's a great way to display these autographed CDs. So they make frames. I used to have some here where you can literally frame the CD and the book, and it looks really cool. You know, I mean, that's the label on the CD and the book. Don't pay attention to some beat-up jewel case, okay? Because there's a much better way than just throwing these on your shelf. You can frame these. They make them. They sell them at like Hobby Lobby. You can frame this artwork with a disc, and it will really enhance it. We have a bunch like that. Same thing for this. Just imagine how nice this would look. You take the disc, you frame it next to that beautiful artwork. Boom. There's that. And we'll say that's our last auction of the night as we finish this crate. Riot is way too cheap at $35, but we'll run it. The Turtles, You Baby, Let Me Be, that's $15. Also, Ian Hunter Live, $15 on Ian Hunter from Nashville of Love, and this is $5. $5 from Nashville of Love, $5 on that. The Guess Who is $7.50. Moby Grape, Truly Fine Citizen. Moby Grape is $12.50. It does have a seam split. Didn't you have Fire Down Under? Riot Fire Down Under. Are you asking for an autographed CD? No, I don't. Riot's a $35 start. Rick Castle's in. Signed by Rick Ventura. Signed by Rick Ventura on the Riot. Next in the half-off bin was Rock Is Here to Stay. That's a 52-track Adam 8 compilation for $12.50. And then Riot's at $35. Adam Bernardi next on the Turtles, or I need to tag him for the Turtles. Riot has a bid for $35, going once, going twice. Nice pickup there on the Turtles. That's sold to Adam Bernardi for $15. Next is Paul Roche, a poet, a mind. $5 on Paul Roche. Brownsville Station is $7.50. Time to Get It Together. Country Coalition, that's in shrink for $7.50. Glenn Campbell Basic is $5. The Canned Heat 2LP compilation comes in at $20. If no one wants to bid on a Riot, we're at a final call for $35. And Jason, we are still, this is up for bid. So if you want to buy Riot, you're going to have to go through Rick Castle. He's about to get it for $35. Next is Head East Live. That's $15 on Head East. Zwall, really cool. His sunglasses reflect. Zwall is $5. Dixie Dregs is $5. Graham Parker was $5. Maybe we should show a few handful of CDs over here. $7.50 for John Hyatt. Lone Justice is $7.50. Beautiful voice there with Maria McKee, and new music that stays new. $12.50 on that. That's about it. Hammers Up and sold on Riot for $35 to Rick Castle. That is sold. That is sold. Search and seek and destroy. All right, let me go take a walk. Let me go take a walk around. Nobody ever, don't sign off yet. Let me go walk over here through this little area. I call it the zone. I call it the zone. And you may say, gosh, what do you got over here in the zone, Chad? And I'm like, don't worry. We call it the zone, though. The zone. Is this CD autographed too? It's another Nevermore CD. This one hadn't even been authenticated. Yeah, it has. I got another one. Look what I just found in the zone. See? I walked over here to a shelf of CDs, and look what I find. Or I should say a shelf of posters. And I found a CD. Another one. The Politics of Ecstasy. Nevermore. $35 buy it now. Okay? Let's walk back over here. All right. Let's see. I'm kind of curious what's right here. Aha. Might be some cool stuff here. Aha, I found a crate of metal. That's why I call it the zone. We call it a zone for a reason. You can play zone or you can play man. I'm going to have to scan these, but here we go. Adam Nardi on Brownsville. Okay. These are worthy of individual checks. And my Discogs app just froze. Let me close out all my other apps. Oh, you got to be joking. My Discogs app is literally just, it's literally just freezing. I go to scan and it just freezes. So let's try it the old-fashioned way. Yeah, it must, their system's down. Oh, great. Great timing. Thank you. I've been trying to buy this place for like a year. I can't get a hold of anybody. I've got an email through one time, and I told them I wanted to speak to somebody in management about a business opportunity, and they wouldn't give me any other information. I seriously did have some good ideas, but you can't. Yeah, this app is like crazy right now. It's like crashing out. Is it like that on the desktop too? Wow, it's causing my phone just to go haywire. My phone's over here doing crazy stuff now. CD stack 120. So what was that? 140, 5, 10, 15, 20. So is that the Jason? Or that's the same Jason Jones that usually watches on Facebook, right? Same Jason Jones? Same Jason Jones, right? Yeah, now Discog, it's gone. Well, let me just let me see if I can pull it up on my website on the laptop. Well, I was a serious inquirer. I was like, who owns this website? If somebody contacted us and said, hey, who owns Collectco? Obviously I'm in the spotlight every night, but that's not information you really can disclose. But I was curious. I was wanting to go up there and meet with them. I was like, hey, I've got a huge online business. Y'all have this huge database. I have some ideas, and I seriously do. And I was going to fly up there or fly them down here, whatever it took. I had I can't get a hold of anybody. I was like, I've got some serious ideas. I want to talk to somebody. And they basically won't let you speak with anybody. So I'm like, okay. So, and then I had some people do some research and sent me all kinds of documents. There was a lawyer that was watching one night, and they sent me all these documents. They's like, if you know how to use Google right, you can find out anything. And they sent me all this information. I was like, boy, how did you get all this? Yeah, Discogs is down. Great. Well, let me try eBay for some of these. But this first one I scanned was expensive. Jason, these are sold to you for $120. Thank you. You talked me into it. Persistence. That's more like it. That's more like it. Your first couple offers, I was like, what? What did he just say? That's better. 120 sold to Jason Jones. That's a great price for autographed, authenticated. Now, Jason, what we're going to do, they're going to write down these numbers. Somewhere I'll have the card that goes with these. It's no big deal if you don't have it. You still got this. It's good to go. And that will, we will mail those to you later, okay? No guarantee when, or where, but we will mail them to you, okay? Is it back up? Okay, good. Because this first CD I'm scanning is like $50. I knew it was some good stuff. I think that's why we had it off to the side. Okay, it's working. All right, good. So this shows up as a 1998. Maybe I should call them night. We'll knock out this stack. I don't like giving up. I'm not the kind of person who gives up, if y'all probably hadn't noticed for that. Okay, so I don't know which one. Looking up CDs are tough, but last sold $22.10, $25.25. All right, I'll do this for $14.99. It looks like they start at $18.51. Deicide. The Deicide remasters, $14.99. Deicide, $14.99. That's a good CD. It is at a great price. Deicide. Next. Gosh, these are very time consuming to look up. See, you scan a barcode and it pulls up 100 versions. I can't figure some of these out right now. These are all metal. They all look like expensive metal CDs. I've never seen any of these. Boy, Deicide's confusing. Golly, there's a lot of these. I have no idea. I usually start clicking on different versions and, that one's $9.99, Legion. So we'll say $14, $9.99 on that one. There's some other stuff in here too. I'm going to try to knock out this stack. All right, this is not Russian, so this is a 1994. 5 for sale starting from $22.50. 5 for sale starting from $22.50. What about sold? We'll do this one also. Last sold for 10, so we'll also do it for 10. Autopsy. Severed Survival. It looks like if you want to get one right now, you're going to be paying at least twice that much. Autopsy's $9.99. This next one is a 2011 CD DVD. Last sold $29. I'll do it for $19.99. Autopsy, Mental Funeral. So 19 on that. So Deicide, I think I said 14, 9, and 19. And this one was 9. Yeah, so 14, 9, and this one's 19. Okay? There's those. Goat Whore, also $9.99. Goat Whore, and this one's Vengeful Ascensions. It's also $9.99. Okay, and then we have Rick Castle said he would do Deicide Legion for $9.99. All right, sell this to Rick Castle for $9.99. Scott said he'd go ahead and do the first one for $10. Okay, because I really don't know what version this is. I think it's the original, but it was just way too confusing. Either one you click on, then Jim B offered 10, and then Goat Horse sold to Michael Reed for $9.99. Okay? Whatever I'm pricing these for is going to be well under a quick glance at market for sure. Oh my gosh, there's a ton of these. What do we have here? France. This looks like France. It could be the 97 repress. It looks like it needs to be $9.99 at first glance. Marduk. Heaven shall burn when we are gathered. Marduk is $9.99. Marduk, $9.99. I'm not for sure exactly which version. This one looks like 2018 France. Also $9.99. That's Marduk Nightwing. That needs to be $9.99. And then here's another one. And this one, ooh, never sold, one for sale. Grave, Into the Grave. Only available in Belarus right now. Made in Russia. Grave is $9.99. Some pretty good metal CDs there. That's $9.99. And here we go. I usually can order these new. King Diamond is $24.99. King Diamond Super 7 reaction figure. $24.99 on King Diamond. This thing here looks pretty cool. What the heck is this? We're about to find out. This is Tobias Sammet's Avantasia, the Metal Opera Part 1 and 2 Gold Edition. 2008 German Enhanced. 22 for sale from $17.56 and last sold for $24.42. That sounds like $19.99 to me. $19.99 on that. Michael Reed put GR. If that's for Grave, then you were first. $9.99. Scott Arnold second. Tobias Sammet's, and that's a double CD with book, and that is $19.99. I've got more here. Let's see what these last few are. This shouldn't be too much. Ooh, never mind. This particular version, it last sold for $21.18, and they started $19.99. So $14.99 for Black Sabbath Headless Cross. $14.99 for Black Sabbath Headless Cross. No barcode. Great. Is this a double disc? No, that's a book. Autographed? Mini poster? Oh, this is Japanese. Aha. Jim B just fell out of his chair. What? Let's look up the catalog number. UICY-92505. Unofficial? Wow, it's an unofficial. Are we sure about that? Russian unofficial. Yeah, they've made it look like a Japanese. It is. It's an unofficial, and they've made it look like it's a Japanese CD. Wow. So it's a Russian bootleg to make it look like it's a Japanese release. And the particular one I think we have here, 0 for sale, last sold 8 years ago. So, and it last sold for $10.47. I'm going to say $9.99 on that one too, because that's a bizarre deal there. All right, and then over here, we got this. Oh gosh. I don't know which version. Let's just click on, let's use a, well, they're all never mind, they're all 99s. What country? I'm assuming US enhanced. Okay, that's it right here. This is $6.99, Megadeth, Risk. That one's $6.99. $6.99 on that. And this is a 97 Club Edition. And it's also $6.99 of Cryptic Writings. So $6.99 on Megadeth Cryptic Writings. That's $6.99. A few more random things in here. Mostly CDs. Both of those Megadeths are not available on vinyl, or I should say in print. Empty Matt wants Megadeth Risk. That sold Empty Matt for $6.99. Moving on. None for sale on Nightwish. Median 6. We'll do it for $6.99. Nightwish once $6.99. None for sale right now. That particular variant. This is a Club Edition. Please scan. No luck. We'll just say, I know this isn't probably too much. Iron Maiden, The X Factor, $6.99. Iron Maiden is $6.99. Yeah, actually, both Black Sabbaths are still available. Both Black Sabbath are still available. Rainbow, Long Live Rock and Roll, $6.99. We had this artist up for auction tonight. And this is a 1999 Finland. Is this Finland? It is. This is $9.99. This is Beast of Beharit, Complete Works. And that's $9.99. So Paul Brothers wants Black Sabbath Tear for $9.99. And put down Headless Cross for $14.99. Beharit is $9.99. And then Nightwish have the mirror cover. No. Looks just like a flat printing on that one. This stack here is $6.99, by the way. And then German or Mexico here. This is German. And this needs to be $9.99. Nightwish Imaginarium. Nightwish Imaginarium. That one's $9.99. This next deal is sealed and it's numbered. Ooh. Let me look this up. No barcode, unfortunately. Let's look this up manually. This is METALOCALYPSE. Uh-oh, I misspelled something. I did. It's D-E-A. It's D. It's like death, like Megadeth. Death. Loke. Nope. Still misspelled something. Metal. Ellipse. Found it. None ever sold, none for sale. Dang. Is there other versions? This is going to be like a guess, I guess. I guess it's a guess. None sold, none for sale. That's hard to say. I'm clicking on other versions of CDs. And I mean, but this one's numbered. I'm going to say, I'm going to put it over here in the 1999 pile. It's a Revolver limited edition, numbered to 666 of what is this actually even called? It's called Death Lock, Death-A-Ballum 2, sealed 1999, numbered. None for sale, none ever sold. And Metal Church Blessing in the Skies is $6.99. And then Michael Reed gets Deathlock for $19.99. Probably a solid pickup there, being that there's no record of it. And let me see what else we got here. Well, here looks like maybe I can find a comp on this one. This is... Okay, there it is on vinyl. Boy, some of these are very expensive on vinyl. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I'm going to price this for the same thing, Michael, or anybody else that wants it. There's only 2 for sale for $50 and $115. It's a different album. This one's opened, but it's also numbered. So I'm going to say $19.99 on that. It's another Deathlock. But that one has a comp, sort of. There's 2 active for $50 and $115. So I'm going to price that one for the same price. And then here is another. So this Beharit CD, it last sold for $34.88. There's only 1 for sale for $59.99. And then before that, it sold for $45 and $55. I'm going to say I'll match the last sold and say $35. That's a good CD. Gosh, $35 on Beharit. It looks like those are selling more like $40 and $45. So $35 on that. And I think this is empty. I'm trying to figure out what came in this. Yeah, I don't know where the contents of this is. It looks pretty cool. It looks like a King Diamond CD box set, but I don't know what happened to the contents. Maybe it's somewhere else in a different tub, so I better hold on to that. And then there's 1 loose CD. Emperor for promotion use only. Hold on a second. Last sold July 13th for $65. Sleeve has whiteware from Age. Disc is nice. We'll ship outside of sleeve. Once for sale from 52 from Lebanon. And that's not Lebanon, Tennessee. That's Lebanon, the country. So this is pretty good. Some of them have sold for as much as $95. All right, so deal of the night on the CDs. Half off at $35 on that one too. That's Emperor in the Night Slide Eclipse. Looks like it's like a $65 CD. There you go, Jim B. There's your bone. You can pay your water bill if you buy that. If not, I'm going to put it on there. I'll put it on Discogs if you don't. And that's it. The show's officially over. Nope, I found 1 more CD. It's another Emperor promo. EMPRERO. EROR. Ford. Ford. Goodness. Yeah, this one's rare too. This one hadn't sold in 9 years. This one hadn't sold in 9 years. This Emperor here, promotional CD. So yeah, that's I'm gonna say $35 on that one too. Hadn't sold on Discogs in 9 years. John's here. He probably can do something with you. So quick recap: $6.99 CDs, Metal Church, Rainbow, Iron Maiden, Nightwish, and Megadeth. Over here in the $9.99 pile, $9.99 we had Nightwish, Beherit, Marduk, and Autopsy. Nightwish and Paul Brothers wants both, so that's sold to Paul for $9.99. Whoops, and he gets this Nightwish for $6.99. And then over here in the $19.99 pile, we had Deathlock, Metal Apocalypse Death Album, Tobias Sammet Amphantasia, and Autopsy Mental Funeral CD DVD over here. And then in the $35 pile, we had Beherit, Emperor, and Emperor. 35, 35, and 35 on those. And then back here's the autograph stuff we never did get to. We can at some other point. There's actually only 2. These aren't autographed. They're not supposed to be in there. Blues Traveler is $6.99. I don't know why that's over here. That doesn't fit in. And Tony McAlpine was $6.99. But yeah, if you're here during the day, you can catch John. And if you got records to sell, he will definitely make a little offer. I can tell him you're coming. And he'll be here. John's always here from about 9 to 5. Or actually, no, he works longer than that. He works from like 9 to 6 usually. So, or 9:30 to 5:30, something like that. Emperor 22. Now, Matt, there's 2 Emperor CDs, which I was asking $35 each. Any particular one you're interested in? I'd love to strike a deal on those. And I think I'm going to go ahead and shoot the videos for tomorrow. And as soon as this feed's over, we didn't go to 3 a.m. tonight. Sad but true. Sad but true. I wish you could come when Paul was here, but buy my waffles. No, that's okay. That's a kind gesture. You don't have to do that. I'm about to film a couple of the new vinyl arrivals. Make a quick flip crate for discounts. Honestly, I don't know if I'll do a 9 o'clock video. You know what I need to do? I need to go home and then wake up and then do the wake up at 9 and post a couple hours of pre-orders and go back to bed. But I might can go ahead and do the video too. I mean, it don't take that long. It takes me about 30 minutes to get it all together, etc., etc. Every time I say I'm going to go to Waffle House, though, I'll get to the edge of I'll get to the road, and I'm like, man, do I want to drive over there at the end of town? It's not that far. It's just right down the road, but do I want to drive at the end of town, go in there and wait? They're usually pretty fast if they're not too busy, and then go home and feel miserable for the rest of the night. But it's so good. It's like a miserable, good feeling. It's like, oh, I ate all this greasy food, but then you can go right to sleep. But also your stomach is trying to digest about 8,000 calories of grease, and it's like, why are you doing this to us, Chad? All right, pass for now. That's okay. When I start the show tomorrow, I'm probably going to show these again. If anybody wants to say a final good night, thank y'all as always. Y'all have been amazing. I'm going to spread some of this out for our thumbnail image. Thank y'all as always. The Northerners that can't. Oh, man, yeah. Y'all are missing out up there. Maybe I should get in with them and expand. Golly, we've sold a lot of stuff. We didn't sell much miscellaneous tonight, but we auctioned stuff up until, what, 30 minutes ago? And then I found this last great little bonus crate here. That was a pretty good find. We just sold another 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, what, another $100 worth of stuff. I'll take it. All right. And the feed's about to end anyway because I started this thing at what, 1? Let me refresh over here, actually. I've got to get my mouse anything. How much time do we have left? We have been streaming, according to my Restream app, for 7 hours and 51 minutes. That's like watching both Godfathers back to back. That's like watching Godfather 1 and Godfather 2 back to back. I'll be here tomorrow about 5 or 5:30. I'll be here tomorrow about 5 or 5:30. We'll do this all again. Laura's already sent me the vintage or the auction pictures from tomorrow. Looks like we got Accept and Soundgarden and Bob Dylan and Yngwie and Rush and Beatles and Sword and Judas Priest and Hearing Aid and Gary Moore and AC/DC and Love and Yardbirds and John Coltrane and Coda and Dokken and Pink Floyd and Michael Schenker and what do we have here? Anthology of Lightning Hopkins, Rebirth, The Children, Van Halen, Scorpions, Rainbow, Miles Davis, Whitesnake, Sunhouse, Bad Religion, Memphis Slim. Some pretty cool looking stuff there. Oh dang, I was trying to show y'all my phone. I was trying to show y'all my phone and I had it on the wrong angle. My bad. Except Soundgarden, Bob Dylan, The Beatles, Rush, Yngwie, Judas Priest, The Sword, Hearing Aid. I was on the wrong camera. Pink Floyd, Gary Moore, AC/DC, Otis Redding, Love, Yardbirds, Dokken. It's John Coltrane and Alice Coltrane, Cosmic Music. Cosmic Music. Michael Schenker, Rebirth, The Children, Lightning Hopkins, Scorpions, Van Halen, Prince, Rainbow, Miles Davis, Whitesnake, Sunhouse, Bad Religion, Memphis Slim, Danzig, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Loudness. That looks like Monk. There's no title on the front. Monk, Jimmy Page, and Kill, a Japanese pressing. And that's it. Those will be sold tomorrow. All right, and let's finish out strong. Everybody make sure you're tuned in. Make sure you're tuned in and you are ready to go. About 5:30, I'll be officially rolling and selling by 6. And it's a Prince 12-inch single, it looks like. I don't even know what that said. What did that say? It's a Prince 12-inch single. It's called Wish You Heaven. Wish You Heaven. And I will definitely post these. I didn't post the hot pictures for metal on YouTube or Instagram today because I scheduled Facebook and I just wasn't awake to do it, and I forgot to after I woke up. So, bad on me. All right, and folks, that is it. That's all she wrote. Thank you. Good night, and I'll be back tomorrow. Y'all are incredible.